Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on the show, Ray Ratto, Ned Coletti, Larry Baer, and Bob Costas is going to join us as we spend the next 3 hours and 20-some-odd minutes remembering and celebrating the life of Willie Mays, who died yesterday at the age of 93. I had a chance to go back and watch the Say Hey special on HBO last night. I wanted to watch it again just to kind of refamiliarize myself with a lot of that stuff. But I'm going to let you go ahead because I do think today's, to me anyway, you grew up here. Murph grew up here. Marcus grew up here. For those people that grew up here following the Giants their whole lives and knowing Willie Mays, kind of some of them intimately, some of them not so, but kind of knowing Willie Mays as an icon, which he is. And just, I'm curious to get your thoughts on it because I got some thoughts, but I'm just curious what you have to think being a Giants fan your whole life and growing up here.
Well, it's funny because it's something that, like, I don't think about death that often, or I don't think about losing people often. I'm somebody who enjoys kind of what we get to have around us. And I've always, and it's probably my mama Susie who made me aware of this when I was a kid. It was like, how cool is it that the Giants have this core of Hall of Famers that were here? The five that were basically around for all of my life, which were Cepeda, McCovey, Mays, Marichal, and Gaylord Perry. And it wasn't just that they were the Hall of Famers from this organization. They went in as Giants, and then they were around for everything, from opening to the ballpark, of Barry hitting 500 and Barry hitting 71, 2, and 3. Like, they showed up for every event, every statue that got unveiled. All those guys are all around the ballpark. So the coolest thing to me was that it wasn't like a Babe Ruth figure. In that Babe Ruth, I think I've always in my life thought of him as the way they talk about him in The Sandlot. He was more than a man, but less than a god. He's almost like a Paul Bunyan mythical type figure.
Yeah.
But the coolest thing to me, and I'll be honest, I got a little bit emotional yesterday. I didn't anticipate being a little bit emotional. When I lost it was when they did the moment of silence during the ball game. And then Dave was talking about the color of the sky and the pink hue, and it seemed like maybe Willie has stopped by the ballpark to check it out. And for somebody like me at 35 who never saw him, never met him, I've only gotten to know who he was through, one, the John Shea book, which is incredible, the documentary that you just mentioned, which is awesome, and really stories and connectivity through people who taught me the game of baseball. And I always come back to that line Mike Krukow had at the 2010 parade where he says, somebody in your life taught you the good book of Giants baseball. Now you've got to pass it on. You've got to keep talking about what that book is. That book starts in my mind with Willie Mays. I mean, the guy was signed at like 17 years old. They're going to play a ball game at his childhood field tomorrow. He goes to Montreal. He makes his way through the Giants system, comes up in 51, wins Rookie of the Year, 20 home runs. He's on deck when Bobby Thompson hits the shot around the world, and then basically misses 2 seasons. Comes back in 54, wins an MVP and a World Series, and that was the last World Series win until 2010. And so I got to, my grandfather's from New York. My grandma's from New York. My grandma actually grew up a Brooklyn Dodger fan. My grandpa was a Yankee fan, but he saw Lou Gehrig play. And so when I think about why I was emotional, it's really why it is that we're baseball fans. It's why it is that we love sports, especially baseball to me, because it's so generational that I can tie myself to Lou Gehrig through my grandfather, who I sat at Oracle Park and watched games with, and he sat at Yankee Stadium, old Yankee Stadium, and watched him play. So for me, it was more about we got to be around this guy. We got to see his impact to today's game, from who Barry Bonds was to this ballpark being built. The impact that he's had, I think, is less even about what he did on the field. It's that was able to carry over generationally, and it's what people hold as the standard, right? People go back and go, this is great, but Willie Mays did this. There's things that he did that even to this day you think, how is anybody capable or possible or able to even do that? So, like, it's I don't know what the emotion is in general. It's very cool, I think, that Barry and region-wide, I mean, every outlet. I was on KTVU this morning. I was watching Mornings on 2 from the way they covered it on NBC Sports last night, after the game, during the game, across social media. If you went to MLB.com last night, every single story on the front page was a Willie Mays story. It was about his impact on the game or about his life or the Rickwood game that's going to be played tomorrow. The fact that Major League Baseball is now recognizing the Negro Leagues as a professional league and those records and those numbers now count, I think is a very cool thing that's going to be honored tomorrow. So today for me, it's not celebratory, but it's a great opportunity for us to look back and for us to remember that it's important beyond today for kids who don't know who Willie Mays is to continue to tell that story, because it's not the Jackie Robinson story, but it's right there. It's 4 years after Jackie broke into baseball. I mean, there had to be, I'd have to look at the numbers, there had to be like fewer than 30 black players in the game when Willie breaks in 4 years later, right? I mean, he wasn't even the first African-American to play for the Giants. I mean, Bonnie Irvin was there before he was. There's a lot of thoughts and there's a lot of layers as to why he's important to the sports world, why he's important specifically to the Bay Area, but to the game of baseball and to the stories as to why we love baseball. Willie Mays, to me, is the easiest thread to pull through history.
Baseball is interesting in that if you follow baseball now, it's far below where the NFL is. Yep. NFL is America's pastime. It's where it's either basketball or baseball, number 2. Back then, it was easily baseball. And you never get, because of how long baseball has been around, you don't get those stories about Y.A. Tittle, even Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain. I mean, great players, Gale Sayers. I mean, you go back and name all the great players into the sports you want to. You don't get the same feeling when our grandparents or even great-grandparents who you may not even have known that passed down stories, you know, talk about Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig and Willie Mays and Jackie Robinson. It's just, it's Stan Musial. It's just something different. It feels different when you're talking old-time baseball because it meant a different thing to them back in that day. It'll be the same thing as, you know, our kids growing up and our grandkids growing up and talking about Jerry Rice and Joe Montana and Michael Jordan and LeBron James and Kobe Bryant, and you can go on and on. But for us growing up, those are the stories we heard because that was America's sport. When Willie Mays was more than likely the biggest sports star in the world at that time. You think about all the great players. I mean, there were some great NFL players in NBA, but baseball was king. And he was king of kings. And to think of him playing in San Francisco and doing the things he did, I don't think it's hyperbole to say we'll never see anybody like him again. And that's not the societal impact he had. That's just the arm, the power, the batting average, the speed, I mean, the fielding. This guy was how many guys can say they were 10 of 10 on everything? And this guy was just an incredible player. And the one thing when I watched the Say Hey special last night, they asked him at the end, are you the greatest ball player of all time? And he goes, I don't do that. That's not why I played this. You know, I played it because it was fun to play, and I love playing it, basically, is what he said. And I just thought that was really cool. Like, he just had a way about him. And in a way, when I was watching it, he reminds me a little bit of Steph, where everyone just loves him. Because it's easy to love a guy like that. A guy just out there having fun, doing jaw-dropping things that you just haven't seen before, and you feel like you feel good being a sports fan and fun. It's like fun watching him. And I can't even imagine. It's hard to even imagine what it was like back then watching him because, again, baseball was in such a different place. And after Jackie Robinson, I think you mentioned 30 players or so were in the league.
I was just guessing. I would imagine
probably around there. Yeah. There just wasn't that many African Americans in the game. And to see them kind of transform America's sport at the time, and he was at the forefront of it. I mean, that's just wild stuff. Like that kind of stuff, even though we will tell stories about the players of today, the only player I could say that would have a mythological quality would be Jordan. But you can't really do that because, we talked about Babe Ruth. There's just not that much footage of him, right?
Every time you see it, it's that weird sped up footage where it looks like he's running real quick, kind of. He's standing there swinging the bat kind of quickly.
Or he throws it and the hand's coming real quick.
Yeah.
It's like, it's just wild.
We've all seen the same Babe Ruth footage, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But there wasn't that much footage. There is. But when Willie Mays was playing, his TV was new and all that stuff. So the stories mean everything. And the baseball stories are just incredible. Reading the books, the John Shea book and all that. I mean, it's just really cool reading about him. So for people to say he was a giant, I mean, that means something. World Series are great, but when you can say one of the best that's ever played the game wore your hometown uniform and lived in your city, I think that resonates with people.
The Giants as an organization deserve credit for, everywhere you go in the ballpark, it's been we're season 25 now or whatever of that stadium. Everywhere you go in the ballpark, you're reminded of Willie Mays.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for those who don't, of course, the address, 24 Willie Mays Plaza.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a statue. He's the statue, right? I mean, he's the guy.
He's a
out
statue.
front. It's a different statue relative to all the, the Marichal one is sweet.
Center.
It's a different thing.
Yep.
I think that you go to other ballparks, like other classic teams, like, St. Louis, they do a great job honoring Stan Musial there, but Stan Musial didn't walk through that ballpark. He didn't watch games there at that Busch Stadium. It's just a completely different thing. For people who don't know, the palm trees out front, there's 24 of them. That brick wall in right field, 24 feet high. I mean, everywhere you go in the ballpark, you're reminded of who Willie Mays was. And part of what you're talking about, too, is when he retired, man, you got Babe Ruth at the top. Or excuse me, you had Hank Aaron at the top. I guess Hank Aaron wasn't even there yet, was he? Probably well on his way. I guess Willie ends in 73, so he was there. Because you go, bottom line is, when it's all said and done, for my whole life, until Barry passes him, it's Aaron, Ruth, and Mays. He had 660. He's the only guy in the 600s for a considerable amount of time. Now I think A-Rod's above him with 696. There's a few other guys there, but Mays ending his career and being right up at the top there is it's all part of his legend. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We're streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, and the app. We'll remember Willie Mays all afternoon today. We've got a great guest list. Ray Ratto will join us at 3:50. Ned Coletti, Larry Baer, and Bob Costas is going to stop by at 5:30 to talk about the legend that is Willie Mays. We've got a lot of great stuff that we're going to play for you. Some good sound. I found a really cool interview between Willie, Mickey, and the Duke from the 80s where they're sitting around telling stories on a couch. You should check out the whole thing. It's up on YouTube. It's a whole lot of fun. But we'll talk more about this when we come on back and get to more of your thoughts and your calls at 808 KNBR. The best ways to honor Willie Mays. We'll do that next on the Sports Leader. We're honoring the memory of Willie Mays all day long here on KNBR. Listen as we play classic interviews and highlights of the Say Hey Kid. Please let us know how much Willie meant to you at 415-808-KNBR or on our socials at KNBR.
From the diamond to the boardroom, Tolbert and Copes get down to business with Giant CEO Larry Baer. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We actually are going to make the connection with Larry Baer shortly here. I believe he's out getting ready to get to Rickwood if he's not there already. So we'll connect with Larry in just a few minutes to talk more about the life of Willie Mays. Though, and we will get to your calls to see Robert, Pugsley, a lot of you guys who are waiting on the phone lines. We're going to get to your calls. It is a good caller day to get your thoughts and your memories of the late, great Willie Mays, who passed away yesterday at the age of 93. One of my favorite things in the entire ballpark, Tom, is all the quotes that are all over the walls at Oracle, where there's just some random ones. It's like trying to hit a knuckleball is like trying to walk through a room in the dark and not bump into anything. It's stuff like that. There's a great one, though. It's a quote from Ted Williams. Because Willie Mays played 23, one of my favorite notes, 23 seasons, 24 All-Star games.
I know.
They used to play 2 All-Star games a year, and it was a major thing. Like I was telling you about that interview I watched with Willie, Mickey, and the Duke, and we'll play some of it for you a little bit later. There's a great story that Willie tells about the 1962 World Series where Horace Stoneham had a bet with Whitey Ford and Mickey Mantle about whether or not Whitey Ford would strike out Willie at all in the World Series because they'd faced each other in so many All-Star games, and Willie was hitting like 490 against him or something. This is what Mickey Mantle says. But those guys would face each other, and they took it seriously. But there's a quote from Ted Williams on the wall as you're coming down the escalator into the onto the main concourse on the field level, and it says they invented the All-Star game for Willie Mays, and it's Ted Williams. And you go, your favorite center fielder's favorite center fielder. There's that quote. I mean, the guys in the game viewed Willie Mays as like upper echelon. He was a different planet player.
Just different, right? I mean, it's just not that many guys, and there were some great players in that era. Great players.
I mean, some of the best ever. It might have been the golden era.
Yeah, and he was the best. And when those players acknowledge that, that means something. So, again, there wasn't anything he couldn't do. There just wasn't anything he couldn't do out there. It would have been awesome to be able to see him play. All I have is, clips, and we've seen a lot of them. But to go out there when all the games weren't on TV and be able to be at the ballpark and see him do some of the things that he did, pretty amazing stuff.
When you think Willie Mays, what do you think? Like, do you remember the first time you became aware of him as a kid?
Well, the two things I think of when I think of Willie Mays are the over the shoulder catch against Vic Wirtz,
54, yeah,
and then him playing stickball with the kids.
That's that image, that video, and then buying him ice cream.
Buying him ice cream. That was the one that really kind of stood out to me, and I love the fact during the documentary I was watching last night they showed Willie going to schools and talking to kids. And he just had a way with kids and just resonated with kids. And I always thought guys like Willie, Jackie Robinson, I don't want to, made it okay, may not be the right wording, but I'll use it anyway. Made it okay for young white kids to have black players as their favorite player. Because growing up, right, my favorite players in baseball were George Brett, Rod Carew.
Yeah.
My favorite player in basketball was David Thompson. Till I got older, then it was Magic. And in football, I had 3 of them. One was Dan Fouts, one was John Jefferson, and one was Paul Warfield. Like those were, and I had posters all in my room of most of those guys in the room. George Gervin was cool too. I had everybody had the Iceman poster,
the finger roll.
Yeah, but we didn't. It didn't matter to me. It's like who I liked and why I liked him just didn't matter if you were black or white. It's like if you're great, then it's okay to like emulate your game, pattern your game after him, and to think there was an era where that wasn't the case, that young white kids never even got to see black players, let alone them being their favorite players. And I'm sure with Willie it was a lot more so than Jackie because Jackie was the first. But you think about what Willie Mays did. Everybody loved Willie. I mean, everybody is a ball player. Now, I mean, we don't need to get into it. We can, but him trying to buy a house here, it's different when you go out in society. And then you're dealing with adults, and adults are a lot of times idiots. But as far as kids, they didn't care. They just loved Willie. And that's why I kind of made the comparison between him and Steph. He just had a joy about his game. Like watching him play out there, and just even watching the highlights, you could see the joy he was having in playing. The hat coming off, that's
wearing a size too big on purpose. Yeah,
Roman center field and all. I mean, it was just really, really cool, and I could see why people gravitated toward him, because he was just you go to the ballpark, you think you're going to see something special every single game. You always had that with Willie Mays. So those are the two things that I remember about him. Just the way he was with kids, and how kids kind of looked up to him and flocked to him, and the stickball, the ice cream, all that stuff, and then the over-the-shoulder catch. I mean, there's so many more things out there, but those were the two things. I said a couple days ago, when I was younger, I'd always have my dad throw me the ball over my shoulder to see if I could run and catch it over the shoulder. And why would you do that? Willie Mays.
Willie Mays, yeah.
Yep.
The basket catch. They say he never dove for a ball because he was always there.
Yeah.
Isn't that incredible? Never dove for a ball because he was always there. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call and to text. What did Willie Mays mean to you? Let's go out to Robert. Robert is in Sac. He's remembering the day he met Willie Mays. Rob, that's something I never got to do. Very cool, man. Tell us about it.
Well, I'm 70 years old now, and when I was a kid, when I was family of five kids, 2 adults, my dad would pack us into the station wagon. We'd drive up, the Candlestick, and we'd sit out there in the bleachers and ride field. You'd have to wear like a hoodie because the wind blowing in would freeze you, and you'd be sweating. You'd get sunburned because something's in your face. They were playing Milwaukee that day, and the Milwaukee batter hits like a 2-hopper out there to center field, and it's fielded. I look at the runner, he makes a big turn around second, and when the center fielder has got the ball kind of cocked in his arm, and the runner feigns like he's going to go to second, and the fielder like cocked his arm like he was going to get ready to throw, and the runner, I remember, kind of just sort of disrespectfully, I thought, he kind of just stood up and he kind of casually turned his back and he started walking towards first, and I remember the sequence. He got rid of the ball so fast, just wound, no big one, just boom, it's out of his hand. Second thing, that ball's traveling to first. It looked like Halley's Comet. You expect to see a vapor trail behind it. It was just like a 100-mile fastball going to first base from mid-center. And the runner turned his eyes over his shoulder to look, and I swear to God, I could see his eyes grow like, He dives into first, makes a big stretch, catches the ball, put the tags on him. The guy was safe, with a head first dive. And I turned and looked at my dad and said, "Who is that?" He said, "Oh, that's Willie Mays." And that's the first I ever, remember, hearing his name and all that stuff. And then later on, when we'd go to the ballpark, their parking was like to the left of the stadium. So they would park over there in the Cyclone area, and they'd have to walk over, through the crowd. And I used to, go over there, and I got Willie's autograph on my mitt. I remember that. And I remember Drysdale would never sign anybody's autograph, which helped make me hate the Dodgers for the rest of my life, and make me a Giant fan forever. But yeah, I love that story about Willie, because it was just, it's probably, I don't know, 8, 9 years old or something when that happened, and just everything about it was just seared in my memory. And I'm amazed that runner now at this age would have done that to Mays, because Mays already had a reputation for a heck of an arm by then. And believe me, I'll guarantee you he never did that to Willie Mays again.
Probably not, Robert. We appreciate the call. I mean, that's what we're talking about with Willie. I mean, he's a guy 70 years old telling us a story the first time he remembers hearing Willie Mays' name at a ball game, and he's with his dad. I mean, this is what I mean generationally, what the game of baseball does and what Willie Mays represents so beautifully. We've made the connection with Larry Baer. The Giants Executive Show is sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com, and by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high yields savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. Visit redwoodcu.org. Larry Baer joins us as he does every other week, courtesy of the UMA guest line. Larry, how are we today, man?
Wow, Adam, I'm doing okay. It's this has been what a full circle 24 hours for the entire organization, and I think in many ways the baseball community here that is gathered in Birmingham, Alabama.
We were talking about just the greatness of Willie Mays, and we're saying he's the ultimate 5-tool player. And I've been saying, I was watching the Say Hey special. I watched it again last night, the one on HBO. If you wanted to add a 6-tool intellect, don't you think you could put that up there as well? Because not only the other things he was great at, it seemed like he was usually the smartest player on the field as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he had a genius IQ, baseball IQ. going to add a seventh tool, Tom.
All right.
I think, which is joy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned that word.
Yeah. And, and just in all the folks that have come to us and we've talked to in the last 24 hours and including really the people that were very dear to Willie, his sort of team Willie, which were not, he didn't have a lot of financial advisors, lawyers, consultants. He had friends, and his friends were his go-tos. And that was really the same thing, kind of a simulated version or another version of when he played. And when he played, his friends were his teammates. And he played with joy. He just had this joy. And it doesn't seem like it's it's I wouldn't say it's a rare commodity now, but it just doesn't happen as much, where somebody just has this unbridled enthusiasm for the game and the fans and the players and then in life, I feel blessed. I'm speaking for literally hundreds of people, in the Giants family, if not thousands, who have touched Willie in the last 32 years since he's been in the front office. And I think about, pulling up to a game and bringing dozens of balls and throwing the signed balls to kids, calling kids and say, here, why don't you have this ball? Or, and I think you guys have seen this in the clubhouse in San Francisco or often in Scottsdale, just literally putting himself down in the middle of the clubhouse and talking to the minor leaguers who were just drafted or just trying to make the team. And it's just, but always in a joyful way and very little ego and a lot of love. So that tool, whatever you want to call it, it's that added to intellect and baseball IQ was a magical combination that who knows when we're going to see that again.
Well, it's funny, Larry, you mentioned joy, because I was talking about that with Willie Mays, and that came through in the documentary and the clips you see and all that. And I feel like we get to see that a little bit here in the Bay Area with Steph, because I see the joy that he plays with and that he brings people. And then I imagine Willie Mays doing that in a much different era and a much different time. But I also said you have to remember baseball was that was the biggest sport going back then. Like him and I would imagine him and Muhammad Ali were probably two of the biggest sports stars in the world at that point. And that baseball was a massive sport and everybody loved boxing back then. But to have that spotlight on you and then all the other stuff that you're dealing with and to play with that joy every single day was amazing. And it really comes through with the kids, with the stickball, the ice cream, the speaking to kids here in San Francisco, going to the schools. And there was just something where kids gravitated to Willie Mays. And I think a lot of that was the joy that he played with.
100%, Tom. And it's funny because in the last 24 hours and just in, just over time, you do think about who best resembles Willie just in terms of all that he represented to his sport or just sport in general. And I think Steph, frankly, is the person, because not only is there greatness, but there's smiles and there's the ability to say the right thing and do the right thing and make people feel good about your greatness, not in a way that's certainly just the opposite of off-putting.
Yeah, right? Not intimidating at all. No,
and Willie, was that way, and he was, in the stories you hear. We have a delegation with us here in Birmingham, and some of them didn't play with Willie, but they've heard the stories, and they're really affected, and they have relationships with Willie in his retired years, like Jeffrey Leonard and Randy Wynn. Dusty talks a lot about it, and you just the stories of. And Tom, you traveled with the professional team, so you know this doesn't always happen. I mean, we're on the road, and maybe this was more of a 50s, 60s, early 70s thing, but you're on the road, and you're the veteran, and hey, I'm taking you out to dinner. Let's go. This morning before the night game, let's go out and let's go shopping for suits. And he was famous for that. So he'd take the rookies and he'll get them suits and. At a celebrated place and, on the road in a city on the road. So, I mean, there was just that piece of it. but always in the right way. And it was just so we look for greatness on the field, but the greatness in the persona. And it's hard today. I think it's a little unfair because with all the social media scrutiny and all the examination, the dissection of everybody and everybody's move. But Steph has it. Steph has that magic as well. I really do believe it in the modern day world.
Talking to Larry Baer on the UMA guest line. Larry, I mean, we all know about Willie and Barry's connection and relationship and being Barry's godfather. What was it about he and Bobby's relationship? Because you're talking about him and the young guys. That worked the same way, right? I mean, Bobby had a lot of hype and was in some ways dubbed like the next kind of Willie Mays type player. And I know that put a lot of pressure on him, but he and Bobby had a great relationship, did they not?
No, he did. I mean, he would. I think the people. We had a beautiful mural exhibit here unveiled just about an hour ago here in Birmingham, where there's a big, larger than life. You'll see pictures of a mural, and we were talking about Willie through history, and we sort of the two players that stood out that he liked to talk about from his New York days and his San Francisco days were Monty Irvin in New York. Who kind of had Willie under his wing, and when Willie came up, and then Bobby Bonds in San Francisco, excuse me, and Bobby, there was a natural connection there that was really amazing. I mean, and obviously, Willie was a decorated MVP player, and Bobby was coming up in the mid '60s, and Willie took Bobby under his wing. But even so much so, and I think I remember talking to Bobby about it. He was our first base coach when our group bought the team in '93. And I think that there was, to the point where it was a little unfair to Bobby because they kept saying, the message was, you're the next Willie Mays. Hey, Bobby, you're the next Willie Mays. And there's, and they played next to each other in the outfield for many years. There was this one amazing play, I think it was 1970, where they collided, both of them with gloves above the fence, and Willie catching it, and Bobby sort of pirouetting around him. For me, that's just like an instant visual, and so they were very close. But I think it was a little. I don't know if the word unfair is right, but it was unfortunate that I think Bobby was dubbed the next Willie Mays, and there's really only one Willie Mays.
Yeah, there'll never be another Willie Mays. There'll never be a next Willie Mays. How instrumental was Willie in bringing Barry over from Pittsburgh?
I think it was a big deal. I think that the very first conversation with Barry, this is 1992 off season. When we actually spoke directly to Barry, his agent Dennis Gilbert was terrific because it doesn't really happen much now and didn't happen even that much then. He said, "Look, you're making your pitch. We didn't even own the team at that time. You're making your pitch for Barry. I want to make sure you guys are real, but why don't you talk to Barry?" So the first conversation I had with Barry about coming to the Giants as a free agent from Pittsburgh after the '92 season, Barry said in a choked up, emotional response on the phone, he said, "Look, if I can play and wear the uniform of my father and my godfather, that means the world to me." That was the first thing he said. And so I think Willie was, and so I think just the imagery around that, and then obviously, we had Willie reach out, and his father, who was actually coaching, I believe, in Cleveland at the time. But it was, I think it was a big deal. I think for Barry, being able to be in the uniform of his father and godfather was a very big deal.
Wasn't Willie willing to let 24 come down off the wall for Barry?
Yep, yes, he was.
How did that go down?
I know. I don't think we were willing.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was like a Barry. I mean, there were a lot of because Barry wore 24 in Pittsburgh. Right. And so, it just. By the way, I want to go back to something. I think Adam, you were saying about the stickball.
Yeah, right.
That image is so vivid, also in all these recollections of Willie. That think about this: you have a 1 o'clock. Let's say it's the 1 o'clock game. You're at the Polo Grounds, okay, and you play, and games were fast then. So maybe it was a 2-hour game, 2.5-hour game, right? So game over 3:30. You go into the clubhouse, you shower. Willie lived in the neighborhood, so it was literally a walk from the polo grounds. But what do? You shower, you walk home. You're not getting in an Uber in the 1950s. What do? Of course, you go play ball with the kids in the neighborhood. How about that? I mean, how about just that?
No,
it's as cool as it gets.
No.
You know? And you've seen those pictures up, and we have them around the ballpark, and you see them throughout the Willie's memories. That was Willie. He wasn't doing it because people were taking pictures of it. He was doing it because that's what he enjoyed doing, is playing ball with the kids in the neighborhood.
What was it about? So you and Peter get the team. How early on, I would imagine pretty darn early, that you said, hey, we need to get Willie involved here. We need to get him back into the fold, back into the organization. And why did you guys decide that would be important?
So it's a really good question. So what happened was, and if you remember this, Bowie Kuhn, the commissioner of baseball in the 80s, had banned both Willie and Mickey Mantle from working for clubs because they had had a job basically playing golf for Bally's in Atlantic City with clients of Bally's in Atlantic City, and everybody pretty much knew. I mean, it's ironic now here with gaming such a big part of professional sports, but in those days it was like, okay, well, what is their risk? Yeah. And the commissioner thought there was risk. I think everybody was realizing as we were taking over the team that it was crazy that Willie was, not part of baseball. We reached out to Bud Selig and said, who was the interim commissioner at the time, and we want to hire Willie and give him a lifetime contract. And Bud Selig, I think about a year earlier had indicated that this was, the Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays bands should come off. And we just said, Willie, your job is to be yourself and just come in. Here's a lifetime contract. So it was right at the beginning, actually, in the spring training 1993, our first year.
By the way, they blew that. That should have been Pete Rose's job to play golf with the guys at Bally's. I mean, come on.
Off that bat.
Is there a more perfect fit? I mean, geez.
And if you know Willie, I mean, he was just a guy that whether you're having a beer in a bar or you're going playing golf, he's just a guy that you shooting the bull with. And he was great in that sense too. He's just a lot of fun to be around, and that's what they were hiring him to do. He didn't know anything about what gamblers were doing or not doing.
Yeah.
Well, so Larry, it's obviously it's a sad day, I think, for everybody, but it's also in a weird way an awesome way to honor Willie Mays tomorrow. We thought he'd be a part of it. He won't be, but it's fitting that the baseball world nationally gets to celebrate Willie tomorrow as part of the Rickwood
I got
game.
chills. You're right, Copes. I mean, we all got chills when we after the initially being stunned. We were thinking, the thought, frankly, is that, Willie couldn't be here physically, couldn't be in Birmingham physically, couldn't be at Rickwood Field where he first played professionally, physically. And this is his way. He wants to be there spiritually with Bobby Bonds and Monty Irvin. And in a strange way, as you say, this was his way of coming to, bringing everybody to Birmingham, and it was this perfect time for him to, be part of the coming home. And it's just amazing here to see what everybody the way people are coming together to honor Willie, and just encourage everybody to watch tomorrow at 4:00, and we are opening the ballpark. I should mention, I'm not sure, I don't know if you've had this out there, but we are opening the ballpark at noon tomorrow for anybody that wants to come and, sign a book and walk in center field and watch the game. We'll have the ballpark open from noon till 8 p.m. And we'll also have the Willie Mays Experience, the Say Hey Experience across the street on King Street, open at 10 a.m. Tomorrow. And we just encourage people to, pay their respects in the immediate aftermath in that way, and then down the line we'll have other services.
I imagine that it will be a good turnout for that. I'm going to get down there tomorrow as well. Well, Larry, soak it all in at Rickwood. We will continue to honor Willie here on KNBR, and we will celebrate tomorrow at the Rickwood game and at Oracle Park, the life of Willie Mays.
Thank you so much, Adam and Tom.
Thank you, Larry.
We'll talk to you later, Larry. More to come here. Tolbert and Copes.
Do you think, by the way, they're rolling back the prices at Rickwood to honor Willie Mays' 1948 prices?
Wait, what, we going back to it's like a
nickel hot dog?
It's like an Augusta National. Yeah. I'm going to go with no.
Yeah, I'm going to go with no, too.
Tolbert and Copes with you. Pete in Monterey, Troy in Scotts Valley. I see you guys waiting. We want to get to more of your calls and more of your thoughts. I had to pull an audible there as Larry was getting on the plane, I believe, to head out to Rickwood to Birmingham, Alabama to celebrate the 24 All-Star appearances, 12 Gold Gloves, 2 MVPs and World Series championship, and of course the life of the greatest player to ever play the game of baseball, Willie Mays. What did Willie Mays mean to you? More of your thoughts at 808 KNBR next on the Sports Leader. The Giants are opening Oracle Park to the public tomorrow at 12 noon. Come by to watch the Giants game at Rickwood Field against the Cardinals and honor the memory of Willie Mays.
and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's Osteen throwing 2-2. Mays sends a drive to deep right field. Far back is Bell. It's over his head, going to the fence. 3 runs would score. Pursuit scores. Davenport scores. Amalfitano falls, but he scores. And Mays wheels into third with a triple. Now he's breaking for the plate. Willie Martin throws. Mays scores.
That was a Willie Mays inside the park grand slam. How about that, from 1960? An off the wall inside the park grand slam. As we remember Willie Mays, lots more sound to come. We also are going to catch up a few more guests today. Ray Ratto is going to join us at 3:50. Ned Coletto at 4:30, and Bob Costas at 5:30 will join us to talk more about Willie Mays. Let's go out to the phone lines here at 808 KNBR. A few people have been waiting for a while. Let's go to Pete. Pete is in Monterey. He's been waiting for quite some time. Pete, Willie Mays story you have for us. What did Willie Mays mean to you, man? Tell us the story.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. A story about Willie Mays that was kind of obscure is Willie went to my father, I think, in 1965. My father is the manager of the Maserati and Ferrari dealership in San Francisco. Willie wanted a Maserati, and he wanted it in pink. And my dad tried to accommodate him, and he wanted an automatic. And Maserati didn't have automatics available at that time, but they did agree to sell Willie a car that was unpainted. I guess Willie thought about it for a while, and through a long process decided it was more trouble than it was worth, since the Maserati was 3 times the price of a Cadillac. But as an apology, he gave my dad an autographed glove and a baseball. But it would have been an interesting footnote if the residents of the city would have seen Willie Mays driving around in a pink Maserati.
I appreciate the call.
That's
Pete.
great. Hey, you still got the hookups?
You got that hooker for the pink Maserati. We did have a pink Cadillac. He did have a pink Cadillac. I know that it comes up in a story that he was talking about with Mickey Mantle. We'll tell you. We'll play that for you a little bit later. I want to get to Troy in Scotts Valley. Troy's been waiting for a while as well. Troy, there was a story Larry Baer was talking about colliding with Bobby Bonds, Willie, and Bobby in the outfield. What do you remember about that?
I was there at that game. I was like 12 years old, and it was it's even more amazing than an over-shoulder catch. And even Howard Cosell said, this is the best play that ever happened. Because, no, seriously. No, it was Willie Mays' ball the whole time. He just went 15 degrees to the right. And then Barry Bonds just gave him a headshot. And then that was it. It was over. And then Barry Bonds.
Bobby Bonds.
Two outs. I think there was only 2 outs, and Barry Bonds picked up the ball and threw it into second base, right?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, all right. Well,
or Bobby.
Thank you. Or Bobby did it. Yeah, thanks, Troy.
I remember the highlight of that. Yeah. The funny thing, I think Willie Mays said that the over-the-shoulder catch wasn't even in his top 10, which is classic. Not even in my top 10.
I made better ones than that.
That catch was incredible because when they show it on TV, Bobby Bonds is in the frame, Willie isn't. And then Willie comes screaming from the left side of the TV frame. It's like, whoa, where's he going? And then he just jumps over Bobby and catches it, and they collide, and he holds on to it. And that was a funny clip, a funny bit from the documentary. Barry Bonds said that he was at the game, and he was mad at his dad for hurting Willie.
What are you doing, Pops? Come on. That's Willie Mays, dude. Get out of the way.
That's my God. What are we doing out there? Let him catch the ball.
I see a couple more callers waiting on the line. We will get to plenty more of your calls. Anybody wants to be heard, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. It is a fun part of getting to do this job is to hear some of these stories and to get to talk and hear memories and things and different perspectives, and then to kind of know that the stories that were told to me from my mom and uncles and grandfather are what everybody feels about that same player, and that player that we remember today is Willie Mays. More sound from Willie, great stuff from his career, and more of your thoughts on what Willie Mays meant to you and what it'll mean to talk about Willie Mays going forward. Rickwood game tomorrow. The Giants are open in the ballpark. Everybody can go honor and celebrate the great Willie Mays. More of your thoughts next on the Sports Leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now the 2-0 delivery, and Mays sends another one. Tell it, bye-bye, baby. Aaron doesn't even move. It's going far up into the center field bleachers. Willie Mays has tied a record, 4 home runs in a game. And here he comes loping around, and County Stadium is going mad.
That's Willie Mays' 4-homer game, April 30th, 1961. Hit 4 homers. Well, here he comes, limping around. I love that we have access to all those old calls. 808 KNBR is the number to call as we remember Willie Mays. By the way, we are going to tell you how you can win some tickets to go see the Stone Temple Pilots and Our Lady of Peace. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win. That's going down on August 16th at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord. Again, 415-896-KNBR. When you hear the cue to call, and if you're caller 10, you'll win tickets to see the Stone Temple Pilots live in Our Lady of Peace. It's the L&T Ball and Bone concert. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Say, hey, fellas, what's your name? Say who? Say Willie.
There you go. Swinging at the plate. You hear that one more time, that little soundbite there. You be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, and the tickets are yours. I want to, before we get to a few more calls, I want to get to Flem last night, breaking the news about Willie Mays' passing on the air during the game. So Giants and Cubs are playing last night. We all find out during the game that Willie Mays has passed away, and here's it's a bummer that Kruk and Kuiper are not out there. They were a part of the pregame ceremonies today, or the pregame festivities today on NBC Sports Bay Area. But having Dave Fleming there to be able to break this news, I think, was good for Giants fans. Here's what it sounded like.
I'm having a hard time saying the words, but we found out just a little while ago, and the Giants have now made an announcement. Here's a ground ball to second. Estrada throws out Pete Crow Armstrong, the all-time greatest Giant. Number 24, Willie Mays, has passed away today at the age of 93. And right as we get ready to head to his hometown and honor the great Willie Mays, we have to say goodbye. So we'll step aside here for a moment and come back, and the ball game will continue. And obviously we're going to talk a lot more about Willie tonight and over the next many, many days. I hate to be the one to have to pass that news along, but Willie Mays today has died at the age of 93. We'll be back on the KNBR Northern California Honda Dealers Radio Network.
Man.
Yeah, give it up for Dave for making it through that. And it was a combination of kind of professionalism getting through it, and the pain he was feeling, and it just the emotions he was feeling. I thought that was really, really well done, because he could have very easily just not gotten through it. But that was, it all came through on the radio.
Yeah, man.
I didn't get a chance to listen to it live. I was watching it. I'll give you not that it's a funny day, but I'll give you a funny story. I'm watching it on TV, and I found out Derek sent me
sent us the tweet
that Willie Mays had passed. And I'm watching it on TV, and I'm thinking, are these guys going to say anything about it? Like, do they not? John, I think it was John. It's like, surely some of it, or maybe it's. When are these guys going to talk about it? Are they going to talk about Willie Mays just passed away?
Oh, I know what happened. I
was 30 minutes behind.
I was just saying, you had to fast forward, dude. Yeah, you were there. Yeah, dude.
I was 30 minutes behind.
I was like, Tom, recording the game, classic, dude. I was like, I know exactly what happened.
I had no idea. It just didn't hit me. I didn't put 2 and 2 together. And then when they finally got to it, I go, God, it seemed like kind of late, like 40 minutes after that they finally got around to talking about it. And then I paused it just for a second, and then I saw all the red line. I'm like, oh, damn, I'm like 40 minutes behind.
Yeah, but
I go, my bad, fellas. You didn't hear me, but my bad.
He's tweeting and texting DC. What the hell's going on?
What are you guys doing over
there? Get this together, man. Get it together. We got a show to run. 808 KNBR is the number to call if you've got thoughts or memories on what Willie Mays meant to you. If you've listened to KNBR for a long time, this is a name you recognize as a caller. Bowler Bob in Brisbane. Bowler Bob in Brisbane joins us. What's going on, Bowler Bob? How are you, man?
I am wonderful, thank you, especially given the circumstance. Great to talk with you, Copes. Great to talk with you, Tommy.
Yep.
Yeah, as you know, I've been a lifelong Giants fan. Yep. I'll be 70 years old this coming Saturday.
Nice. Happy birthday.
And,
happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. So this is my 63rd season as a Giants fan. I was there at opening day at the Stick on April 10th, 1962, as the Giants were taking on the Milwaukee Braves against Warren Spahn. And it was an amazing day right off the top. It's the first inning. It's 2 outs. Warren Spahn throws a pitch. Willie crushes it between left and center. Wow. And I'm like, yeah. And they were off and running. They ended up winning that game, a 6-0 shutout. They chased Warren Spahn after 3 2/3 innings. And I just figure every Giants game was going to be like that. Well, lo and behold, by the time we get to the Yankees in the World Series and they lose that Game 7, my little 8-year-old dreams were crushed. But really, I mean, to see that, to feel that, to see that crowd, 38,000 of us just going wild. So fast forward 40 years later, the Giants are now in the World Series. It's 2002. There's a rally at Justin Herman Plaza, and all the Giants greats are there, and Joe Satriani's playing the Star-Spangled Banner, and at this time I'm working for Bill Graham Presents. So Mary Condi from Bill Graham's Special Events has me. She asked me, can you get Willie Mays to sign Joe's guitar with his Sharpie? And I go, what? Why do you think he's going to do it for me? She goes, because you're Bowler Bob. And I'm like, okay.
Well, Willie Mays knows. Yeah, he's a Bowler Bob in Brisbane, right? Yeah.
Right. So, you know, I just suck it up. I go, Willie, would you mind signing Joe Satriani's guitar? And Willie says, Joe who? I go, the guy that just played the Star-Spangled Banner. He goes, oh, yeah, sure. He takes the Sharpie. He signs his white guitar. Now, sitting next with him is Juan Marichal, Orlando Cepeda, and Willie McCovey. And they're all like, yeah, we'll sign it too. And I'm thinking, this cannot be happening. This is unbelievable. So Willie shakes my hand. My friend Ted Mannion takes a photo of me and Willie shaking hands. And then Mary decides to go to the well one time too many. I got this tray of baseballs. You think you can get him to sign that? I'm like, come on, are you kidding me? Really? She goes, you got him to do that. Sure enough, Willie starts signing the baseballs. So I still have it, a baseball with all 4 of their signatures from that day.
Way to shoot your shot.
Moment, oh, my God.
If you wouldn't have asked, you would have missed out on an opportunity.
Thank you. You know, Willie was just such the awesome, magnanimous dude on and off the field. So for me to experience him playing, you know, all through, you know, my high school year, 71, you know, when they go to the postseason, only to lose to the Pirates, but still, Willie will always be the man, the San Francisco greatest. And so, yeah, and as you know, I got to walk in 3 Giants World Series parades. So my life is complete, but I'm going to live to be 100, and I'll be a 100-year-old Giant fan.
Thanks, Bob.
Bob. By the way,
appreciate it, man.
Warren Spahn getting chased 3 2/3. He could pitch today. You know what I mean? I was like,
I thought he was going to say when he had the other Hall of Famers sitting there, I thought he was going to pull the Borat. No, not you.
No, not you guys.
Just him.
By the way, Warren Spahn.
You.
That's funny. He got him on opening day, April 10th, 1962, at Candlestick Park. I believe Warren Spahn is who he got his first big league hit off of. He was 0 for 12 to start his career, and he was crying in Atlanta, like in the clubhouse. And Leo, the story is that DeRocher told him, long as I'm the manager, you're my center fielder. Yep. You don't have to hit. You just got to go make sure you catch everything in the outfield. That's why you're here. And I think the next day he went out and hit a home run off of Warren Spahn for his first big league hit. And then I think he had like another offer for another couple of weeks or something. But he figured it out. How about this? We'll go out to New Zealand. This is how far Willie Mays touches, man. Yeah. Steve is in New Zealand. We love our transcontinental calls on Tolbert and Copes. Steve in New Zealand, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, man?
Hey. Thanks for taking my call. You know, I listen to this show every day, and I have for, well, as long as I've been in New Zealand, really, 30
Appreciate
years.
that.
35 years. So when the Giants moved to San Francisco, my life started. And I lived down in the peninsula, Menlo Park. And me and my big brother, we'd sometimes not go to school. We'd put our books in the bushes.
Good for you.
And then we'd catch the Greyhound and go up to Candlestick Park. And the bleachers at that time in right field was 90 cents. And hot chocolate was only 10 cents. And you needed that, too, because it was really cold. But it was just, all it was like one of those wire fences, cyclone fence they call it, I think. Anyway, I thought, I'm going to go out and shake hands with Willie Mays in center field. And it's a stupid thing to do, but I was 10 years old, and I looked about 7. So I could get away with it. I'm up over the fence. It's the top of the 9th. They're just warming up out there. I come up behind Willie, and I tap him, probably in the lower back, because that's about as far as I could reach. He turns around, and he looks down, and he goes, "Hey, what are you doing here?" And big smile on his face. I said, "I came out to shake your hand." He gives me his hand. I reach up. We shake hands, and the crowd's going crazy. In those days, it wasn't a terribly stupid thing as it would be today. But anyway, Willie says, "Well, they're going to throw you out of the game now." I said, "Oh, that's all right. I don't mind." And with that, I go back over the fence, and sure enough, they take me to the office and give me a good scolding, and they didn't smack me around too much at all. And that was my big claim to fame for quite a few years. Then my big brother, who was actually big, even though he's just a couple years older than me, but he was quite big even for his age. So he was a Willie McCovey fan. So he thinks, okay, this is like a year or two later. Willie McCovey was playing left field, and we were over somehow we were in the left field.
Did he try the same thing, Steve? Did he try to hop over to Willie McCovey?
We did the same thing. So I've got a story, and because can I swear on?
You can, Steve. We do have to run too. We got to run, Steve. I do appreciate the call. Appreciate you asking if you could swear before just doing it.
That was very polite.
Very polite.
Yeah,
can I curse?
You go to New Zealand, you learn politeness.
Yeah, that's it. No, we do appreciate the call, Steve. We just got to run now. We are going to catch up with our guy Ray Ratto. He'll stop by in just a minute. I got time for another call here. Let's go to Harry. Harry's in San Jose. He's been waiting to tell his Mays story. What's going on, Harry? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I met Willie Mays in 1962. They used to come down to San Jose, Santa Clara every year and play the Santa Clara Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
And I was the bat boy for the Broncos in 1962. And we're walking from the clubhouse, and here comes Willie Mays. He throws me a baseball. It's an autograph. Willie Mays, as I was growing up, and in 1962, I'm 70 now, so that shows you I was about 8 or 9 years old then. Willie Mays, my dad always drilled in my head that Willie Mays was his favorite ball player. So Willie Mays has always been my favorite ball player. That's the only thing. He just threw it to me. He says, hey, son, here, and threw me the baseball. So I just wanted to get that across.
That's awesome.
Appreciate the call, Harry. Cool. That's what I was saying earlier about the connection to baseball, your family. How many people here have called in and said what their age was and said it was with their dad or their older brother? These are the things that connect you to the game of baseball. These are the stories that you want to have to be able to tell. And you don't want to have to tell them in a way that is sad, but you remember immediately your memories and your connection and the way that player touched you. And for me, it's the connection to my grandpa and to my mom and to my uncles and all that. So we continue to remember Willie Mays. We got a bunch of great more guests coming up. Ned Coletti's going to join us at 4:50. Ray Ratto in just a few minutes. Bob Costas at 5:30. That'll be a great one to talk to Costas. We're still giving away those tickets to the Stone Temple Pilots. More on Willie Mays, the great career and legacy here in San Francisco as the all-time greatest Giant, maybe the greatest who ever played the game. We'll talk about it with Ray Ratto next on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow, John Shea, and Brandon Crawford joined Murph and Marcus this morning to share their memories of the late Willie Mays. Listen to all of those podcasts. They're available now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I'm Ray Ratto, and this is a minute about a serious shut up.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 1045 at 680.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Always a pleasure to welcome in Ray Ratto. You can read his prose on The Defector, and a man that's been in the Bay Area a long, long time and has seen a lot of things. So we thought it'd be nice to get his perspective on kind of Willie Mays and his impact on baseball, his impact here in the Bay Area. Ray, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. So what do you remember about him? And I'm wondering, did you follow him when you were younger? There's so many people I talk to now that are around your age that was their guy. Like, they loved Willie Mays and loved everything about Willie Mays and the way he played. I'm just wondering what you remember about him, especially from your youth.
I remember more than anything else that he was the link to basically about 7 different decades of baseball. He's a link to the Negro Leagues. He's a link to the westward migration of the major leagues. He was part of the greatest generation of players I think ever produced, when finally every team in the major leagues realized that black players make the game immeasurably better. There was everything about him that told you about the past of baseball, and his link to Barry Bonds, which told you about the present and future of baseball. So that he really resonated for longer and in more ways than I think any other player.
I made the comparison to Steph Curry in that I think Willie Mays, at least from the highlights and the stories, I got a chance to watch the doc again last night, the HBO documentary, seemed to play with a sense of joy. Like, it was fun for him and people gravitated toward him. It didn't really matter what color you were, especially kids. Kids loved Willie Mays, and he loved them. We all remember the stickball, and in the documentary, Ray, they were showing him speaking to at schools, speaking to kids and stuff like that. And the joy really kind of jumped out at me. Did that resonate as much when you were younger or with Willie Mays back then? Because the thing I said, too, is it's interesting, and obviously society was in a much different place, but baseball was the number one sport. I could imagine, you correct me if I'm wrong, that him and maybe, Muhammad Ali were the 2 biggest sports stars of the era. There's a couple you could throw in there, but he's one of them, certainly. But did that joy kind of resonate and that gravitational pull?
It was the one thing I think that separated him from the other great players of his era, that he played with an outward joy that I'm sure had its own sort of inner conflicts, because
Sure.
It was still difficult to be a black player in the 60s. But Henry Aaron looked all business. Frank Robinson, sort of had a thin veneer of edge to him. But Mays was the one guy who, just with his playing style, had a sense of, hey, I'm here to entertain too. I mean, the basket catch, the way he ran from first to third. He was effervescent at a time when that was frowned on in baseball and really in most sports. And it's an apt comparison to Muhammad Ali, because he operated outside that sort of, narrow paradigm as well.
Yeah.
And I think it was, Mays was a more subtler influencer that way, but he did not mind showing the fact that ultimately this was supposed to be fun. And that, I think, made him sort of stand out. That and the fact that he was better at everything than everybody else in terms of, just baseball tools. I mean, he could do all 5 things exceptionally well. He was sort of a manager from center field on some Giants teams in the mid-'60s. It's just, you knew that whatever it was that he was doing, it was better than anybody else was going to be able to do. And not by much, because, again, like I said, the 60s were the most fertile time for greatness in the history of the game. So, yeah, that's the thing that made him stand out in a field of great players.
Yeah.
We're talking to Ray Ratto on the UMA guest line. Ray, I know over time, when it comes to Hall of Fame voting, there's weird stuff that happens. There's only one guy in the history of baseball that's hit 100% on his first time on the ballot. That's Mariano Rivera. was like 20-something people who didn't vote for Willie Mays his first time on the ballot. You ever meet any of those people?
Oh, yeah. And their explanation, which was never convincing, but I believe there was the level of orthodoxy to it at the time, was that nobody should be a first ballot Hall of Famer because nobody had been.
Like, come on.
I mean, it's an indefensible paradigm, but it was fairly common then. I mean, 23 people, viewed him as insufficient, which is, it's clearly madness. And it frankly is a good thing that finally wore out. But no, at the time, it didn't make sense, yet it made sense because of precedent, which is one of the reasons why precedent isn't all that compelling an argument.
Will we ever, especially in light of the way baseball is played today, are we ever going to see, and even if it wasn't played that way today, are we ever going to see anybody who checks the boxes so highly, 10 power, 10 hitting, 10 arm, 10 fielding, 10 running? I mean, you could argue all day if you want to about the greatest player of all time, but I don't know that I don't think there is an argument who the greatest all-around player is of all time, and I don't know that we're ever going to see anybody like that, especially in light of the way the game is played today, that can do all those things and do them better than just about everybody.
I think there's a possibility, and we're still at least a decade away from making this assessment, but there's a possibility that Shohei Ohtani could be that guy, but he has to stay healthy as a pitcher as well as a hitter, and he's already got one injury that's keeping him from pitching this year. So, I think it's really unlikely, but I am loath to say never, just because baseball's been going on for 160, 170 years, and there's always a second to everybody. But I would say, other than Ohtani, I do not know of anybody who could do all the things that Mays could do. Maybe an outlier might be Mookie Betts, although at this point, he's 31. I don't know how many more years he has of being an elite player at, multiple positions, doing multiple things well. But Ohtani, to me, has a chance. But that's what I would describe it as a chance, because you're asking a high bar.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I wouldn't include Ohtani because he's different, right? With the pitching separates him. You can't even include the fielding with Ohtani because he's not in the field. I think the only comparison could have been made was Mike Trout if he had stayed healthy, but Mike Trout's arm isn't nearly what Willie Mays' arm is. That's the thing that really jumps out to me about him as a player, Ray. It's like everything was a 10, and I think in baseball it's an 80. Why? I have no idea, because it's baseball. Let's stop at 80. Not 100, but 80. Anyway, I'll get off on a tangent. But everything was like an 80. No, what's so stupid? 80. Okay, I'm going to get myself going again. But everything.
2080, by the way.
Yeah, like, arm 80, speed 80, hitting for power 80, and fielding 80. Like, it's hard to imagine that everybody. I could see guys with 380s, maybe the occasional 480s, but to have 5 of them, it's wild to think that type of talent could be in one body.
Well, when you think of it, though, there are a lot of guys in his era who were that guy. I mean, Roberto Clemente was that guy. Maybe a 75 in power. Maybe a 72 if you want to use Canadian scale.
Nice. Thank you.
But, Robinson, to be sure, Ernie Banks, there were a lot of guys who ticked off those boxes. But in all of those areas, Mays was just a little bit better at all of them. And when people make the comparison, well, what about Barry Bonds? Well, the one thing he lacked was an arm.
Yep.
That's why being a great player at all 5 skill sets is so rare. And if you think about it, he's 3rd in career WAR, and the only 2 people ahead of him are Barry Bonds and Babe Ruth. And this does not include the 2 years that Mays lost when he was in the service.
Right.
So he could be that guy, even with modern metrics.
Yeah.
So, that's a takeaway that I always come away with. Just they stole 2 of his prime years so that they could basically say, we need you in the Army so you don't have to go to Korea.
Talking to Ray Ratto on the Uma guest line. In the Willie, Mickey, and the Duke, Willie's got to be on top of that three, right?
I don't think there's any debate. I don't know that that Mickey Mantle ever thought that he was better than Mays. And once their careers were over, and Duke Snider was a great player, but not nearly what Mays was. I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah.
But they just happened to be playing at the same time in the same town, and they were all really good at their position. It's just that Mays was better.
Was he unfairly criticized for not being as outspoken as Jim Brown, Bill Russell, Jackie Robinson, Muhammad Ali? No one's that outspoken. But was he unfairly criticized? Because I've always thought, Ray, that, like, I mean, some guys have it in them, some guys don't have it in them, and he did it in a different way. Like, I really appreciated watching that doc, seeing him speak to kids, and just kind of getting kids of all races to not only follow baseball, but follow a black man and enjoy watching a black man play and kind of open your eyes. I even said that Willie Mays is part of the reason that I was able to, root for black guys, or is okay for young white kids to root for black guys, because most of my favorite players were black players in all sports. I think he did more maybe than people give him credit for, but because he wasn't as outspoken as some others in terms of race, that he gets criticized for it. Was it unfair?
I don't know if it was unfair. He wasn't as voluble as Jim Brown and Kareem and other people like that, and certainly Ali. He was who he was, and if he made a difference in a more subtle way, he still made a difference.
Yeah.
So I don't really grade that way. Whether are you loud enough? To me, if you're doing positive things, however you're doing them, it means you're not being a negative.
Yeah.
I think that's sort of how you value it, because not everybody was comfortable doing that, but he also didn't shy away from the issues. He was who he was, and I don't know that holding him responsible for not being Muhammad Ali makes a lot of sense. Michael Jordan, another guy who never made that leap. Some guys simply are not equipped for that, either sort of personality-wise or other situationally. He was who he was. Did he stand in the way of racial justice? At no point. Was he a deterrent to greater rights for black players? Absolutely not. So, I don't look at that as a reasonable paradigm.
When you think Willie Mays, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Is it the catch? Is it 660? What's the number one thing when you think Willie Mays?
The fact that he took more pride in the throw after the catch.
Yeah.
Because it's a sign of somebody who understood baseball at a higher level. Because when he makes the catch, everybody remembers that. And then the way he gets the ball back to the infield so swiftly is that while he's running to make the catch, he's already thinking about what the next move is. And that in that way, in a generation of great baseball thinkers, he might have been the greatest of them all. That's the one that stands out to me.
And I saw a picture last night on Twitter. It was him shaking Ty Cobb's hand, which I had endless questions about, by the way.
Still do.
But it looked like Willie Mays had Hulk hands, like those phony Hulk hands you get at the ballpark to hold beer with, compared to Ty Cobb's hands. I think it was part of an illusion based on where the camera was situated, but his hands were massive. And that's the one thing you always hear about people that meet Willie, was the Willie handshake. And I met him at Scottsdale one time, and I still remember not being ready for the handshake. And it's like, if you're not ready for it, you might break a bone. But his hands were massive, and his grip, I mean, is that one thing that did people talk about that back then, just his hands? Because we talk about all his attributes and his skills and this and that. I always wonder how much his hands played a part in that, because they were massive and apparently they were strong as hell.
I don't remember anybody making a thing of it because size in baseball back then was not really considered something you needed to look for when you were scouting.
Yeah.
Everybody had respect for the fact that his fast twitch muscles were remarkable, as every great player's, fast twitch muscles are remarkable. But I don't remember people pointing out he's a better player than everybody else because his hands are cartoonish.
Yeah.
They more remarked on his speed, and they remarked on, his ability at the plate to think through things. It was largely the whole package, and it really wasn't, like anything about his body in particular that I think people fixated on.
Well, when people ask me about you, I always talk about your fast twitch muscles.
Yeah, one of them. Timmy.
Were you a Willie Mays fan growing up?
Well, you couldn't not be. And it wasn't. I was not a Giants fan, but you get to watch Mays, and he gave me an appreciation for Aaron and Clemente and Robinson and the other great players of that era, because he was sort of the template by which you could see their greatness. But I didn't never turn down a chance to see him because there weren't that many chances. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of baseball on television back then. You'd get 9 games from your stadium every year. You might get the odd, Saturday game of the week. And the rest of the time, if you wanted to see Mays, you had to go out to the ballpark. So when you got a chance to see him, you cherished it. For the same reason, you went to the ballpark, you might cherish seeing Sandy Koufax or Bob Gibson.
I remember you told me once you weren't a Giants fan. You were a Cardinal fan, right?
No, I wasn't a Cardinal fan. I liked the jersey, but that was it. I never rooted for the Cardinals or against them.
Who were you a fan of?
I've never been a fan of a team. I like the game.
I still think that's crap.
In fact, and I hate all fans.
Well, I know you hate all fans. That's a given. Ray's favorite years were the
fans didn't have teams, so I could have a favorite team.
Ray's favorite sports years were the COVID years where no fans were allowed in the building.
Even then, I think they pandered too much to the public.
Ray Ratto with us on the Yuma guest line. You can read him in the Defector. Ray, I appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much today.
Thank you, Ray.
Yeah, you won't. Yeah, no, don't think.
Thank you, no.
Thank you,
Don't
Ray.
thank me.
Love you.
Change of plans. We are still going to catch up at 4:50 with Ned Coletti, 5:30 with Bob Costas. How about this? Dwayne Kuiper called in during that interview. Dwayne Kuiper joins us next on the Sports Leader. We're honoring the memory of Willie Mays all day long here on KNBR. Listen as we play classic interviews and highlights of the Say Hey Kid. Please let us know how much Willie meant to you at 415-808-KNBR or on our socials at KNBR.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Up on top. He's into the stretch. He throws to Mays. There it goes. It's going to tie the ball game. Tell it 5-5, baby. The man is unbelievable. Look at that dugout. Willie Mays hitting number 501.
We'll be playing highlights for you all day long as we celebrate the life of Willie Mays, one of the greatest to ever do it. It's always a pleasure to have on our next guest. Apparently he does read his text messages. Happy birthday, Kuip.
What's up, Kuip?
That's right. It is my birthday, and I can do whatever I want. I can eat whatever I want today. I can talk to whoever I want today.
Well, I'm honored then that you decided to give us a buzz.
Thanks for coming on, man.
And I'm chosen to talk to you guys.
Well, I definitely appreciate.
By the way,
yeah,
you know those highlights are great to listen to the old announcers.
Yeah.
And I believe that's Russ Hodges. I think there's a pretty distinct, different style with Russ and Lon. But they both sound great. They really do.
By the way, what are you deciding to eat on your birthday?
Well, I'm sitting at a pizza place right now, waiting for the family.
Nice, nice. Never a bad day to go pizza. You know what? Go ahead.
When you're from Wisconsin, you always look for reasons why calories shouldn't matter. And today is a day where they're not going to matter.
Damn right. Nor should they.
So anyway, and I was also going to say, listen, I heard you and Ray and you guys talking about obviously Willie and the people in his generation. But remember, I was born and raised in Wisconsin, and we cannot forget about the guy that probably had as many tools as he did, and that's Hank Aaron.
That's true. There's no doubt.
Willie lost a couple of years in the service. I don't think Hank Aaron did. And if you put two more solid young years on Mays, he probably hits as many home runs as Aaron.
Yeah.
But when you're 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, and you have people trying to tell you that maybe Willie Mays is better than your guy, you're like, that's not possible.
No doubt about it.
But then, look, you grow up a little bit, and then you start to see the game in a different way, and then you become part of the Giants organization, and you get the fact that he was the elite of the elite group, and Ray Rattle's right. I mean, that generation of ball players. I mean, every team had one or two that had a chance to go to the Hall of Fame, and that was the garden spot of baseball as far as elite talent, and it had everything to do with Jackie Robinson coming into the league, and you started to get the Latin players coming into the league, and boy, you throw that whole mix in together, and what a talented bunch, led by the guy who passed away yesterday.
Like, I've never really known Maybe the 80s, I guess, was as close as and I was probably 20 in that range, 20 early 20s, mid 20s, where baseball was still the number one sport in America. It was kind of waning at that point. But back when Willie and all those guys were playing, I mean, it was the sport. It was America's pastime back then. I mean, it wasn't football, certainly wasn't basketball. It was baseball. And Willie was like the top of the heap when it came to superstars. And I only wish I could have got a chance to watch him play and do what he did. But I've been using the word joy all day, Kuip. Like, he played with a certain joy that I think people gravitated toward.
He did. But going back to the 80s, they had Willie, and they didn't have fantasy football. And that kept baseball on top of the heap.
Yep.
But he did play with joy. And, that was an era, and I think Ray mentioned it too, that you weren't really allowed to show a whole lot of emotion.
Mm-hmm.
You were just supposed to go out and do your job. And, it didn't mean that you couldn't smile once in a while, but players are really cognizant of just doing your job and moving forward. And I don't think Willie could help it. I mean, I just think that was his personality, because the bottom line is however old he was and however the age was of his body, he still was a little kid. And the last time I saw Willie 2 or 3 years ago, I looked at him and I could see, how old he was and how he was deteriorating, but he still was a little kid. and if you can let that ooze out of you when you're playing, you're going to have people that just adore you. And I read somewhere today, it may have been on Twitter, that even Dodger fans loved Willie Mays. I mean, and that's really saying something. And I don't think there's anybody around the league that could ever have possibly disliked him, because he was just friendly and he just played hard. And he just happened to have all the gifts that you could ever want in one major league player.
Talking to Dwayne Kuiper on the UMA guest line. Dwayne, did you meet him as a player, or was it not until you became a broadcaster with the team?
Yeah, you know what? I overlapped with Hank Aaron for a couple of years, but I think the year I got to the big leagues, Mays had retired the year before.
73, I think, was last year. Yeah.
And it probably was 73. And I played against Stretch a lot in spring training. And but no, I missed Willie Mays. And I mean, I like to tell people that the one thing I liked about when I got over here with the Giants was other ball players and managers and broadcasters, they all wanted to meet Willie. And, he might be in the clubhouse with Murph or wherever, but they wanted to meet him. And I kept thinking, he's ours. He's not a Dodger. He's not a Yankee. I don't even count him as being a Met. No. He's ours, and you can't have him. and that's just the way it was. I mean, it was like we were very protective of the fact that he was a Giant, and we weren't let anybody else have him. Even if they just visited with him, you can't have him.
What was the coolest part about being able to be around him as a member of the Giants?
There are a lot of, but look, I don't know if you heard, I was on the pregame show this morning with NBC, and I told a story about, I got to do 2 games with Willie where I did play-by-play and he did color. And Willie is doing color because he's Willie Mays. He's not a TV guy. He's not a radio guy. He's a former ball player at that point, but he's still Willie Mays. And he was, young then. He's probably in his 50s. But, we're rocking along, and we're in the 9th inning, and Giants are down by a run. We're playing at Candlestick. I don't remember who's on third, but I do remember Robbie Thompson was the hitter. And in a 1-run game where they were losing, Robbie checks his swing, and the first base umpire rings him up, and the game is over. And this is Easter Sunday. And Willie's response was, Jesus Christ. And I my gosh, this is not good. So I sat there and now there's this weird, silence. And I said, all right, folks, we'll be back with the Reverend Willie Mays right after this.
That's a great close-up. Talking to Dwayne Kuiper here on the UMA guest line. That's a great story, Kuiper. I want to ask you about, you spent so much time around Barry Bonds. Anything he ever said to you about things Willie Mays taught him? I mean, obviously they're very close, and he grew up with him and grew up on the field there watching his dad and Willie play together. But you have to believe that so much of that knowledge Barry was able to absorb.
Yeah, and a lot of it came through with his dad, Bobby. If Willie wasn't trying to help him, if Bonds was struggling, and it didn't happen very often, then Bobby would go to Willie, and they'd go back and forth. I mean, look. What a bloodline to have if you're struggling. But anytime Barry could mention Willie, he would. Even if it was in a conversation where you were sitting and having a cup of coffee with him. I mean, this is going to be a hard time for Barry. I mean, look, he lost his dad, who was really young at that point, and he's always had Willie to at least hang on to as far as a relationship. And this will be a tough one for him. I know that he's scheduled to go tomorrow to Birmingham, but I don't know if he's going to continue to do that or not. And he probably will, because, this will end up tomorrow be a celebration for the Negro Leagues and for Willie. And it really, that's the way it should be. But, hey, we lost a good one. That's for damn sure.
Seems long overdue, doesn't it, that Rickwood game?
It does seem long overdue. And, I think this one's going to be such a hit tomorrow that, I know they being MLB looks for different spots around the country to, do these games. But, I mean, the South right now, has so many former players that's where they began and that's where they came from.
Mm-hmm.
That this one might be one that they do a few more times than just once.
Well, it'd be fun to have one. I have no idea where Hank Aaron played his first professional game, and even if there's a stadium there at all. But it'd be cool to get a rotation maybe of some of the great black players they came around in the 50s and 60s and play the games in their first stadiums. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, and look, I think Major League Baseball is just really lucky that this ballpark is still there. This field.
Yeah.
And I know that they probably spent a lot of money to renovate to be able to get to 8,500 seats. And remember, they got to build. I don't know if they have to build, but you got to have 2 clubhouses. I mean, you got to have training rooms. I mean, there's a lot going on to get this thing done. But the value in this is overwhelming, and it's going to be a great show tomorrow.
No, I totally agree. And for those watching that may not realize, the Negro Leagues and all the history that is there, maybe that gets them thinking about it and they start looking into it and watching some docs and kind of learning about it and understanding about it and understanding what these players went through and how many great players played the Negro Leagues that never got a chance to play in the major leagues. So I think this is one of their better ideas in a while, and I can't wait to watch that game tomorrow. I think it's going to be really, really fun, and it'd be nice if Willie were around to watch it. He's not, but what a way to honor one of the greatest of all time to play in the first stadium that he ever played in.
Yep, we're going to miss him. And he really wasn't the same the last couple of years. I think maybe last year he came to the park once, and the logistics were really too difficult, and it was difficult for him. So the fact that he hasn't really been around the last couple of years is too bad.
Yeah.
Because the new players that come into this organization, they always had a chance to meet him and talk to him and get an autograph if that's what they wanted. And the players that come in now, if they don't get a chance, and they won't now, it's really too bad because he was a special treat, man. He was fun. He loved to just joke around with everybody. I would have loved to have played with him.
A superstar among stars that was just kind of a regular guy when it came right down to it, talking to the ball players.
Yep.
FP has stories. Franny has stories. I mean, all the stories are fantastic. Hey, we really appreciate you spending a little bit of time with us on your birthday. Enjoy your pizza. Do you actually ask for Wisconsin cheese on your pizza when you order it?
Absolutely not.
No, okay. Just want to make sure.
I'd have to fight a bunch of people in the valley that make cheese. Even up north in Petaluma in that area. Geez, you want the cheese mafia after you're around here. Forget it.
The cheese mafia. I didn't know there was such a
cheese
thing.
mob, dude, yeah. I'll get you.
There's a cheese mafia. Trust me.
I did not know that. I guess I'll be aware.
Don Queso, yeah. You don't mess with Don Queso.
I'll be aware. Hey, Kuip, thank you so much. Have a happy birthday. Enjoy the pizza and the family. And thank you so much for giving us a buzz. We appreciate it.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Kuip. Wow, there's a cheese mafia?
Kuip's the best. Yeah.
Who knew?
Don Queso.
I didn't. Kuip's the best.
Oh, it was great to get a call from Kuip here. Brought a smile to all of our faces. Great story there, too, about him calling a game with Willie on Easter Sunday and it ending in a check swing. Giants lose. Jesus Christ, is what Willie says
on Easter
on the broadcast. Oh, man. We've caught up with Ray Rhatigan. We talked to Larry Baer a little while ago. Ned Coletti to join us in about 20 minutes at 4:50. Bob Costas at 5:30. More of your calls. Terry in Tampa's been waiting a long time. We'll get to Terry. Ken in Burlingame, I see you waiting too. 808 KNBR, if you got Willie Mays thoughts or some of this has rung some stuff loose in your head, what Willie Mays has meant to you and how you'll remember him after his passing yesterday at the age of 93. The best there ever was. We continue to remember Willie Mays next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's a long drive way back in center field, way back, it is. Oh, Willie Mays just brought this crowd to its feet with a catch, which must have been an optical illusion to a lot of people.
Great catch, great call, turns around, makes a great throw in. The Giants sweep the Cleveland Indians in 1954. That's game one of the 54 World Series. The catch. Tolbert and Coast with you on a Wednesday afternoon. We were talking about it yesterday, how there's so few plays and so few moments in sports history where you can just say the name of it, 2 words right there, the catch, and people know what it is. The best thing about the catch is if you ask a Bay Area sports fan what you're talking about, there's 2 of them. One of the greatest catches in football history and 49ers history, ending the Cowboy dynasty. And then, one more time, Tim, what are you going? What are you holding the 3 for? Go ahead. Okay, now Tim's going the Owens, too, the catch part 2. Come on, bro. Come on, Tim. Why don't you include Vernon, Tim? Why don't you go catch part 3, bro? Why don't you go with Ayuk's catch in the... Come on, dude. We're trying to have a real conversation here about something, okay? Willie Mays and Dwight Clark. That's what we're talking about. The catch and the catch. The catch won, of course, Willie Mays, 1954 World Series Game 1. 808 KNBR. A lot of people want to get their thoughts, and we got full phone lines here. 415-808-5627 is the number to call.
Which must have been an optical illusion to a lot of people.
I love that call, man. I love that call. That's so cool. Terry is in Tampa. Terry's been waiting a long time. Terry, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader. What did Willie Mays mean to you?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Doing well.
I just want to let you know that I went to see Willie Mays play his first game. I was only 5 years old at the time. It was in Philadelphia at a park called Shibe Park, which I think later on became Connie Mack Stadium. There used to be, and talking about the Negro Leagues recently as well, I think there were a lot of Negro League games played there called the Philadelphia Stars back in that time. So I don't know why I wound up in Philadelphia. I grew up in the Northeast, but my mom was a diehard Dodger fan, I know. And I guess later I just got attached to the Giants because she used to always, I guess, go off the wall when Willie Mays did anything good against the Dodgers. So I guess that's how I became a Giant fan.
What do you remember? Did you? I mean, you wouldn't have known that until later.
It was
1951.
I want to say it was May 25th. 1951.
You got it. So you were like 5 years. Do you remember being at the yard? What do you remember about the game?
I remember everything about Shibe Park. We were sitting almost in the outfield, like left field, and it's one of the older stadiums with the girders going up. You could barely see around them. But I remember going to the game, and I remember Willie playing center field, and he didn't get a hit that night. I know that he didn't get a hit until he played his first game in the Polo Grounds like 3 days later on the 28th against the Braves and Warren Spahn, and he hit a home run that night.
We appreciate the call, Terry. Very cool, man. Terry down in Tampa. So he's at Willie Mays' first game, 1951. Yeah, he was 0 for his first 3 games. He was 0 for his first 14 before he got his first hit. It was a home run off a Spahn. That's right, when they came back on home for the next series a few days later. Let's go out to Ken in Burlingame. Ken in Burlingame has a Willie Mays Halloween story. Ken, what's going on? You're on the Sports Leader.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. Shameless plug. You guys are the best team that KNBR has.
Appreciate it.
2010, absolutely. Back in 2010, my 10-year-old son was playing travel baseball, and then one of his teammates' father carved pumpkins for Willie Mays down on the peninsula. And so he told us the inside story that if you go to his house, he'll greet the kids, and you go inside, and he gives out baseballs. But you couldn't take pictures because he had bad eyesight. Now, the ironic part of it is on Halloween that year, the Giants were playing the Rangers in the World Series. So there's nothing cooler than seeing Willie Mays in his living room giving out baseballs to kids while the Giants are playing the Rangers. So it was a wonderful experience. Now, it gets even better. 2 years later, when the Giants win the World Series on Halloween, they have the parade down Market Street. And then we're watching them, we go to the parade, and then that night we knew about the baseballs being handed out on Halloween. We go back down to his house in Atherton, go in and greet him again after that day. He was very tired after the parade, but he'd take the time. He would say hello to the kids, and he'd give out baseballs again. So it was a really cool moment, and the kids really appreciated it. And my son, who's now 24, just remembers that, and we actually shared that story this morning.
How many Willie Mays baseballs do you have now?
You hoard them, Ken?
Were you going there every Halloween grabbing a Willie Mays baseball?
It was just a wonderful story. I mean, that's how much he loved the kids.
No, that's
So
awesome.
I wasn't.
No, Ken, I know. What you're bringing up though is poignant because it did resonate with me in watching the special. Like, he had a relationship with kids. Like, kids gravitated toward him, and I thought that was really, really cool. That was kind of his way, and that was his comfort zone. In he was a kid. Like, he was a kid, and even Kuiper even mentioned it. Like, you could sense that kid was still in him, even at an advanced age, close to 90 years old. And I love that. I love the stickball. I love the stories. I love the Halloween. The Halloween story is fantastic. Just for whatever reason, some people have that, some people don't. He most certainly did.
Well, but just think about it. I know you guys got to go on to other calls, but a superstar of that stature allowing people in his home.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that doesn't happen. That's unheard of.
No, not anymore.
You think Tom Zolbert's inviting people in, handing them basketballs on Halloween?
Chance. You kidding
me?
So,
dude. Hell no, he's not. Hey, Ken, we appreciate the call, man.
Maybe an IPA.
That's if they can get if they're not afraid of you and your Kruger mask or whatever the hell. Yeah, Tom's like, yeah, just pick it up.
Come on in. I got a freshie. It was canned yesterday. Enjoy.
Let's go out to Woody Wonka. Woody Wonka in Redwood City, remembering Willie Mays. What did Mays mean to you, Woody?
Well, fellas, I'm pretty lucky. I got to see Willie Mays play back in the 60s. And when we were kids in San Mateo, actually, we got to see him play for free. Because Christopher Milk was one of the local milk dairy. George Christopher, ex-mayor, had a dairy farm. And on the carton of milk, there's a coupon. Kids 12 and under got to go to the Giants games for free. They put us in the bleachers out in right center field, right where Willie was playing. So we got to shout out wonderful things to him, and he'd always acknowledge us. And I'm probably one of the only callers you have calling in that has a Birmingham Black Barons signed Negro Leagues jersey signed by Mr. Mays in my office.
That's pretty cool, dude. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's cool. And, and the last thing I'll leave you with, he's always an example of when you are really good, you don't talk yourself up. Other people tell other people how good you are. And I think he was the epitome of being not only the consummate baseball player, but the consummate professional. He never told anybody how good he was. Everybody else told you how good he was. And I'll leave one last thing, Tom.
Yep.
Your Celtics took it. I'm going to have a shot at Old Crow. I didn't forget about you, brother.
Oh yeah, man.
All
right, thanks for the phone call. Appreciate it. They ain't my Celtics. I don't like the Celtics at all. I said they'd win, but they're most certainly not. I felt like I had to wash out my mouth just so you said that. My Celtics.
Unless they're wearing pinstripes, Tom ain't rooting for that basketball team. You know what I mean? The Magicians and the
and
the Hornets.
They're my Magicians and my Hornets.
Tom's Magicians, dude. Let's go out to
my Celtics.
Let's go to Jeff. Jeff's in Templeton. Jeff, you're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah. Hey guys. So the Giants had a pitching coach in the 60s named Larry Jansen, and Larry was my pitching coach in college in 1981. And he told me a Willie Mays story. He said that Willie was so frustrated because he struggled against Bob Gibson. And he didn't want help from anybody till finally he sat next to Larry. And Larry said, I can help you. And he said, he's throwing you 2 high, hard fastballs out of the strike zone to bait you every time. And then he throws you an off-speed pitch, which you're popping up or beating into the ground. And then the next time up, Willie hits a double off the left center field wall. So there's a great inside story for you.
Appreciate the call, Jeff.
I'm guessing a lot of people struggle against Bob Gibson.
Well, dude, I mean, you got to put one in your ear. I read a quote from Dusty Baker yesterday. Said that one time Hank Aaron tried to help him with Bob Gibson and like how to face him, and he goes, just don't. He said, I think everything that Hank said to him was, don't dig in, don't stand too close to the plate, don't stand too far away, don't look at him, don't smile at him, don't make eye contact, don't nod to him, don't tip your cap. If you hit a home run, don't run too slow, don't run too fast, because he will knock you down. And Desi said, well, what am I don't even know how I'm supposed to do it. And he said, that's the day my 17-game hitting streak ended.
What are my options?
What am I supposed to do?
You're not leaving with much here.
Don't look at him. Don't swing too hard. Don't swing too soft. Don't run too fast. Don't run too slow. Like nothing you can do against Bob Gibson. You're just pissed off all the time. He was just mad that you were out there facing him, which is an incredible mindset to have. A little opposite of that of the joy that Willie Mays played with. So we've in the past, we do our sound soiree every day, some of the best sports sound. We've done a sound swore Clay, sound swore Dre.
Yep.
We've done all sorts of different sound segments. We're going to do a sound swore Mays. Do that next, Derek? Oh, boy, I'm all over the place. We've had so many moving parts today. Ned Coletti's going to join us next. Then we'll get you a Sound Swarm Maze at 5:15, Bob Costas at 5:30. A whole bunch of great stuff coming as well as more of your thoughts on the passing of the great Willie Mays, who died yesterday at the age of 93. Ned Coletti, former Giants general manager, assistant general manager, joins us next on the Sports Line.
What must have been an optical illusion to a lot of people.
Say, hey, fellas, what's your name? Say who? Say Willie.
The Giants are opening Oracle Park to the public tomorrow at 12 noon. Come by to watch the Giants game at Rickwood Field against the Cardinals and honor the memory of Willie Mays.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Spahn throws to the Giant center fielder. There's a swing and a long drive to deep left center field, and you can tell it. Bye-bye, baby! What a way to start off a season. One pitch, one home run.
Boy, those are some names for you right there. Warren Spahn, Willie Mays. Wow. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We're celebrating the life of Willie Mays today. Died yesterday at the age of 93, one of the greatest ball players of all time. And to help us along our way, former Giants executive, Dodger executive, Shark Scout. Don't forget that, Ned Coletti. Ned, what's going on?
What's up, Ned?
Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, thank you for thinking of me today and having me on, guys.
Absolutely. I figured you'd have some unique perspectives of not only being in the Giants organization and being around Willie, but, you know, growing up as a baseball fan, watching Willie, and kind of what Willie meant to young fans and what he meant to America. And I said it earlier, Ned, that you got to remember baseball was like the number one sport in America back then. Like it was massive back then, and these stars were bigger than life. What was it like back then, you know, when Willie was, you know, Willie was kind of maybe the greatest generation of baseball players, as great as he was. What do you remember about that?
Well, I remember watching him from the early 60s on, and he was somebody that you had heard of and knew his greatness before you ever saw him play. It was kind of an interesting dynamic. Sometimes you got to watch somebody play to figure out, you know, well, this player is really good. But his reputation, his ability, and the just the majesticness of his skill showed up before he did. You know, you knew it going in. Mm-hmm. I was a Cub fan growing up in Chicago, so we didn't have a lot of good teams in the early 60s. And they'd come in, and there he'd be, and it was like, oh my goodness, how are we going to compete with this team and with this player? But you watch, and then as I grew up and I started to get involved in the game, you know, I found myself comparing all the best players I saw to him, even though I was a kid watching him. And you would watch players who were really good at 1, 2, 3 different things, but not like him. There wasn't really anything in my recollection that he couldn't do, including the intrinsic value of knowing where to be, what to do. It was a genius at how he played, and skilled to the max, and the ability to execute, which is unique. I've never seen anybody like him, but I've been around great players.
Yeah,
but I've never seen anybody like him.
I said that earlier on, Ned. I go, if there's a sixth category, they talk about 5-tool players. If there's a sixth category for intellect, he would have been a 10 at that as well. Or if we want to go by baseball stupid rating system, an 80.
Yes. Oh yeah, or 85 on the scale. Yeah, no doubt. Just, you know, it's such an interesting, you know, and it's great to read all the stories and things like that. The last 20 some hours, but you know, just an amazing person and player. Goodness gracious.
What do you remember about him as a member when you were an executive with the with the Giants, because I love ball players. I mean, FP I know, and Franny, Kevin Franzen I know, and their stories talking about, Willie was always able or ready to sit down with a story or help everybody. They always talk about he'd grab everybody's bat and say, this one's too heavy, this one's too light, this one's too. It was so funny listening to those stories. And this is like one of the greatest ball players of all time. This isn't just like a retired player that's coming to hang at the ballpark. This is one of the greatest players of all time, and he's still kind of messing around and with the ball players of today. I mean, what do you remember about that time, him being a part of the organization while you were there?
Oh goodness! I never forgot the preciousness of being around baseball players, or especially somebody like Willie Mays or Willie Mack, guys that would just you would be in conversations with them, and I go, oh my goodness, I've got his cell phone number in my phone. He had an Arizona number and a California number. I'm thinking, how did this happen to me, type of thing. But he was always there, and he was always in Murph's office, and you could always find him, and he'd find you. And I remember one time I was walking through going to see a player, and one of the bat boys says, Willie Mays is looking for you. I said, Willie Mays is looking for me. And he goes, yeah. I says, oh my goodness, So I go back to Murph's office, and he's sitting there with Willie Mack and Tony Bennett. And he goes, Ned, I figured you'd want to meet one of your Italian countrymen here. I thought, how cool is that? There I am with Tony Bennett, Willie Mays, Willie McCovey. But he was just special all the time. I tell you a couple quick stories.
Yeah.
So my first game back in San Francisco, I'm the Dodgers GM. My first game back, I get notified about 6:30. Hey, Willie's down in the suite down the left field line. He wants to see you before the game starts. So I go down there, and he's entertaining. He's talking to a lot of people, and he sees me walk in the door, and he excuses himself, and he walks over, and he gives me. I put my hand out. He pushes the hand away, and he gives me this big hug, and he whispers in my ear. He goes, I'm always going to love you, my friend. And I said, thanks, Willie. He goes, but I'm always going to hate your blankety blank team. And that's, I thought, how cool is that? But that's, he wasn't going to teach me how to hit or things like that, but that type of relationship. And I think the last time I saw him, Dodgers were playing over in Scottsdale at Salt River Field, and there's a casino right over the highway from the ballpark. So I wouldn't drive all the way back to Glendale. I'd wait an hour or so for traffic to clear. So I go over there, and I play $100 worth of blackjack or an hour, whichever came first. And I'm sitting there at the table, and a guy taps me on the shoulder. And I turn around, and it's Willie. And he's got the baseball hat on, and he's going, I got 2 hot slot machines over here. He says, come on, you got to join me over here. And that's the last time I saw him. We we gambled at a casino in Scottsdale for a half hour, 45 minutes. But just, I'm honored that you talked to me today, but I'm also honored to have known him and to been able to be his friend. And he was somebody that when you first met him, he was going to keep his distance.
Mm-hmm.
He was going to make sure you were who you said you were. But once he developed that trust in your personality and in who you are, you were golden. And he would do anything for you. He would go beyond the norm to be kind, to be gracious. He knew who he was. And he knew that there was a specialness to the God-given gifts he had, but he also knew he could make a difference in other people's lives by being kind and being gracious and by being helpful.
You know what? The one thing that's jumped out to me today, Ned, is that, and look, all of us that grew up watching sports when we were younger, we all have our heroes, and we all have people that we admire growing up, and we don't really know them. We just admire them because of what they can do on the field or on the court. And so many times when we get older and we stay in this business, you end up meeting those people. And a lot of times they don't live up to the expectations you have of them as a kid. And it seems like everybody that ever met Willie when he was older, if not lived up to it, exceeded what they thought Willie was growing up. And that that really is a cool thing to hear, that he kind of like was grounded, centered. He said in his documentary, they asked him, Ned, who's the greatest ball player of all time? And he said, I don't really play that. I just go out there and play. I don't really, whatever. I don't.
Yep.
And I just love the fact that, you're telling your story and others have told their story. And he was Willie Mays. He's an icon. He's a legend. But that's not who he was when you met him. He was just Willie Mays, willing to help younger ball players out and talk to people and enjoy their company. And I think that really resonates.
Well, that's one of the greatest gifts somebody can give to somebody else, is to exceed an expectation of somebody's expectation.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to do. When you're Willie Mays,
yeah.
How do you exceed expectation? But you're right. That's what he did. And, I'll repeat myself. Because of that, it's one of the great honors in my life, my whole lifetime, to have known somebody, had watched him play as a kid. And then next thing I know, years later, there we are talking, and he's calling me in the office to meet Tony Bennett and see him and Willie Mack. It's like, you don't forget stuff like that. And his legacy will last forever. And 100 years from now, people who talk baseball will go back to Willie Mays, and hopefully generation to generation to generation will pass along the stories you've heard today from all sorts of people and what people have written. And his legacy will go, another 93 years.
Yeah.
Talking to Ned Coletti on the Yuma Guest Line. We played that highlight coming in. It was a home run off Warren Spahn, and everybody knows the story. He was 0 for 14, and then he gets his first hit off of Warren Spahn. It's a home run. I was thinking, I wonder how many times he faced Warren Spahn. We're playing a lot of highlights where he's giving up home runs to Willie. Get this, Ned. He faced Warren Spahn 253 times.
Wow.
In his career. He hit .305 against him with a .995 OPS and 18 home runs. He hit 18 homers of the 660 off of Warren Spahn. How about that?
Incredible. I read something, I grew up in Chicago, as I said, in Wrigley Field. I think he still holds the record for most home runs at Wrigley Field for an opposing player.
Wow.
He hasn't played in decades. Maybe somebody wrote it wrong. I read it right, but but it was like, you got to be kidding me. How could this happen? Plus, you had a little bit of divisional play in his time. He was in there a lot earlier in his career. But I read that like 2 or 3 times. I said, you got to be kidding me.
It's still right. You're right. He still holds the record.
Wow.
Yeah, there's 54 homers. They say it'll never be broken. People I just saw an article. They go, this may never be broken. 54 by visiting.
About the Cubs pitching, I guess, but it also says something about his ability to have a record for that amount of time.
You've done a lot of scouting in your time. Will we ever see another player? Because I don't know what the scouting grade would have been on him coming up. I'm assuming when he was playing, it was 80s across the board. Like, you just don't get that. I'm wondering if we're going to ever see anybody that can do what he did with as many tools as he did them, the 5 tools they call them, as well as he did them. And this is like 70 years ago, right? He was in his prime.
Yes.
We haven't seen it since. I don't know if we're ever going to see this ever again.
I don't know if there's. There may be somebody with the talent, but with the entire package of the dedication. He played with something to prove. You're talking about a different time in American history too.
Yeah.
So he also played with something to prove, and he never, from my recollection, he never lost the passion to prove and to show how good he was. So we may find somebody with a lot of different skills and 5-tool player and all of that. Will they have the long-lasting passion, not a blip in time, but the long-lasting passion that he had? I think that's where the separation comes. We'll find players with 5 tools. That'll happen once in a while. But to find the whole dynamic of what it was, what he went through, how his career gets interrupted for 2 years with military service, think about all that stuff. And then playing at Candlestick. He told me a few times, he says, I love Hank Aaron. He says, I would have smashed that record had I not played in Candlestick Park. He said, Hank Aaron he'd laugh about it in respect. He goes, he'd be chasing me, not me chasing him or anybody else. And you think about the entire dynamic of what he brought. I don't know that ever shows up again, because you're right. It hasn't. Nobody's shown up since.
And the interesting, we're talking to Ray Ratto a couple hours ago, and because I asked him, I said, our version of Willie Mays is kind of Steph Curry, someone that plays with joy, and he makes everyone feel good, and that's kind of what Willie did. And he mentioned Frank Robinson, kind of surly, Hank Aaron, kind of businesslike, and some of the stars of that era didn't play with that, and I think people gravitated toward that because not only was he great, he was fun to watch. Like you could tell he was having a great time out there doing what he did, and I think there's something to be said for players that can go out there and entertain effortlessly, like not go out of their way and showboat. Just that they're going to entertain and have fun and be as great as he was. I mean, I think that's part of the draw too.
No doubt, and that's as you try to put together. Will anybody be him again, as a athlete, as a baseball player, as a person? That's where I find it hard to think that somebody will. John Wooden told me years ago, and I knew him when he was at the end of his life. I'd visited with him, and he'd say, you never know what's going to happen. Guys can come along. You can win as many championships as they won in a row. Different things like that. So I've always kind of kept that in my mind. But as we piece this together, it's going to be a challenge for anybody to do what he did. I can remember one more thing, being a young kid, and on WGN, which did the Cub games forever, they had a show on like Sunday nights, or on Friday nights, it was like a Sports Central show where they'd have 3 celebrity athletes on, asking questions and this and that. And there was Willie Mays. It was always a Cub group or a White Sox group, or the Bears or the Hawks. And here's Willie Mays. I'm thinking, I was a kid. How good a guy is this guy that he's a visiting player and he's going on a Chicago TV station where you never saw anybody from any other team. And here's the best player in the game sitting there talking sports. I mean, that goes way back, and maybe that's part of our conversation or not, but that still sticks with me. And that was probably 1963, 64. Somewhere in there, just unique in everything he did.
Yeah.
Did you have we're talking to Ned Coletti on the Uma guest line. If you had to pick a favorite of his tools, what was it?
Oh, goodness. Oh, boy. I guess the fielding, if I could attach the jump on the ball, that's a tough question, because he also knew how to run the bases. A lot of guys are fast. Not many guys know how to run the bases. And, I mean, like Willie McGee, I saw him quoted today, play with the Giants for a little while. He ran the bases about as good as anybody. Cut the bases quick, sharp. That was Willie Mays, too. And so, I'm fudging on the answer here. I'd say the fielding with the jump on, his ability to read a pitch from center field and get a 2-step jump on where it was going to go and be there when it landed. Vic Wirtz could tell you that story.
Yeah.
But it's tough to say, because he was a dangerous hitter, a dangerous runner, a fielder that was supreme, and an arm that was great, and a intellect that was above everybody else's who played against him.
I love the fact during the doc last night, they said he actually, I don't even know who the manager was, Ned, at the time for the All-Star game. Willie Mays set the lineup for the All-Star.
Yeah, I read that today. Walter Rose. Walter Rose said, "Hey, you know these guys better than me. You make the lineup." And he had himself leading off, Clemente hitting second, and Aaron hitting third. He says, "We'll be up 1-0 10 minutes into the game."
You figure out the rest. It doesn't matter. Just let us go 1, 2, 3.
Very, very, very solid. It just occurred to me, and I don't know if you sit back and you must think about this occasionally, but you mentioned Tony Bennett, John Wooden. We're talking about Willie Mays. Some of the greatest players of all time, some of the greatest athletes in every sport, and then you mix in entertainers. Like, would you love to go back and tell 12-year-old Ned Coletti, hey, these are the guys you're going to meet when you get a little bit older?
Oh, gosh. I'd say what are you smoking? You're out of your mind. It ain't ever going to happen. I mean, that's why I look at my phone every once in a while. I go, and a lot of people are gone now that are in it, but the phone will go to the Hall of Fame one day because of the friendships and the blessings I've had to meet the people that I've met along the way. It's stunning to me. And as I get older, I have a little bit more time to reflect, but it's stunning to me. And, Willie being 93, I mean, that's a full, long life.
Yes.
But, I was out last night with some people, and everybody I talked to last night says, "Did you hear about Willie Mays? Did you?" And I'm in L.A., so it's not like, like he was a Dodger.
Yeah.
But his long-lasting and the captivating way he played has already lasted through generations who never saw him play.
Well,
but they know who he is.
The funny thing is, and Copes just told me you should repeat it for Ned and the audience. The story about you saying hi to Tommy Lasorda with
the Giants cap on. And he says, Riverside baseball game, and he said, "Hi, Mr. Lasorda, I just wanted to come introduce myself." I was like 19, 20. "You should take that hat off before you talk to me, son." I said, and I said, "You have a nice day, Mr. Lasorda." And I just took off. I was like, "No way." But I imagine you love that, right? I imagine that's kind of what you're talking about when Willie whispered in your ear.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he said, I hate you.
I mean, the reason I was
get the drift.
I wanted to tell that story to set up what I was going to say next. Is that, look, Dodgers, Giants hate each other, and they're going to boo each other, and Giants fans will boo Dodgers, and Dodger fans will boo Giants. And it wasn't like Barry Bonds went to Dodger Stadium, they were cheering him. They couldn't stand Barry Bonds back then. But when you're Willie Mays and you play for the Giants and the Dodger fans aren't booing you because they respect you so much, that says something about who you are and the talent you have and the way you carry yourself, that even the most hated rivals look at you and go, "Hey, are you kidding me? We're not going to boo Willie Mays."
Yes. That's maybe the ultimate respect. People say, well, when you get booed, that's respect. But when you have a fierce rivalry and you don't get booed, that's pretty special. That's Willie Mays.
Yep.
They're not booing the Rockies at Dodger Stadium, is my point. You know what I mean? Like,
no,
I'd rather be booed there than not.
They're driving them to the ballpark, yeah.
Hey, Ned, we thank you so much. It's been fun today. It's been a sad day, but a fun day in remembering Willie Mays and talking to people that remember him and memories about him. And we've been playing all kinds of clips, highlights and stuff like that. So we just want to thank you for being part of the show and taking the time out of your day to join us.
I'm grateful that you guys thought of me today.
Thank you, Ned.
For the Tens.
Thanks
Have a great day.
Ned. The great Ned Coletti, former Giants assistant GM, former Dodger GM, did you work in the player development office as well for the Sharks?
Yeah, he was a scout.
Scout for the Sharks as well. Ned Coletti
should have
does
acted.
It all.
But
right to the show.
So let's switch gears here. What about Macklin Celebrini? What do you think about him?
Hockey.
Switch gears here, Ned Coletti. Would you draft Celebrini number one?
Was he an 80?
It's over to Coves with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Yeah, we'll get him on next week for the Dodger series talk. More Celebrini with Ned next week. We've done a sound soiree every day. We do a sound swore Clay when there was Clay sound, a sound swore Dre. We've got a sound swore Mays, some actual Willie Mays sound. Some sound I don't think that is played on KNBR today. Some stuff I dug up. We had the Giants game this afternoon. But we got some fun sound with Willie Mays, one involving a brawl that included he, Cepeda, and Roger Craig, who was a pitcher for the Dodgers at the time. Some of his Hall of Fame speech from 1979, some advice he got from Leo DeRocher, and a great story about playing at Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. Your Sound Swarm Maze is next, and then Bob Costas at 5:30 on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow, John Shea, and Brandon Crawford joined Murph and Marcus this morning to share their memories of the late Willie Mays. Listen to all of those podcasts. They're available now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. You know about Honda's legendary reliability. Of course you do. Think of Honda, you think of reliable. And they're fuel efficient. And their value. But what you may not know is all the cool features that make Honda so much fun to drive. Yes, fun to drive. I know you don't think of Honda and fun as synonymous, but I gotta be honest, I didn't either. Until I got a Pilot about 10 years ago. They are fun to drive. They handle well. Got a little bit of giddy up. You're not going to confuse it with a Lamborghini, of course, but they're fun to drive and all the cool gadgets. That's right. Whatever you want to listen to, you got it. You got the backup camera trying to keep you out of accidents, help you, lane switching, the heated seats, which actually I don't use the heated seats, but I find them great for gags. Turn someone's heated seat on, don't tell them. Oh. It's an oldie but a goodie. I got to be honest with you. Yes, I'm 12. Okay, that's fine, but it's still fun. Listen to Tool, volume good, sound good, and I need room. Be honest, 6'8". Although the doctor said I was 6'7 3/4. I was not thrilled with that, but what are you going to do? At this age, I really don't care anymore. I need room. My friends need room. Family needs room for gear, whether it be sports gear or golf clubs. I got to have room for, the Baer heading up to Tahoe. Love driving that thing up the hill. So you got reliability. You got fuel efficiency. You have, regular gas too. You can save at the pump. You got all the cool gadgets. They're all there for you with your Hondas. And as luck would have it, great deals are happening now on every feature-packed Honda at your NorCal Honda dealer. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit your NorCal Honda dealers. .com.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert comes with you Wednesday afternoon here as we celebrate and remember the life of Willie Mays. Everybody's checked in today on the phone lines. Appreciate all the listeners. Text line, a lot of great stuff. We've got some Sound Soirees for you before we get to Bob Costas, who's going to join us at 5:30. So let's get right to it. Some sound I don't believe has been played yet on KNBR. If it has, I apologize. I tried to get some original sound for us. How about this?
That's okay. They're not listening all day.
No, they're not.
Boom.
And if they are, God bless you.
Yeah, please.
If you haven't heard it, it's new to you.
We love you.
1979, Willie Mays goes into the Hall of Fame. By the way, 23 voters were like, nah.
Now we're good.
Yeah, I don't think he should go in.
No,
By the way, he went in the
we're
same
good.
year as Duke Snider. Duke Snider, that was his 10th year on the ballot, dude. That's incredible. Willie, Mickey, and the Duke, 10 years later. Willie was a first ballot.
No one deserves to be unanimous.
No
one deserves to go in their first ballot. It's like, what are you talking about?
Griffey, Cal
Willie
Ripken,
Mays.
all these guys didn't get 100%. Like, what are
And
we
then a
doing?
reliever gets
Mo Rivera.
But not that he didn't deserve it, but really? All these guys out there and a closer gets 100. It's the first player ever to get 100%. Anyway, don't get me started.
You're good. Here's that 1979. Willie goes in, and he talks about in his speech, it's a little excerpt from it, talking about some advice he got from his manager, Leo DeRocher.
I arrived in New York City on a Friday at 4 o'clock, scared to death with 3 bats in my little briefcase, my glove. I didn't have a uniform. I didn't have a hat. Leo said to me, son, as long as I'm manager, you are my center fielder. You do not have to hit. Just go out and catch the ball. And from those words from Leo DeRocher, I think, gave me a little courage. And I went on from there.
How about that?
Yeah, he did.
The belief of a manager, who, by the way, was the manager when Jackie Robinson was going to break into the major leagues. He ended up getting suspended for a year later on, and then ended up coming back to the Dodgers and signed with the Giants years later, and was Willie's manager. But Leo DeRocher, a beloved manager by his players within the game, helped Willie Mays a lot. They were very close, but that kind of confidence to a young player, that does a lot.
Oh, huge. Absolutely huge. And look, he was going to do it anyway at some point. There's no doubt about it. But the ability to play through mistakes and know that you're not going to get yanked and know that you're not going to lose time or lose at bats or lose minutes, whatever, massive. Absolutely massive. So Leo DeRocher knew what he was doing. And you kind of, if you're Willie Mays, right, you can exhale. You don't feel like you got to go 4 for 4 every game. So that's pretty cool.
Here's a clip, May 27, 1962. Apparently there was Roger Craig's on the hill, I guess, for the Dodgers, and there's a brawl that breaks out between Willie Mays, Orlando Cepeda, and at the time, Dodgers pitcher, future Giant manager, the hum baby, Roger Craig.
Shea bluffs now throw to second base, and Mays is back in. And now Chacon starts hitting Mays. Mays jumps on him, and Cepeda and Craig are at it. Cepeda and Craig, and Cepeda gets in a left hook. Boy, we've got a brawl at second base as Chacon started hitting Mays on top of the head as they were lying there. Mays picked Chacon up and threw him on the ground. Cepeda swung a left hook and almost decked Craig. We've got ball players all over there. Russ, I don't know what that was about. Mays slid into second, and Chacon just started hitting him on the head, and Mays picked Chacon up and threw him down on the ground. Cepeda came over and swung a beautiful left hook that nailed Roger Craig right on the button.
Lon, I've seen some good ones, but this is the best when they get squared off individually like that. It's the first time I've ever seen Mays throw a punch. And after Chacon hit him, Mays tagged him once and picked him up and bounced him around on the ground. Then Cepeda went for Craig and gave him as good a left hook as I have ever seen. And all in all, this one, of all I've ever seen, this was the best baseball brawl because there was no kidding around about this. There was no pushing, hauling, and tagging. They were really throwing uppercuts, and a lot of them were landing. And I don't think the Giants lost a single fracas.
How about the
great call?
It's Lon Simmons and his Russ Hodges. First of all, he's calling the play. Then they break into like they're a boxing match, dude. And you see, one of the best left hooks you'll ever
hit him
see.
right on the button.
Hit him right
You
on the
see?
button. He bounced him around out there by second base.
And I don't think the Giants lost a single fracas.
That was fantastic. All around. Broadcasting and wait for the Giants to go 2-0 on that little brawl there.
I love old-time ball.
We've never seen him throw a... By the way, now you just be like, oh, this is bad. You hate to see this.
Terrible.
These guys are like, this is the best one I've ever seen.
It's embarrassing.
That's the best one we've ever
This
seen.
is fantastic.
It's the best brawl you'll ever see. All right, last one here before we get to Bob Costas. Willie, Mickey, and the Duke are doing a TV show in 19, I think it's somewhere in the 80s. They're doing a TV show. First time they'd all three been together to just talk through. It's about a half-hour interview. It's all up on YouTube. We've tweeted it out from the KNBR page. But here it is. It's Willie and Mickey Mantle. They're telling a story. Mickey's telling a story. They were asked about playing when they played in the World Series against like the Yankees, Giants, Dodgers. Did it feel like you were playing a home game, and what it was like for Willie at Ebbets Field?
The most fun I ever had was playing in Ebbets Field. They used to have, you remember that old gas, what they call that? That guy at Happy Felton? The Knothole Gang or something like that. Oh, the star of the series used to have to do a TV show, and after the game, and they didn't do it at the ballpark, you had to go to a bar. Remember that over for a Yankee, and your uniform, you had to walk through a bar in Brooklyn to go to a back room back there. Did you ever do that? I don't know.
I wouldn't go.
Did you ever do that?
No way.
I only went once.
No way I would have went.
But I would never go back. I'll guarantee you that.
I remember a time I played in Brooklyn over there. I hit 2 home runs on a Sunday afternoon. And I left out of there, all 4 of my tires was flattened. All 4 of it. I just left the car, got on the subway, came home. So I wouldn't know what to do.
I was with Willie about 2 years ago at a public appearance thing, and all of his tires was flattened. He had a wreck.
Like where?
That pink Cadillac he
There you go. Some great sound. We got to bounce. We got to take a quick break after I tell you the Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. The great Bob Costas joins us to talk Willie Mays next on the Sports Leader.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
A long high drive hit to left field. That one's going way back. Snyder back near the wall. Tell it goodbye. Willie Mays with number 42 drives in 3 runs here. The Giants lead it 4-1. A high towering shot over the 370-foot mark.
We've been listening to highlights all day long, telling Willie Mays stories, having people come on and recount Willie Mays stories, just talking about Willie Mays, just celebrating the life that was Willie Mays as he passed away yesterday at the age of 93. And I thought there's nobody better to discuss Willie Mays, the player, the person, than Bob Costas, an icon in his own right in the broadcasting world. Willie Mays was all that and more. Bob, we thank you so much for coming on with us and spending a little bit of time. I know you're probably pretty busy today.
Hey, Tom. How are you?
I'm good. It's been fun, like, talking about just because I was a little too young. Like, I missed Willie playing. I got the highlights, and Copes asked me, like, what are my poignant memories of Willie Mays? And I go, well, the Vic Wirtz play over the shoulder, which we all practiced as kids. I had my dad throw the ball over the shoulder so I could run and catch it like Willie did. And then stickball, the fact that he played stickball with the kids and took them for ice cream and kind of, I always say, gravitated toward the kids, and the kids gravitated toward him, which I thought was really cool. But the one thing, Bob, that jumps out more than anything today, and I brought this up earlier on, and everybody kind of corroborates it, I'm curious to get your thoughts, was the joy that he played with that separated him from the players, even the great players. Like, he may have been better than all of them, but I think it pushed him to even greater heights. Was you watched Willie and you couldn't help but fall in love with the way he played. Like, he was right. He was so engaging. It's like, oh man, that looks like so much fun, and he does it so easily.
Yeah, everything he did just oozed style, and it was legitimate style. It wasn't some sort of contrived exhibitionist look-at-me sort of thing. There was a natural style about him. Now, was he aware that style translated into entertainment? Yeah, and by now just about everybody who cares at all about Willie Mays knows the story of him choosing a hat a half size too small, so that when he raced into the gap to rob someone of an extra base hit or turned a double into a triple as he rounded second base, the hat would fly off. That was a Mays signature. The fans loved it. Everything he did with flair, but it wasn't phony flair, and it was all in the course of doing something that was a great baseball play that would help his team win the game. There were people who hit more total home runs, a few, and hit more home runs per time at bat, and it's difficult to compare over generations, but people with higher career batting averages and lifetime slugging percentages, and because he didn't need to steal bases, there are many guys who stole more total bases, but when a game was on the line through most of his career and you needed a stolen base to win the game, Willie Mays was as good as just about anybody in that department. So when you put it all together, think of it kind of as the decathlon. In baseball, they talk about a 5-tool player. Well, the decathlon is twice that. But in theory, you don't have to finish first in any of the decathlon categories to win the decathlon overall with the best combined score. Willie Mays probably was the greatest defensive center fielder who ever lived. And he might have been the smartest base runner, as distinct and most effective base runner, as distinct from a base stealer. And he was among the greatest hitters. But you put it all together, and if whatever you would call the half decathlon, if that's what it is in baseball, the 5 tools, he wins that. And then if there's a 6th category, which is style and flair, he wins that too.
Yeah, I made the 6th category. I could put that as 7th. I put 6th category intellect, because when somebody's running center field and making sure the left and right fielder are in positions. I mean, the fact that he set the lineup for the All-Star game when it actually meant something is like, just the respect you would have, the manager would have for the player. Like, okay, yeah, I trust you to go ahead and set the lineup. Now, I mean, look, it's an All-Star lineup, so it's not that hard, but it spoke to how much he was respected in the game. I think there was, and you were part of it, the HBO Say Hey documentary where he told, I think it was Alvin Dark when he was managing him in San Francisco, look, you take care of the clubhouse, I got the field. Like, I'll take care of everything on the field. And he said during the documentary, he goes, if I held my arm out to the right fielder, like move in or move out, and he didn't notice me, he didn't play the next game. Like, I'm like, God dang. Like, we didn't play the next game. Like, that shows you the intellect. Like, there just wasn't anything you could look at Willie Mays and go, he was close to substandard, not even average. Like, everything was so far above average. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, not a single thing. And did he have a great intuitive sense of the game? Yes, in a certain sense, like a baseball savant.
Yep.
But some of that came from study as well. George Will, who is a lifelong baseball fan and has written a lot, books and columns about baseball, in today's Washington Post, he makes a point about Willie Mays, which I first heard him make on Ken Burns' baseball documentary some 30 years ago, about how when people talk about Willie's natural ability and his natural sense of the game, they shortchange the intelligence, the baseball intelligence that was part of it, how he would wind up on second base, and if the inning went on long enough, he would decode the catcher's signs, and one time on the bases and decode what it was and pass it on to his teammates. He was playing a cat and mouse game very often in subtle ways. Tim McCarver told me this story. Back in the 1960s, Johnny Keane is the manager of the Cardinals, who won 3 pennants during the decade. And you know how you have a meeting before every series just to remind players of this or that about the opposition. And Johnny Keane always made the point to his outfielders and the infielders who might be relay men on a throw from the outfield, if Willie Mays is trying to score, unless it's the bottom of the 9th or extra innings and it's the winning run, do not throw through, because he will always make it look close enough to draw the throw, but he will always be safe, and the trail runners will move up a base. So the guy who hits a single winds up on second, you threw to the plate, close and exciting play, but Willie's safe. He's safe again, right? Has he ever been out? No. He's always safe, and the other guys move up a base. I mean, that's a kind of savvy that you don't often see or hear about.
Talking to Bob Costas here on the UMA guest line. Leo DeRocher's fingerprints all over baseball history. Was suspended actually in 47, the year that Jackie would have debuted, and he was at the time the manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers. 2 years later, in the middle of 48, he goes to the Giants, and we know a little bit about his relationship with Willie. Do you know anything else about the impact he had on Willie as a young player outside of the early part of that season in 51?
No, not really. I think Leo may have been, I'm not certain about this, but he may have been the guy who first coined the term 5-tool players. I think Leo said there's only 5 things you can do. He wasn't talking about a pitcher. Only 5 things you can do. Hit for average, hit for power, run, field, and throw. And Willie Mays does all 5 of those things superlatively. So maybe he was the guy that coined that phrase. But also, more important for Willie's development, when he was brought up to the Giants from their farm team in Minneapolis, where he was hitting in the high 400s, he slumped at the beginning. He went something like 0 for 12, and then he hit a home run off Warren Spahn, but then went like 0 for his next 15 after that. And Leo found him crying. He was just a kid. He was 19 years old, crying. I guess he was 20. He was born in May of 31, so he was 20. He's crying in the clubhouse. And he said to his manager, I don't think I belong up here. And DeRocher said, you have the most baseball talent of anyone I've ever seen. Even if you hit 200, you're my center fielder. Well, obviously, he went on to do much better than that at the plate, and he was a genius in the field as well.
What does a young Bob Costas remember about Willie Mays?
Well, you're teeing me up for this story, which I had never told for decades and decades, and then I did tell it on the Willie Mays documentary, which you mentioned on HBO.
Mm-hmm.
So among the youngest recollections of baseball I have, and I know you guys have time here, so I'll spin the story out.
Please.
If you're a kid of the 50s, the first baseball you see, maybe you hear some on the radio, but the first baseball you see is on a small, like, Philco TV in black and white. There's no center field camera. Every shot is from behind home plate. You don't get a sense of the vast expanse of the field. You have no sense of really how far it is from center field to home plate. And then you go into a ballpark, Polo Grounds, Ebbets Field, Yankee Stadium, and I know this is almost a trite comparison, but it's still the best one. It's like when in The Wizard of Oz, Dorothy and Toto leave black and white Kansas, and all of a sudden they're in Technicolor Oz, and all the colors jump out at you. Wait a minute. This is what baseball really looks like. That green grass and the burnt orange of the warning track and the pure snowflake white chalk lines and the batter's box, all of the sounds, beer here, scorecards, the atmosphere. This is incredible. And I was 5 years old the first time I had that experience. And one of those experiences was at the Polo Grounds. I don't know if my dad was this prescient or not, but 1957 was the last year before the Dodgers and Giants left. And my dad took me to one game at Ebbets Field and one game at the Polo Grounds. And all I remember about those games, I was 5 years old, was how thrilled I was to be at a baseball game and just the atmospherics. I don't remember any details except for this. I'm sitting on my dad's shoulders at the back of the grandstand at the Polo Grounds. We're like a cab ride away from the real action. And he says to me, Bobby, look at that player right there. No, not that one. The one in the middle. That's Willie Mays. As if he was saying to his son, son, that's the Lincoln Memorial. That's the Washington Monument. That's Willie Mays. Now, I don't know if my dad had a crystal ball, but he was certainly telling me, take note to the extent that a 5-year-old can. It's 67 years later, and I took note. I still remember it.
Wow. I mean, wow. That's incredible.
Great story.
Like, I love those stories, Bob, and I love old stories about baseball because baseball was at one point for a long period of time America's pastime. Wasn't basketball, wasn't football. Sure. Like, you don't get these stories. I said earlier, you don't get these stories about Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, White, Tittle, Gale Sayers. I mean, name your favorite athlete in the NFL, NBA. Baseball lends itself to these stories, and kids go into games with their dads and remembering this kind of stuff. And I just, man, to be able to watch those players, and that was probably the greatest generation of baseball talent we've ever seen in the game. And the fact that Willie kind of stood above all of that, it maybe even speaks even loud. If you can speak louder, maybe it even speaks a little louder knowing who else was in the game at the time.
Yeah, he had great contemporaries.
Yep.
For a while, his prime didn't last as long, and his overall career didn't last as long, but a healthy Mickey Mantle was a great player. But as Tom Boswell, again in the Washington Post today, great baseball writer, put it, Mickey Mantle changed the game when he came to the plate. Willie Mays changed the game in every way. If he was on base, if he was in center field, if he was at the plate, everything he did, every moment, Willie Mays changed the game. So you had Mantle as a great contemporary. Hank Aaron, all things considered, probably Willie's greatest contemporary. Frank Robinson, who's very underappreciated, won the MVP in both leagues, first African-American manager in the major leagues. Roberto Clemente didn't have the power of the guys we just mentioned, but he hit for a high average. He was an incredibly great right fielder. He was the first Hispanic superstar in the major leagues, and he died as a hero on a mission of mercy trying to take supplies to earthquake victims in Nicaragua. So they all have kind of a special place, a distinctly different place. DiMaggio doesn't really overlap them. His last year is Mays' rookie year and Mantle's rookie year, and it predates Aaron and Frank Robinson and Clemente. But there is an overlap between Ted Williams and Stan Musial, both of whom played into the early 1960s. So to your point, when you think about that collection of talent, and I'm not even talking about the pitchers yet, and in a subset just beneath, you've got Roy Campanella, you've got Ernie Banks, you've got Yogi Berra, and as you said, baseball was the unquestioned national pastime. Now, to be fair, I would say that Wilt Chamberlain is more than just stats, although the stats are amazing. He's legendary, and Gale Sayers was the most beautiful open field runner to watch. And I tried when I did basketball, when a guy went to the foul line, I tried to slip an anecdote or some kind of story in. But you're right that the nature of baseball, especially from a broadcasting standpoint, the pace of it is more leisurely, and it lends itself to anecdotes and conversation in a way that other sports don't.
So Copes and I were talking earlier on about our all-time outfield, right? Mm-hmm. And it was like, okay, we start with Mays in center, Ruth and right, and then we go to the left. And Copes go, well, what if we had a DH? I was like, okay, let's play that game. We take Ruth out, and then you could put, I mean, you have Cobb, you have Williams, you have Mantle, you have DeMat. I mean, you got so many. You could go on and on. But the one thing that was constant was Mays in center. Look, Mays will be in center, and then we'll worry about the other two positions. If there's no DH, then we'll worry about the other position. But Mays will be in center, period. That's a given. That kind of says something because it really dawned on me because I was like, God, look at all these outfielders. Oh, we forgot one.
Yeah.
We forgot about that guy. But there's never a question about who the greatest center fielder is of all time, who's going to be in your all-time outfielder. Batting leadoff, it's Willie Mays.
Yeah. I think that's 100% fair. I also think as the years go by and after all of us are gone and they keep playing baseball, this idea that you can have a really honest and an intelligent conversation and limit it to 9 players is ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, I think that maybe, and I've thought this for a long time, let's go first half of the 20th century, which pretty much takes us up to integration, second half of the 20th century, and then start anew in the 21st century. And even that has flaws because you get to the back end of the second half of the 20th century and you're talking about distorted statistics for many guys because of steroids. And there obviously are differences of reliance on relief pitching and changes in the rules, designated hitters and whatnot, changes in ballparks. Was the ball juiced at this time or another? I mean, look, nobody thinks that the only people capable of hitting 400 in the major leagues, with the exception of Ted Williams, all did it essentially in the first quarter of the 20th century. I think Bill Terry may have hit 400 in the early 1930s for the Giants, but it wasn't only white guys, all of them born before the turn of the 20th century. If you took Rod Carew or Wade Boggs or George Brett in his 390 season or Tony Gwynn and made them contemporaries of Shoeless Joe Jackson and Ty Cobb, they would hit 400 too under those circumstances. We understand that. And so it's just an educated guess, but it's fair to say that the best players, the greatest players compared to their contemporaries, will always have historical significance. But how the hell do you leave Ty Cobb off? If you're going to leave Ty Cobb off, then you might as well say that it doesn't really count because the guy won 12 batting titles. On the other hand, Oscar Charleston was playing in the Negro Leagues at the same time. He might have been just as good as Ty Cobb. We'll never know. They've recovered some Negro League stats, but they're incomplete. So, you know, I think it would be fair to almost break it up by eras. And even then you'd have debates at the fringes. But then you could be sure to include Ted Williams, be sure to include Mickey Mantle, be sure to include Ken Griffey Jr., be sure to include the pre-steroid Barry Bonds. There's just not enough room for everybody that deserves mention. I'm not talking about honorable mention. I'm talking about first-rank mention. If you're going to confine it to 3 outfielders, you're going to have a lot of guys, a lot of worthy guys left on the tarmac when the plane takes off.
Well, it's funny because we were talking about this, me and my buddy, a few weeks ago. And maybe it was longer than that, Bob, when J.J. Redick was talking about, some of the players today would have killed the players in the NBA. I'm talking about now in the 60s. Like, he mentioned they were plumbers and electricians and stuff like that. And I always hate that conversation in any sport because if I take a player from today and he has all the nutritional and physical training knowledge that he has now and drop him in 68, of course he's going to kill everybody. But you can't assume that the player from 68 is not going to have the nutritional and physical fitness knowledge when you drop him in 2023. So I'm thinking when people say, well, what would Ted Williams be today? He'd be great. What would Willie Mays be today? He'd be great. Like, greatness in my mind always travels. I don't care who you are, when you're talking the best players in the game, greatness transcends era. It will be great. I understand Bill Russell's only 6'9", and Bill Russell would have a hard time guarding bigger. I go, Bill Russell would figure it out. He's great. That's just the way it is. So when I look at Willie Mays, Bob, I'm thinking the numbers may not be the exact same, but he would be great. He was great then. He's one of the best ever. He would be great in today's game. Period.
Yeah, no question about it. And when we talk about, since the subject is front and center now with the tribute to the Negro Leagues at Rickwood Field tomorrow night, and with the publication of the Negro League statistics and including them in the overall baseball statistics, one thing we can say for sure, the best players, the greatest players, black and white, would translate. Now, with the average player, the average quality of play is much better in every sport than it was in the past, including within our lifetimes. But even average players would be somewhat better with the advantage of analytics, training, nutrition, new techniques, etc. The quality of play overall would tend to rise. You know, when people talk about, and I'm talking about this now strictly from a baseball standpoint, the social justice aspect is beyond dispute. It's just almost unfathomable that the national pastime, a meritocracy, excluded black players from the major leagues for so long. That is a greater scandal than if every player and all the bat boys and all their wives and girlfriends were on steroids for the entire history of baseball. But having said that, simply from a baseball standpoint, if you're going to say, well, Babe Ruth can't be all that good because he didn't play against integrated competition, well, through no fault of his own, neither did Josh Gibson.
Yeah.
Neither did Cool Papa Bell. They didn't face Lefty Grove and Walter Johnson and Bob Feller. It's everybody's loss. But if the game had been integrated from the start, as it should have been, and let's say there were still 16 teams, as there were until the early 1960s, what would have happened was that a lot of average players would go from being starters to bench players.
Yep.
And some bench players, black and white, would go to the bushes, as they were then called. But the great players, the Oscar Charlestons and the Satchel Pages and all the rest, those players would still be great, as would Ty Cobb and Babe Ruth in their time. But they'd be less dominant because the overall quality of play would go up. The average player would be better, and the great players would be less dominant. They'd come back a little bit more toward the norm.
No, there is no doubt about it. And I'm completely convinced you dropped me in 1968, I could average 12. I'm on it, baby. Come on. Let's go.
Which would put you in line for Bob Cousy's insult to J.J. Redick. What did he do? He averaged 12 points.
It was a great comeback. Hey, Bob, we really appreciate you joining us. It's always fun to have your perspective on sports, but specifically today with the passing of Willie Mays yesterday, and we really appreciate you coming on with us and sharing some of your time.
Tom, thank you. I think this is the half-sentence takeaway on Willie Mays. Was he incredibly great? Yes. But beyond that, he was wondrous.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, guys.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Bob, the great Bob Costas. You miss any of that, available at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We will see what Kerry Crowley has cooking tonight. He'll be with you next from 6 until 9, only here on the Sports Leader. We're honoring the memory of Willie Mays all day long here on KNBR. Listen as we play classic interviews and highlights of the Say Hey Kid. Please let us know how much Willie meant to you at 415-808-KNBR or on our socials at KNBR.
All right, we're going to get on out of here. We're already over time. Clear the way for Carrie Crowley tonight. Take you right up till 9 o'clock. Carrie, how are you?
Doing well, Tom. How are you guys?
Good. It's been let's say a fun show. It hasn't been a fun show, but in a way it's been kind of a fun show because you get to remember one of the greatest of all time and play highlights of one of the greatest of all time and have guests on to talk about memories of one of the greatest of all time. So, yeah, I mean, it was more of a celebration than sad, I guess, and it's just fun to remember Willie Mays and the way he played and how he played and the joyfulness in which he played and how he resonated with people and the impact he had on the sport. So from that standpoint, yeah, I guess it was fun.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm looking forward to doing tonight is just hearing from people because this show is all about hearing from everyone and taking as many calls as we possibly can. And I think there are a few people, not just in baseball, but even in sports and maybe even American culture, who cut across generations the way that Willie Mays does. I mean, there are people under the age of 50 who've never seen Willie Mays taking at bat, who never saw him play the outfield at Candlestick Park, who have no concept of what it was like to see Willie Mays in person. But we all know Willie Mays, unlike players from the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, because there's all these clips of Willie play. We have the clip of the catch in 1954. We have the clips of Willie playing stickball in Harlem. And beyond that, we have the stories passed down from generation to generation. You think about, there are Hall of Fame players who get talked about and you learn about them as kids, but no one is revered among the younger generation in terms of players who never saw in person quite like Willie Mays is. It's tremendous.
No, and just I was even too young. Like I don't really remember him as a player because when he was playing for the Mets, I was like 6, 5, 6, 7, somewhere around there. But the highlights and all that stuff, and that's the great thing about baseball. Baseball does stories better than anybody, and maybe it's because it was America's #1 sport at the time. But you don't get these kind of stories about people's heroes and great players of football and basketball, and so you just don't do it. So from that standpoint, it's fun to be a baseball fan because you get to remember, all the greats, or most of them anyway, through other people's eyes, where other sports you don't really get that.
Yeah, what's crazy to me is there was a time when baseball was America's #1 sport.
Yep.
All eyes were tuned on Major League Baseball, and Willie Mays was far and away the #1 star at that time. All-Star game after All-Star game, Gold Glove after Gold Glove, 2 MVP awards. You can talk about all the accolades all you want, but it was the style of play, the flair for the dramatic, and like you mentioned, Tom, the joy that he brought to everything. And I think that's what, even those of us who've only, been around for the Oracle Park era of Giants baseball, who didn't go to as many games at Candlestick, don't have, the memories that people do of the 70s and 80s teams that oftentimes were really bad post Willie Mays. We remember the joy that he brought to the ballpark and watching his godson Barry Bonds and the speech that he gave at Bonds' jersey retirement. It's amazing to me that you can hear that laugh and you can hear his voice and immediately it sparks joy in someone. And that was the way that Willie Mays lived his life. And I'm really glad that the Giants made such an effort to include Willie in everything they did at 24 Willie Mays Plaza, because he made the experience of being a Giants fan growing up as a kid so much more enriching.
So what do you got going tonight? A lot of phone calls, I would imagine?
Phone calls for the first two plus hours. We're just going to take anyone and everyone who has a Willie Mays story, who has thoughts on how the Giants should honor Willie Mays. And then Marty's going to join us from Rickwood. I know that Marty's been on a lot over the past few nights, but Marty will join us from Rickwood to talk about his experience today. So, he was all around Birmingham today. There's all sorts of things that, he's been learning about and experiencing down in Alabama that I can't wait to hear about. Alex Simon of SF Gate will join us with some stories of Willie Mays and, what he'll be looking for when Willie comes, or when the Giants come home and they honor Willie next week. So really looking forward to hearing from the fans, though.
I wonder if he caught a little UAB football practice, getting ready for an exciting 2024 Blazers season.
I caught some Blazer ball.
The Blazers
taking the
against
under,
surprise
Tom.
Conference USA this year.
They called it the orange. It's the orange and blue spring game. Go
It's
Dragons.
the green and gold. You should know that. You should know that. It's the green and gold. Come on, Cobes.
Great job, brother.
8.5 wins. I'll take that in Conference USA.
Marty takes Birmingham next.
Copes have a great show.
You mean Kerry?
Kerry Copes.
Yeah, Copes, stick around. Stick around, my guy.
Do we really need the gong? Did we? I mean, that was uncalled for.
Gong him.
Thank you, Kerry.
Gong his ass.
I appreciate it. Well, they both start with a k. Anyway, let's thank our guests today that were nice enough to join us. We had Ray Ratto join us.
Yep.
We had Kuiper. That was awesome. Kuiper joining us on his birthday from the Pizza Parlor. We had Ned Coletti. We had Bob Costas, and I know I'm missing one. We had Larry Baer.
There you go.
Yep, they're boom.
Got them all.
Well done, Tom. Yay.
Nice job.
Thank you, Derek. Great job today. Really nice job with all the guests and Tim with all the sound. And I mean, it was. You know what? I know you're not supposed to say when you're talking about somebody passing away. It was a fun show, but I like to celebrate people.
Nailed Roger Craig right on the button.
It was. I mean, you smile. And that's the one thing that I think Willie always did was make people smile. And hopefully we made some people, even though you might be sad, smile a little bit today in remembering Willie Mays. He's just one of the greatest, not one of the greatest baseball players of all time, one of the greatest athletes of all time in an era that wasn't easy to be great for a black athlete and be accepted as a black athlete. And he most certainly was, and he just transcended eras. And I agree with Bob Costas. 100 years from now, he's going to be one of the greatest ball players of all time, one of the greatest athletes of all time. And then 200 years from now, it will be the same. And he was a giant. He will always be a giant. And Giant fans will always be able to wear that 24 jersey. And everybody will know who it is. It belonged to one of the greatest of all time, Willie Mays. Gary Crowley is going to join you next. He'll be right up and with you till 9 o'clock. Copes, we'll do it tomorrow as we get ready for the Rickwood game.
Short show tomorrow, and then Rickwood pregame starts at 3:05 tomorrow.
Going to be a lot of goosebumps at that game, I tell you. A lot of goosebumps down in Birmingham.
3:15, excuse me. 4:15 first pitch tomorrow, 3:15 pregame.
Gentlemen, thanks for everything today.
Thanks, guys.
Well done. Stay tuned. Gary Crowley is going to take you right until 9 right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down! Let's go home!
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Goodbye!
This is Sportsphone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We are back. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you on Sportsphone KNBR until 9 o'clock this evening. A reminder that Sportsphone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. It was about 24 hours ago that we first heard the news here on KNBR, and I think, many of us, if you were listening to the station at this time, got chills when Dave Fleming came over the airwaves and delivered the news from Wrigley Field, and you could hear the emotion in Dave's voice in announcing the passing of Willie Mays, an all-time great in the San Francisco Giants organization, an all-time great in Major League Baseball. But really, when you zoom out and consider the broader context of Mays' life and career, really an all-time great human being. And at 93 years old, it still hits us hard. Look, I can't sit here and pretend like I watched Willie Mays play baseball, but I can tell you that I had the privilege of interacting with and talking with Mays and having a couple of one-on-one conversations with him, and the chance to learn from and listen to, more so than anything, listen to one of the most impactful people in American society during his playing days. Absolutely the time of my life. And I think everyone has their Willie Mays story. I right before we started this show, I popped on the text line. 415-808-KNBR is the number. And all day long here on KNBR, we've seen remembrances from those of you who went out to Candlestick Park and watched Willie Mays patrol center field. From those of you who only know Willie from the Oracle Park days and watching him as he stood on the field congratulating his godson, Barry Bonds, after milestone home runs. I was there at Oracle Park the night of 661 when Bonds passed Mays. What a celebration it was. There are just so many different memories we have from Mays' career in baseball, from Mays' life in general, that are worth celebrating tonight. And it was obviously very difficult for Dave to deliver that news last night, and he did so in such an empathetic way, and a way that was fitting of the man that Willie Mays was, because he had such a profound impact on every life that he touched. And this evening on Sportsphone, I want to hear from you. 2 hours straight calls until we get to Marty around 8 o'clock, live from Alabama, discussing his day in Birmingham, discussing what he's learned at Rickwood Field as the Giants prepare to take on the St. Louis Cardinals tomorrow in a game that will absolutely be a celebration of life for Willie Mays, and really nowhere more fitting to celebrate Mays' life than his home state in Alabama, the Negro League Stadium where he took over as a starter at 16, 17 years old in center field and grew up to be a man on that ball field at Rickwood. I can't wait to see how he's honored tomorrow, and I can't wait to celebrate his life tonight with every Giants fan, with every baseball fan, with anyone who loved Willie Mays, because that's what we're here to do this evening. I know that these phone calls began a little under 24 hours ago on Sportsphone, post-game after the Giants lost to the Cubs at Wrigley, and my hope is that they'll continue, and that, the year 2024 will be a celebration of number 24 and all that he meant to the good folks in and around San Francisco, the Bay Area, anyone who got the chance to see Willie Mays play, anyone who had the chance to meet Willie Mays and experience his joy, his aura, his humor, all of it, because we really are the luckiest. And I said this to Tom at the beginning, and I'll say it again now as we head to our commercial break. Willie Mays linked generations together, more so than any other athlete in society, really in the last century. The stories of Mays that have been passed down through generation to generation in families in and around the Bay Area, those are the stories that we'll carry with us and we'll pass down. We will get to tell the tale of Willie Mays to the next generation, so that 100 years from now, he's still revered as the greatest to ever do it. Tonight on Sportsphone, your calls, Willie Mays. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We're honoring the memory of Willie Mays all day long here on KNBR. Listen as we play classic interviews and highlights of the Say Hey Kid. Please let us know how much Willie meant to you at 415-808-KNBR or on our socials at KNBR.
Mays, the batter, with on at first. Here's the pitch to Willie. Swung on, hit deep to left. That one is way back, way back, way back. Till it goodbye, number 600 for Willie Mays, and the bye-bye baby bonanza. And the Giants come to home plate to greet him. Number 600 for Mays. He hit it over the 370-foot mark. A standing ovation here in San Diego for Willie.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sportsphone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, we are back here on Sportsphone KNBR. This show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. Visit redwoodcu.org. Well, you heard me open up this show talking about Willie Mays and all that he means to the Bay Area community, the Major League Baseball community, and really, I think, American society for his contributions, not just in baseball, but of what his life and the significance of his career has meant to so many people. And it's time that we open up the phone lines. 415-808-KNBR is the number. I want to hear any and all Mays memories, any and all Mays stories, how you'd like to see Mays honored in the year 2024, the year of 24, the Say Hey Kid. Let's kick things off tonight with our friend John in Santa Rosa. John in Santa Rosa, you're on Sportsphone. John, how are you this evening?
Very good, Kerry. Hey, I got to see Willie Mays. I was 10 years old. It was the Giants and the Braves at Candlestick Park. Got to see Hank Aaron. I remember the seagulls, everything going around. We were freezing our butts off, but it was all worth it because I kept that ticket stub for years because I got to see Willie Mays. That's all I dreamed about.
It's incredible.
There will never be another Willie Mays. I mean, the guy was my hero, and to see him, it was unbelievable.
It really is. I think, John, that word, we throw it around so often, but you said hero. And I think that, for athletes right now, it's hard to imagine anyone in the social media era that we live in, the overexposed era that we live in, being a hero. But Willie really was the hero to so many kids around the Bay Area, so many people who watched him play. He just had this incredible aura around him. And I just have to imagine at 10 years old, seeing him in person for the first time. Like you said, it's a moment you'll never forget, but I have to imagine that's something that for days and weeks you were still buzzing off at that time in your life.
I didn't sleep for like the next 3 nights. It was just real quickly. After the game, all the players are going off the field. He made a point to go to, I think, either third baseline, first baseline. Robbie stood there 20 minutes signing autographs. Everybody else had gone off the field. We weren't able to get down there, but it was just the way the guy was. It was just unbelievable. And these were all kids that were standing waiting to get their autographs. He autographed every ball that he could get his hands on. It was just, the guy was just unbelievable. Like I say, there'll never be another Willie Mays ever again. And I hope somehow this year Major League Baseball does something, maybe name an award after him. I don't know, MVP or batting title or something they could do to honor him. It would really be nice if they could do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the call. Appreciate you leading us off here. 415-808-KNBR is the number. I think Willie Mays might have an award named after him already. I'm going to have to dig that up while we continue to get to calls. Let's head out to our next one. Damon in Oakland. Damon in Oakland, you're on Sportsphone. Damon, how are you this evening?
Oh, it's a good day. Nevertheless, we lost a hero. I have to say he is our hero in the Bay Area. There was no bigger hero to me. I was 11 years old when I went to my first Giant game in 1962, and I watched Willie Mays. He was the reason why I went to that game. I wanted to see him so bad play and make a basket catch. That was going to thrill me to pieces. And this man, actually, they played the Cubs just like yesterday. They were playing the Cubs in that game, and I remember only one ball came to Willie, and it was a base hit up the middle. I forget who hit it. It might have been Billy Williams, but nevertheless, I was a bit disappointed that I didn't see him make the basket catch. But he gave me thrill after thrill after thrill throughout his playing days, and I had the pleasure of meeting him.
Yeah,
and he had a health effect on my life in this regard. I told him, you're the reason why I didn't smoke or do drugs.
Mm-hmm.
You are that man because I wanted to be like you. and he shook my hand and walked away. And I just, I got to be honest with you, I was really starstruck just looking at him.
Yeah.
Because I waited 60 years to meet this man. And it was actually 3 days after my 60th birthday, I meet Willie Mays in a place I never expected to meet him. And I had to say hello and tell him what he meant to me and will always mean to me. I love Willie Mays. As simple as that.
Amazing. Thank you so much for the call, Damon. Appreciate your memories. And I think our last two callers, John from Santa Rosa and Damon from Oakland there, they encapsulate something about Mays that I think is really remarkable and stood the test of time. And John Shea, his biographer, who just did such an incredible job with the book 24, documented this so well. Mays did so much for children. He was always signing for children. He went out in the streets of Harlem, played stickball with children in San Francisco. He was just tremendous with children. He loved that he could be a role model for the kids. He certainly was for our last caller, Damon, there. Just outstanding stuff. Let's go to Big Ern in Petaluma. Big Ern in Petaluma, you're on Sportsphone. Big Ern, how are you this evening?
Hey, Kerry. Good evening. Yeah, a lot of mixed emotions. I mean, we did lose a hero. And I can remember elementary days, I did a cool book report. I was so proud of that, of the outcome of just, he was the reason why I did Little League. I'm in my 40s, but I never saw the man, the greatness of him live on the field in action. But I always talked to my dad. He would cut class just to go peek at the fence when Candlestick had that opening in a cyclone. My pops would be like, yeah, I see Willie right there making them catch, making them plays. And to me, obviously Barry was the guy I looked up to, but it was a blessing as well to have Willie as his godfather. And I was just the ultimate for me. Any Giants fan would be so overjoyed to just have the energy of that. And what Willie, to me, what sticks out is he was a man of beyond integrity, a man that not only enjoyed life to the fullest of just, he had that positive energy, whether it was life, but baseball, no matter what, started the day with a smile, and I feel like he just always ended the day with a smile. And that sticks out with me. I feel like I will use that as just a personal growth for me, and I think everybody should see that, of the man, how positive he was from the beginning to the end. And that's the one thing that, to me, what sticks out with. And I'm not saying athletes aren't like that, but we just don't see smiles anymore from athletes and enjoying life, and he exuded that. And
exactly.
That's just, it's heartbreaking, but I feel that all of the world and the world of baseball will be blessed by his presence each and every day. And I know his energy his positiveness will reign upon us. And I feel
absolutely.
Like 2024 will be a positive year, even that much so. I just feel that.
Thank you so much, Big Ern. And I think, thank you for the call. I appreciate your thoughts this evening. I think that you touched on something that's so profound about the life and the impact of Willie Mays that goes beyond the 660 home runs that he hit, that goes beyond the 12 gold gloves and the 2 MVPs that he won. He played the game with a childlike joy. He exuded excitement and joy whenever he took the diamond. And I didn't need to see him play to know that. Those stories are passed down from generation to generation. You can see that in the grainy footage, the black and white clips that we have from Mays' days at the Polo Grounds in the 1950s. You can see that after he makes the catch in 1954 to rob Vic Wertz in Cleveland. As he pirouettes in the outfield and fires the ball back to the infield, there's that sly smile on his face that just shines through, and it's amazing. And I'm so grateful to everyone who shared a memory so far. Let's go to Dana in Half Moon Bay. Dana in Half Moon Bay, you're on Sportsphone. Dana, how are you this evening?
Good, Kerry. How you doing?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
I'm actually in Scottsdale.
There we go.
Yeah, big FP caller months ago. But so I was 11 years old. I first went to my first Giants game. It was my cousin's birthday. And I remember walking through the portal onto the third base side of Candlestick, and I looked out in center field, and I couldn't believe I was actually looking at Willie Mays, my hero, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was the best day of my life. Bobby Bolin pitched. We beat the Cardinals 4-2. I got to see Lou Brock in left field. McCovey was in left field. Cepeda was at first. It was legendary. And then I went to Scottsdale in '95, playing golf with my friend, and he goes, "Hey, you knew who I live across the street from?" And I said, "Who?" He goes, "Willie Mays." I go, "Shut up." And so we're over at his house, and he goes, "Mays is in town." And I go, "Let's go over there." And so we knocked on the door, and of course he answered the door, and we came in his house and sat for 30 minutes and talked about baseball. And it was the most incredible day of my life.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I told him about that day, '67 when they were playing the Cardinals, and he goes, "I think I remember that game, Bobby Bolin." And he goes, "You guys want baseballs?" And I said, "You know what, Willie? No one can ever take this moment away from me. Thank you for talking to us, and you're the greatest of all time. See you later." So that's my main story.
That's incredible. That you know what? There are so many people who had that exact conversation that you had, but obviously different notes in the conversation that will remember it just as you did, how warm and embracing that Willie Mays was when he talked ball with you and how exciting that was. Dana, thank you for sharing that. Really appreciate your phone call this evening and love what we've gotten so far here on Sportsphone. So many great callers this evening. We're honoring the life that Willie Mays lived, but tonight here on Sportsphone, more than 24 hours after Dave Fleming delivered the news on these airwaves, we are celebrating the life and the legacy of Willie Mays, the human being, not just the baseball player, but the person and all that he meant. We've got a long list of callers we'll get to you after the break. I see Loretta, Moving Man, Bill, Andrea, Dave. We will get to all of you. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We're rolling until 9 o'clock here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Osteen has made a brilliant recovery after a rough fourth inning. Mays sends a high drive to right field, going far back. It's barely held it. Bye, baby. He has broken the record. Number 512 for Willie Mays, and they mobbed him as he went into the dugout, and Candlestick Park to a man is standing and cheering. 512 home runs for Mays.
This is Sportsphone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
Gosh, what a great find by Raph. Home run number 512 put Willie Mays into first place all time in the Giants home run record books. Of course, passing the legendary Hall of Famer Mel Ott in that regard. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We are celebrating the life of Willie Mays here on Sportsphone this evening. I'm Kerry Crowley, rolling with you until 9 o'clock. You've heard enough from me this evening. I want all of your Willie Mays memories, how Major League Baseball should look to honor Willie Mays in the year 2024. It's all about 24, the Say Hey Kid. Let's head out to Loretta in Half Moon Bay. Loretta in Half Moon Bay, you're on Sportsphone. Loretta, how are you this evening?
I'm doing really good, even though it's sad. I grew up, my dad was in AAA, and I was about 5 years old, and he put a bat in my hand, and he said, let's see you swing. And I did, and he said, don't you ever let the boys tell you you can't play. Well, I played, obviously, with the guys, and I just want to say that as a gay woman growing up at that time, there was no place for me to play except with the boys. And Willie, in his grace of racism, just taught me how to be graceful as well, you know, because he was fabulous. I mean, he was always smiling no matter what they said to him, and it helped me to rise above homophobism. And I just want to say, what a man, you know, what a man.
Yeah, that's extremely powerful. Willie's courage resonated with so many people, but Loretta, your story, it's very touching to hear tonight, and thank you for sharing that. When did you first learn about Willie Mays, and you know what he could mean to you in your life?
I grew up in Chicago, and so my dad would take us to, you know, Wrigley Field, and it's just, I mean, I was too young to really understand how good he was. But, and I grew up in a racist family, so it was very, you know, juxtaposition of the whole thing at the same time. But then to see him later on in life and how, like I said, when he was younger and gracious, it just really inspired me to continue being gracious no matter what people say to you. So,
yeah, absolutely. Loretta, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and your memories of Willie and his impact on your life. Can't thank you enough. It's what it's all about. You know,
thank you for taking my call.
It really is. That is what it's all about. Willie Mays and his courage, his grace, and the inspiration he was to people across so many different communities. It's amazing to think what one person's life can do for so many other people. Let's go to Moving Man in Santa Clara. Moving Man in Santa Clara, you're on Sportsphone. Moving Man, how are you this evening?
I'm fine, thank you. I have several stories, but I'm only going to briefly talk about one or two.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I agree with Tolbert today. You know, he put it very well, how, you know, it was a fun show. Because I was born in 1951. The first game I went to I was 7 years old. I saw some of the greatest games. I saw Warren Spahn, Juan Marichal. I saw the 12-inning game and the double. I don't know if it was the doubleheader, you know, the St. Louis. The Marichal, they won the first one. But and then Bob Gibson came in, they split. It was St. Louis. But Willie Mays, back back in the day, there were kids, there were families there, all over the park. And the first game I went to, I sat next to these two black girls. They were 12, I was 7. We talked about the whole game. They were telling me about Willie Mays, and they had, they were fans. It was just he brought out the game. Everybody born and 10 years older, 10 years younger than me knows what I'm talking about at Candlestick Park. The atmosphere, you just felt it. I immediately, I didn't know what to expect, but I knew Willie Mays, watching him, the whole game, all the games. And the families back then, the kids, we would go up and talk to the players. For me, I was not an autograph seeker, but I just like to go up and talk to whoever, Mays, Marichal, McCovey, and shake their hands and say hello. And they would take the time, and they just... The atmosphere that I'm talking was there all the time. Like when the Giants came, I only saw the Giants lose twice. Unfortunately, one of the times was Koufax and Marichal. They lost 3-2. And the double headers was always a split. The rest of the times, we mostly went on Sunday games, and Marichal was pitching. But I saw Mays hit several home runs. I mean, just, one at, I don't know, maybe a total of 7, but I went to about 30 to 40 games.
Sounds about right. I mean, that's about the rate that Willie hit him. He played in 3,000 games and he hit 660 home runs. So the math you're doing there, it all adds up. Moving man, he created such an aura about Giants baseball, and he was the leader, and other players followed him. The way that he interacted with people like you, the kids who would come down and want to talk and want to get autographs, I think it's incredibly profound, huh?
Yes. When, in the game itself, when they're playing, you always felt, well, one thing about Willie Mays, how he was separate. He was separated like Elvis Presley icon. They didn't call him the king for nothing, the king of rock and roll. Mays was like the king of baseball. Every time he came up to the plate, and you felt that he was going to win it somehow. You didn't think he was going to do a home run. He would either do a home run, a base hit, steal a base. He had so many ways to score. He had a rifle arm, a bullet arm. When they were playing the doubleheader, anyway, there was whoever it was, I can't remember, got a base hit, and he tried to stretch a double into a triple, and then the other runner was going to second. He was going to. But Mays threw I said, no, don't throw it to third. You're not going to make it.
And he did.
Not only did he throw a bullet, he was out by a good 5 or 6 feet, and he was playing. It certainly wasn't shallow center. But that is the reputation that he had. That is the Willie Mays that so many people saw. Movie Man, thank you for the call. I think that, you touch on all 5 of the tools. You anticipate something great was going to happen. You didn't know if he'd hit a game-winning home run, but you knew in some way, shape, form, or another, he would have a profound impact on that game that you were watching. So many Giants fans calling up with memories of Willie Mays this evening. That's what this is all about. Let's go to Bill in Long Beach. Bill in Long Beach, you're on Sportsphone. Bill, how are you this evening?
I'm doing good. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course. What's on your mind tonight, Bill?
I got a Willie story that will reinforce a lot of the stories that I've heard today. I've been listening to you guys all day. But I grew up in Central Illinois. And I idolized Willie from the moment I knew about baseball. And my dad took us up to see him play in Wrigley Field, saw him play in Busch Stadium in St. Louis. But when I was 11 years old, this was 1971, we made a trip out to California. And my uncle, who was an FBI agent, knew somebody, and he got us connected with Murph. We got into the Giant clubhouse.
That's pretty incredible.
Went to meet Willie, and he's in the training room getting a rub down or something, and he just got his sliding shorts on. And I was only 11 years old, so I didn't know much. But I could tell this dude was ripped. And my dad was a college football coach. He said he was built like a running back.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I idolized him, and this was just like the highlight of my life. And he was just so gracious. And I can't remember what I said, and I can't remember what he said because I was so awestruck and starstruck. But I do remember it was a doubleheader. Game 2, he played first base. And I went and looked that up. He actually played 83 games at first base in his career.
Yeah.
Which I didn't realize. But he had a home run in the bottom of the 12th to win Game 2.
Yeah, that's incredible. We're going to have to track that down for you. I can try and narrow down the 83 games. But first time he appeared at first base was way back in 1964. He did it again in 68, 69, and 70 as well for the Giants. So you're right on with that story. Thank you for the call. Love the behind-the-scenes story of getting inside the clubhouse and Murph providing the access to go meet Willie Mays, and who was so gracious with his time, especially with the kids. Memories of Willie Mays here on Sportsphone this evening. Let's go to Dave in Sacramento. Dave in Sacramento, you're on Sportsphone. Dave, how are you this evening?
I'm doing great. Thank you for taking the call. I have a story from Philadelphia, my hometown, Connie Mack Stadium.
Yeah.
1963, maybe 64. The Giants came to town. It was absolutely my favorite team to see because they had a swagger. They had the stars. You know, you look around, you see McCovey and Jim Ray Hart and Bobby Bonds, and Jose Pagan. You know, it was just a solid team. I could never figure out why they didn't win it. But that's, you know, I was a Philadelphian. I wanted the Phillies. But Willie in center field had a fly ball and left the line drive, really, left center field. He ran so fast and actually put his spike in the plywood billboards. He put his spike in the billboards, jumped up and backhanded it. Obviously metrics and AI, they're not going to show that. But I saw it with my eyes.
Yeah.
And it was just incredible. My jaw dropped, and, you know, people just could not believe what they saw. And then, of course, later on he comes to the plate, and what looked like a double ended up a triple with his hat flying off between second and third. So those are my memories of, I don't know that he was necessarily the most talented player, because I saw Clemente and Aaron do some things that were just incredible too. But he had a flair, he had a joy, and this is the first time I've listened to you guys for 44 years. It's the first time I've called. That's how much he means to me.
Well, thank you, Dave. I think we're really grateful that you did call. Thank you for the memories that you shared of Willie Mays and watching him out in Philadelphia, and, you know, putting the spike in the plywood fence and jumping up and making those catches. Just incredible that we can relive some of the memories through the eyes of people who saw Willie Mays in person. That's what it's all about here on Sportsphone. Let's go to Bob in Fremont. Bob in Fremont, you're on Sportsphone. Bob, how are you this evening?
I am doing well. Thanks for taking my call.
Oh, thanks for calling in. You got a Mays memory you want to share with us?
I do. It's a 5-minute memory out at Oracle Park. It was about 10 years ago, and I grew up, I was born, and my dad raised me in Los Angeles. So it was a Giant Dodger game. I was, decked out in hat, jacket, jersey, all blue. and I'm waiting for the elevator, and in walks Willie Mays with a lady assistant with him, kind of holding him up, I think, but he was walking on his own. We go into I'm hitting my wife. I'm like, that's Willie Mays. And she gets her camera and slyly takes some pictures. We get into the elevator, and I'm standing right next to Willie, and he looks at me, and I said, are you Willie Mays? And he says, I used to be. And the whole elevator just busted up laughing at his response, because he was 80 something at that point. We get out of the elevator. I don't ask for an autograph or anything. I just say, hey, can I shake your hand? He does. And he goes, it's a lot of blue, my friend. And we walk away. But just such a class act to even give me the time of day at that point. So I'll never forget it.
The humor remains sharp. Oh my goodness! Thank you for the call, Bob. Appreciate your thoughts and that good memory of Willie Mays. The humor is what stood out to me as well. And my few times having the privilege to meet with Mays, he always had a quip, always had one line, and was always so good natured about every conversation. And my friend Henry Shulman was pointing this out on Twitter today. You know, Willie took an interest in the lives of everyone around him. He always had questions for people. He always had observations for folks, and the fact that he had that line for Bob, that's a lot of blue, does not surprise me in the slightest. We have to take a commercial break. We're running out of time in the hour, but good news for you, we're rolling until 9 o'clock this evening here on Sportsphone. When we come back, Andrea, Mike, Gary, Don, all of our callers here, 808 KNBR is the number. We will get to you and your Mays memories here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow, John Shea, and Brandon Crawford joined Murph and Marcus this morning to share their memories of the late Willie Mays. Listen to all of those podcasts. They're available now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
The 2-0 delivery, and Mays sends another one. Tell it, bye-bye, baby. Aaron doesn't even move. It's going far up into the center field bleachers. Willie Mays has tied a record, 4 home runs in a game. County Stadium is going mad.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sportsphone KNBR keeps rolling right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
Part of just about every club that's exclusive in Major League Baseball, including the 4-homer game club. And you heard the call there as Willie Mays blasted his 4th of the afternoon. Aaron didn't even turn his back to watch it go. Yes, that's Henry Aaron. What a call, what a memory. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Sportsphone KNBR is tonight's show, and tonight we're celebrating the life and the legacy of Willie Mays. More than 24 hours after Dave Fleming delivered the news here on the KNBR airwaves that Mays has passed at the age of 93. We're honoring Mays with all the memories that folks in and around San Francisco, the Bay Area, and the United States really have of watching Mays play, dating back to his days at the Polo Grounds, to Seal Stadium, to Candlestick Park, and we can't forget Rickwood Field, where the Giants, of course, are going tomorrow to take on the St. Louis Cardinals, and we'll do a lot on Rickwood in the 8 o'clock hour. Let's head out to Andrea in Berkeley. Andrea in Berkeley, you're on Sportsphone. Andrea, how are you this evening?
Good. Thanks so much for your show. We really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to talk about Willie Mays and to have met him, and I think you understand that. You follow Bay Area sports as closely as anyone, and Willie's just a shining light for everyone who watched him play, and even those of us who didn't.
Yes, a very special being, determined Taurus, May 6, 1931. He had that enduring quality about him, very persevering and determined and just resourceful. And what's real interesting, he transitioned yesterday. Today was Juneteenth. Tomorrow's a Rickwood Field game and the summer solstice. And then we have a full moon right after.
Yeah.
So a lot of planetary occurrences, and I actually have a somewhat unique memory of Willie Mays. It's unique to me. 1973, way before your time, I was watching the World Series with the Mets and the A's, and I think it was Game 7, and I think Ray Fosse missed a tag at home plate of a runner, and Willie was up next, and he just begged the home plate umpire, he just pleaded with him to change the call, and umpires being umpires didn't. But I remember, the passion that he had and he brought to, every game that he played, and it was just, such a special gift for the Giants to have him and, to be remembered. And I look forward to the game tomorrow. That should be a very, very memorable spiritual experience.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we all do. And Andrea, thank you for the call. I saw the picture today of the exact moment that she's talking about of Willie pleading in a New York Mets. I did. Yeah, I just came across it scrolling on social media. So I'll see if we can track it down and send it to you on our text line. Thank you for the call, Andrea. Appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's go out to Mike. Mike on the phone line now. You're on Sportsphone. Mike, how's it going this evening?
I'm doing great. How about you?
How are you this evening?
Perfect. I have one memory back in 1984. I met Willie Mays at a restaurant in Menlo Park. It was a Mexican restaurant called La Luna. And I had my two boys with me. One was 6, the other was 4. And we walked in, we saw Willie, and my boys immediately wanted to get his autograph. And so I said, no. He's eating, he's with his lady. Just let him eat. So they understood, and so Willie has his meal, and he comes by the table. He introduces himself to myself and my two boys, and he says, would you like to have an autograph? And of course they just jumped. And so anyway, he says to me, Mike, well, thank you so much for not interrupting my dinner. And I go, everybody needs their piece. And he goes, thank you. And he goes, can I buy your dinner? And I go,
no way.
Yeah. I said, no, you don't have to do that. And so he says, well, thank you. And I go, okay, great. Well, come to find out 2 months later, I'm doing a tile job on Willie Mays' house.
No way.
And he walks in and he goes, didn't I meet you a couple of months ago? I go, yeah, you did. And he goes, oh, you were there with those two little guys. And I go, yeah. Yeah, it was just a great experience.
That's tremendous. Mike, thank you so much for the call. Thank you for sharing that one. And the memory, that's another thing. He was so personable, and like John Shea shared on the airwaves earlier today, Willie Mays was your friend. That is one of the enduring takeaways I'll have from the life of Willie Mays and all we can learn from his career in baseball and the life that he lived. He was your friend, no matter what no matter whether you were a Giants fan, a baseball fan, or someone who just cared about the betterment of society. Willie was your friend. Let's go to Gary in Menlo Park. Gary in Menlo Park, you're on Sportsphone. Gary, how are you this evening?
Great. Thanks for taking my...
Thanks for calling us. What's on your mind? You got a Mays story for us?
It's kind of a segue on Father's Day and Willie.
Yeah.
Whenever possible, we were trying to get to a Giants game on Father's Day, and coming up here, the memory of my first one when I went with my dad, and Willie would always touch first base on his way into the dugout at Candlestick. That was something my dad whispered to me when he told me about that in the first inning against the Dodgers in the early 60s. And from then on, it was just a thrill to anticipate, him touching that bag. And
yeah.
And when when I thought about it on Father's Day, I was thinking about the things that we share and we have in common with him, because I lost him about 20 years ago. The first thing that came to mind was him letting me know that, you're always going to be able to count on Willie to touch that bag on the way into the dugout.
Yeah.
So to hear him pass yesterday, it brought back a feeling of sadness, but also brought back a real feeling that was a reward and that was a gift that Willie gave to me and my dad and everybody else out there. It's the little things in life that you remember, and he's a part of that life because of it. That's about all I've got to share.
Gary, thank you so much for the call. I think that was pretty profound what you just said, because touching first base every time he walked off the field, it kind of exemplifies one of the enduring qualities of Mays' career, which was the consistency. Over 2 decades plus in Major League Baseball, you saw consistent performance. You saw consistent power. You saw consistent speed. You saw consistent talent and a consistent love of the game. And that joy emanated from Mays and emanated through him in his post-playing days and all the visits he made to Oracle Park. At the beginning, he was out there so regularly. In recent years, not as much, but when he was out there, my goodness, he brought consistent joy to the ballpark and to the Giants clubhouse and so many players. The highlight of being traded to the Giants or signing with the Giants in free agency, the highlight for them was the day that Willie Mays would stop by the clubhouse and they would get to shake his hand. It's something that I'll always take away from my day as a beat writer following the team around the country, is when Willie showed up, time stopped for these players. Let's go to Don in Lake Tahoe. Don in Lake Tahoe, you're on Sportsphone. Don, how are you this evening?
Hey, Kerry. Good to talk to you. Andrea kind of stole my thunder. I was going to mention that 73 World Series and that this game, Mays' last season. And I was at the game and rooting for the A's over the Mets, obviously. But I just could not cheer for the out at home plate because Willie Mays was down on his knees with his hands up in the air like he was begging the umpire to change the call. And you said you saw it on social media somewhere?
I did. I saw it today, the plea of Willie Mays in the Mets uniform. That's what stood out to me is, he still looks, I think he's 42, 43 years old at the time, at a time when no one played past the age of about 35. He still looks like he could run the bases as well as anyone. He was fit as heck at that time in his career still.
Oh, yeah, he sure was. But I saw pictures with his shirt. We did have a shirt on. God, he was buffed. Yeah. One other story was 11 years old, huge Giants fan, always carried around the transistor radio. Games were on TV at the time. And I was listening to the game, and it was a school night. And my mom says, you got to turn up the radio. It's getting late. It was about the 11th inning, and it was the Marichal Spawn game. And I just could not. Mom came in, and she said, were you still awake? I go, yeah. Well, maybe this will make you sleep. Willie Mays hit a home run to win the game in the bottom of the 16th, and I went right back to sleep. That was just meant so much to me to hear that. And, just like I said, my transistor was my best friend at the time because I got to listen to all the Giants.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 16th inning, Willie Mays walk-off home run. That's one that will live forever, Don. Thank you for the phone call. Really appreciate those memories. And we've had a lot of folks chime in tonight with the Marichal Spawn game, the famous 16-inning duel at Candlestick Park, and Mays' walk-off home run in the 1-0 ball game. One that... The 660 home runs, so many different moments to choose from, whether it be running the bases or playing the outfield with the catch, of course, and the other sensational plays that he made. But that home run keeps coming up, and for good reason. Let's go to Gary in Rockland. Gary in Rockland, you're on Sportsphone. Gary, how are you this evening?
Hi, I'm doing fine. Hi, Carrie. How are you?
Oh, we're doing great. We have the opportunity to celebrate Willie tonight. I think it's been 24 hours, a lot of processing, Gary, but right now we're celebrating the life and the legacy that he leaves behind, and we're understanding how fortunate we were, to follow Willie Mays and throughout his life. You got a Mays memory for us?
Oh, yeah. He was a tremendous part of my life. I live in Rockland now, but I grew up in San Francisco, and talk about different times. My mother said, get out of the house. And me and my brother, she would give us $1.25 and go to the game where it was 90-cent bleachers. But in left field, there was Willie Mays. And, he would wave to us once in a while and hang out. And, we just looked at him as godlike. And then the funny thing later was 40 years later, I was working at SFO, and I happened to go into American Airlines first-class lounge, and there is Willie Mays. I came up to him and I said, you came to one of the school down the street from me, and I was sick that day, and I couldn't make it. And then all of a sudden, security came over and said, oh, you got to leave. And then Willie grabbed my arm and said, no, this man needed to see me when he was young. And what do you want? And I said, could you give me an autograph? He goes, yeah. And I go, could you just say to Gary? He goes, my pleasure. And it made, it was the greatest, comeback story, wonderful, made my childhood hero come alive.
I love that. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Gary. Really appreciate the memory. Thank you for the call. We got a lot of calls to get to here on Sportsphone this evening. We're taking them up until the 8 o'clock hour when Marty Lurie will join us from Alabama, discussing what he's learned in Birmingham today as the Giants get set to take on the Cardinals at Rickwood Field tomorrow, where Willie Mays played as a teenager for the Birmingham Black Barons. Dave, Paul, Chris, Jeff, Will, all on the other side. You're listening to Sportsphone, KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader.
He's up on top. He's into the stretch. He throws to Mays. There it goes. It's going to tie the ball game. Tell it, bye, baby. The man is unbelievable. Look at that dugout. Willie Mays hitting number 501, and he hit it up over the 390-foot in left field, the 390-foot marker, and it was up into about the last row of the seats, a drive that had to go 450 feet. The Giants have tied it up.
Speak your mind on the sports leader. Sportsphone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Oh, gosh, what great phone calls we've received this evening on Willie Mays. What a privilege it is to talk about the greatest to ever do it here on Sportsphone KNBR. I'm Kerry Crowley. We're about halfway home this evening, rolling with you until 9 o'clock tonight. It's all Mays stories from all of our callers. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Before we send it out to the phone lines, just a moment of appreciation for all the work that Raph has put in behind the scenes to grab these outstanding calls that we're coming into breaks with, going out of breaks with, all of these Mays highlights that live on at KNBR. We'll be playing them forever, and it's thanks to the good folks like Raph who are digging them up for our audience. So let's head out to Dave in Carmel Valley. Dave in Carmel Valley, you're on Sportsphone. Dave, how are you this evening?
Kerry, thank you for taking my call. I'm going to start real quick. My mother grew up in Shaker Heights, Ohio. She lived next door to Al Rosen. She was his babysitter. And so I grew up like 2, 3, 4. The only word I knew was Willie Mays. And so we went on her birthday, May 14th, 1971. I'm dating myself, but Chris Baer and Willie Mays went back to back.
Yeah.
And McCovey had a great day, but Mays was just so wow. Just watching him play, it was just so amazing. And he made 2 incredible catches. And he only hit 18 home runs that year, I think. But he was just, he was hot at that point.
373 average that day. How about that?
Yes.
His slugging percentage at 40 years old was 706. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Let's go. Yes. It was just such an honor, but he looked so I don't know, he was just such a thing in our house. But it gets better. In 1984, I go back for Old Timers Day, and we're out in the pull-out bleachers underneath. They used to sell the tickets at Candlestick, and my buddy wants a hot dog during Old Timers Day, and we get up and leave, and Willie Mays throws a ball, and it landed in my seat.
Oh.
No, right.
Yeah.
Like, I was like Seinfeld. Newman. Yeah. So anyway, but he was wonderful. And Al Rosen told my mom that he was the best baseball player I ever saw. My mother was at the World Series, not in New York, but in Cleveland. And she said the same thing. My grandparents also said the same thing. He resonates. There it is.
He does. Across generations. Across generations, everyone knows it. Everyone's got a story. Dave, thank you so much for the call this evening and those great memories. Really do appreciate that. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Send out to Paul in Fresno. Paul in Fresno, you're on Sportsphone. Paul, how's it going this evening?
Hey, Kerry, how you doing?
Oh, doing well. Any chance we get to celebrate the greats, it's always a privilege. And to me, Paul, the phone calls that we've received tonight have been so overwhelming in people's love and appreciation for Willie Mays' life. And I'm sure you've got a story to share as well.
Yeah, Kerry, I, like you, grew up in San Francisco, and we're around the same age. And I just remember just being the biggest team head growing up. I just love the Giants. I love the Barry Rodbeck Giants. But basically the foundation for that was Willie Mays. And I just remember as a kid being about fourth grade, and I think it was the first year at what was then Pac Bell, there was an event at Big Rec. And I don't know why I was there or why I was invited to go, but all I remember was that Willie Mays was supposed to be there. And it was like meeting a god. And I was so nervous, but he was just the kindest individual I've ever met. He totally just appreciated my enthusiasm for baseball. He took the time to teach me how to throw a ball. He autographed it. I still have it to this day at my family's home in the Haight-Ashbury. And it was just incredible. And, it's, for the Giants, it's not so much the players that were on the team growing up that we liked. It was the people that came before him. And for the people that came before him, it started with Willie Mays.
Isn't it amazing, Paul, how, folks our age and anyone in a generation of people who are under the age of about 50, Mays played his last game in 73, can talk about Mays like this and honor Mays like this, because he's someone who we had our love of baseball passed down from generation to generation. And it's our parents, our grandparents who fell in love with Willie Mays when the Giants came to town in 1958. And shortly after that, they had the opportunity to see Mays on an everyday basis and what he would mean to the city and to the sport. It's amazing to think about how we're next in line to pass along the stories of Mays and what that'll mean. And that's a story you'll tell forever, right?
Absolutely. So thanks for taking my call. Great to hear from you, Kerry, and keep doing what you're doing.
Good stuff. Thank you so much, Paul. Let's head out to Chris in Los Gatos. Chris in Los Gatos, you're on Sportsphone. Chris, how's it going this evening?
Hey, how's it going? Hey,
going well on our end.
When I don't know if you ever heard of the hot stove dinners they used to put on for all the Bay Area baseball players here in the San Jose area. They recognize different. Well, he came to our hot stove one night, and everybody said, "Oh, we got Willie Mays coming as a guest." So I told my son, "Let's bring a ball with us down there, and because it's hot stove dinner." So we bring the ball, and everybody's sitting down for dinner. So we get up to go to the bathroom, and here he comes walking in the door. We were one-on-one with him. We just barely got the ball out of our hand. He says, "Give me that ball." He signed it up real quick. Man, he was just unbelievable guy. I just couldn't believe it. But my other story is with my friend of mine. We kind of want to diagnose how Willie Mays would hit, and we figured out that him and I, the way he would hold his bat, we call it the corner of the eye, and that bat barrel would be over the corner of his eye, and that's where he would get his power. And man, I'll tell you, he could hit him. I was hitting the softball 350 feet by just watching the way he swung his bat. I love that guy.
I think the clips that I've watched today, Chris, thank you for the call, of Willie swinging the bat and the style. Oh, my goodness, just the tremendous cut that he had, the sweet right-handed swing. You watch him glide from first to third on all these old YouTube clips that pulled up all the clips that have appeared on social media. Just a special, special talent. And you know that he would be the best in any generation that he played in. Let's go to Jeff in San Carlos. Jeff in San Carlos, you're on Sportsphone. Jeff, how's it going this evening?
Thanks for taking my call. I really appreciate it. So I saw my first Giants game in 1952. I grew up 15 minutes from the Polo Grounds, and I was fortunate enough to have grandparents who lived very close to where Willie lived. So I was one of those kids who watched Willie playing stickball. I don't remember much about my 1952 game, but I cried when the Giants left New York in 1958 and moved to San Francisco to finish up my doctorate, and had two children, and both of whom were baseball players, and who we took to spring training for many, many years. And Willie embraced our family. We would see him in the parking lot. We would see him in the stadium. He signed balls for the boys. Both my kids are now in Southern California, and we're so broken up yesterday, as was I, when I heard the news. It's been 70, my first game was 72 years ago. Wow. And, and following the Giants to get my degree out here was just serendipitous. And he was just a wonderful, grateful, accessible man for baseball and for certainly my family. And it's a tremendous, tremendous loss to everybody.
Absolutely. Well, it's a beautiful story, Jeff. Thank you for sharing it with us. And I think, Jeff's sentiment resonates with so many people because almost everyone who's dialed in tonight has a one-off encounter with Willie where he couldn't have been nicer, where he signed a baseball, where he went out of his way at an event or in a specific moment or at a ball game to sign something for them, to talk with them, to make them feel seen. And when it was all anyone wanted to see was Willie, and he had a way of flipping that on people. It was just so remarkable. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's go out to Will in San Francisco. Will in San Francisco, you're on Sportsphone. Will, how are you this evening?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Kerry?
Doing well on our end. It's such a privilege to hear all these stories, and especially from all the folks who got to see Willie play. It's really, really special tonight.
Yeah, thanks for doing this. So real quick, two quick stories. I'm a native San Franciscan, so is my father. He used to take me to a lot of games, and this is the funny one. So we were up in the upper deck. It was a Dodger game, and I think I was not paying complete attention. I was eating a hot dog or something, and I look up, and somebody strikes out, and I stand up and yell, cheer, and everything, and it was Willie Mays. So from that point on, through the game, all the people all around me, and they were kind of sedate, sort of. They weren't really getting really excited until that time. And once I did that, they were on me. The rest of the game, they were into it, and so that was kind of funny. But the serious story is my dad, like I said, was a native San Franciscan. He worked for the post office for like 30 years. Yeah. And he knew I liked Willie Mays. I used to play Little League baseball, high school baseball. My name's Will, but my name was Willie back then with an IE. And so he had a letter that he had to deliver to Willie Mays. And I think it was when he lived in Forest Hill, if I'm not mistaken. And I was probably 10 or 11. It was probably 67, 68. And so he knocks on the door. A maid answers the door and asked, and he said, I need to get Willie to sign this receipt for this letter. And he didn't have to have him sign it personally. She could have signed it, but he told her, no, I have to have it.
Of course, yeah.
And this was early in the morning, so she lets him in. She brings him into his bedroom. He's in bed. And my dad was like 6'6", blonde hair. He's from Finland. And Willie looks up, and my dad said his eyes got as big as golf balls. And he sees this big towering white man with, and he hands him the thing. And he said he was so nice. He went ahead and signed the thing. He told him how much I loved him and that he was my favorite player. And he signed it, and I still have that today.
Wow. He still has it. You still got that today. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He was so nice. my dad said he was so nice. He wasn't like, go get out of here. I'm in bed or something. No, he was just so cordial. It was great.
Oh, fantastic stuff, Will. Thank you for the call. Appreciate that memory. And look, we've had so many different people tonight share memories of Willie signing at various events and various spaces. How about Willie signing in his own bedroom for the postman? That's quite something. Didn't know that turn was coming, and Will still got it. How about that? So on the other side, Jim, Sandy, Nick, we'll get to your calls. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Marty Lurie will join us around 8:05 this evening. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Vaughn throws to the Giant center fielder. There's a swing and a long drive to deep left center field, and you can tell it. Bye-bye, baby! What a way to start off a season. One pitch, one home run.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sportsphone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Beautiful stuff. Willie Mays off Warren Spahn to open the magical 1962 season. Giants and Dodgers down to the wire in that one. Fun stuff. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Memories of Willie Mays celebrating his life and his legacy this evening. Let's get straight out to the phone lines here. Sandy in Santa Rosa. Sandy in Santa Rosa, you're on Sportsphone. Sandy, how are you this evening?
I'm fine. How are you?
Doing well on our end. Thank you so much for calling in. You got a Mays story for us?
Yes. So my uncle was Willie Mays' financial advisor, and he had a bank. His name was Jake Shimano, and he was a friend of his forever. And when Willie Mays came to San Francisco, he helped him financially. But in 1960, I think it was 63 or 62, we'd always go to my uncle's for, in my aunt's house for Thanksgiving dinner. So they said Willie Mays was going to be there. So we had Thanksgiving, and I mean, it was just really something so nice. And my family, though, we have a little movie of him playing poker with my uncle and my cousins. And it was, and then, but his son was there. So we brought his son, and I was like maybe 10 or 11, and then his son was 6 or something, and we were like running around the house. Willie Mays, stop running. Well, never forgot about that.
That's amazing. I mean, Willie Mays at Thanksgiving dinner. I don't think it gets better than that, huh?
No. And then, so I asked him for his autograph, so he put on a napkin, and I had that, and I don't know whatever happened to it, and it's like,
well,
I wish I always had that.
You've still got the memory. You're as close to Willie Mays as anyone celebrating the holidays with him. Thank you for the call, Sandy. Appreciate that one. Hope it was 1962 that year. How about the Giants? 103 wins. The Dodgers 102 wins. Going down to the final day of the regular season to win the pennant against L.A. The Giants rallied for 4 runs in the 9th inning in Game 162 of that year. Actually, I guess it was probably game 165. It was the 3-game playoff against the Dodgers, and Willie gets on, and he ends up scoring in that inning as the Giants came back to beat the Dodgers 6-4 on the final day of the regular season. Let's head out to Nick in Berkeley. Nick in Berkeley, you're on Sportsphone. Nick, how are you this evening?
Hey, what's happening? Hey, are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Absolutely. We got you loud and clear.
I don't mean any disrespect or anything, because this might be kind of a little bit negative, but it's a baseball story, and I'm going to say it's not about Willie Mays, but it is. My dad was rolling a baseball at me before I could walk, but so I've played a lot of baseball. I went to a lot of Giants games. I used to go to Seals games. I went to the Giants games when they became the San Francisco Giants. And anyway, so I knew Willie Mays as far as what he looked like and everything and how he played. And he was definitely the best player, on the team, speaking of teams. But anyway, I was at the airport. I was 10 years old, and I was sitting next to a man I didn't know. I can't remember why I was at the airport. But I'm sitting there on a bench, and here comes Willie Mays walking up the aisle, looking like he was on a way to catch a plane or something like that. He was dressed to the tab. I mean, he had a black top coat on, black red lining, just the tab, black patent leather shoes. That was Willie Mays. I looked at the man next to me and I go, "Isn't that Willie Mays?" And the man goes, yeah, I think so. And so I walked about 10 feet straight and in front of Willie Mays and stood in front of Willie Mays. And I looked up at him. He was looking at me, and I looked up at him, and I said, "Aren't you Willie Mays?" And he said, "No." And he just brushed by me and just kept on walking. and it broke my heart as a young baseball player. You know, as a kid, it broke my heart. He was my hero, and I just wanted to say hi, or but it really changed my enthusiasm a little bit for the game. I loved baseball, but it changed my enthusiasm a little bit. I felt that, you can understand feeling that as a 10-year-old kid, and so I just sat back down next to the man and just went, wow, And so anyway, at the time, I didn't understand, I did not understand because I was only 10 years old. But I mean, he was probably late for a flight or something like that.
I think we can cut him some slack on that one. At the airport, it happens. Pretty much 99% of the stories we've heard about his interactions with children are that he was willing to sign. So thank you for the call, Nick. Let's go out to Jeff in Sebastopol. Jeff in Sebastopol, you're on Sportsphone. Jeff, how are you this evening?
Hey, how are you? Great show. Thank you for your
Thank
work.
you so much, Jeff. You got a Mays memory for us?
Yeah, I do. My first major league game was at Candlestick in the summer of '68. I've never really looked up what game it was, but I will someday. But anyway, they played the Cardinals. They're at home, and I was entering my, school, so I couldn't read. But I knew who Willie Mays was because my cousin had given me his baseball cards, the Topps ones from '64 and '65. And anyway, so it was really cool because I don't know. I was looking back. How do we know who Willie Mays was? And we just knew he was great. And I probably annoyed my dad. Our whole family went, and I kept asking, "Which one's Mays?" Because they didn't have the names on the back of the jerseys.
Yeah.
And, he's like, "Is that guy? Is that him?" And I probably drove him crazy, but it was a great memory. And also just the fact that just how things. There's no ESPN. There's no internet, and we still knew who he was.
Exactly. Exactly. I think that's one of the great things, Jeff. Thank you for the call. It's really one of the great things about Willie Mays when you think about how he became this national phenomenon and how he became the face of baseball is the media environment was so different back then. We didn't have access to every newspaper in the country online. We didn't have access to cable news where we could catch every highlight from every stadium around the country watching Willie Mays. You heard about Willie Mays. You heard about his greatness. If you were one of the people who had the chance to go to Candlestick Park and see him in person, that brought out some of the incredible moments of Mays' career that resonated with you. And you have to be so consistently good for so long to break through during the era that Mays broke through in. And he was breaking records. He was putting up these performances with a flair for the dramatic, and that he was able to become the sport's number one star at a time when baseball was the number one sport in America. It's one of the main reasons today that we look at him as the greatest to ever do it, because he did it consistently for so long. On the other side, our final calls of the evening before Marty Lurie joins us at around 8:05 tonight. So we've got a few people on the line right now I really want to get to, so we're going to take a quick commercial break here, and then we will get to your calls on the other side. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the Sports Leader.
The pitch to Tom is swung on. He breaks the bat as he loops it towards the infield. Allen is up with it, throws wide at first base. Mays may score. Callison comes up with the ball. Mays is digging for the plate. Here comes the throw. And Mays is hit with the ball is dropped. The ball is dropped by Corrales. Mays is hurt, and so is Corrales. Mays is down at the plate, and so is Corrales. Mays hits the dirt and hit the dirt hard and jawed the ball loose from Corrales.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sportsphone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
All right, our celebration of Willie Mays' life and legacy continues here on Sportsphone. Kerry Crowley hanging with you until 9 o'clock. We got Marty Lurie coming up in about 10 minutes, which means it's time for me to head out to the phone lines. Let's welcome Paul onto the show. Paul on Sportsphone. How are you this evening, Paul?
I'm doing just fine. I want to preface this by saying I went to junior high school with John Miller. Wow. And I take the credit of making him a baseball fan because we used to do the old thing with the transistor radios in the locker rooms.
Oh, yeah.
And I was such a Giants fan. And he always played the devil's advocate. He pretended he was a Dodger fan, and that just used to make me so mad. But that was just John. You know, John was like that even when he was a kid. But anyway,
of course.
The reason I wanted to call was because in the early 60s, 63 or 64, my father dropped myself and my other two brothers off at Candlestick, and we got in for 90 cents to watch a doubleheader with the St. Louis Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the last home run that Stan Musial hit. I almost caught that. Bob Gibson hit Jim Ray Hart in the helmet, and we could hear it all the way out in the right field bleachers. But the reason I'm calling is because I became such a big Willie Mays fan. The ball got hit out to Felipe Alou, and
Mm-hmm.
Willie Mays could tell that Felipe did not see the ball. So he put it into a high gear. He came running over, made the catch, actually knocked into Felipe, threw the ball to second base, and then helped Felipe Alou up. And here I am, 13 years old, watching this in front of my hero, and thinking, this is amazing that he could be able to get over there, make the catch, and then after that he helped Felipe back onto his feet and said, "Are you okay, man?"
Yeah.
And I thought, I was only 15 feet from him. And that's before Candlestick was enclosed. So I was right behind the Cyclone fence, about 15 feet from where all this happened.
I think we got, Paul, I think you're breaking up a little bit on the line right now. So we're going to have to drop you off there for just a moment. But I know that memory still burns in the minds of many fans who watched Willie and, of course, who watched him patrol the outfield at Candlestick with Felipe Alou. Some great memories there. Let's go to Tom. Tom, you're on Sportsphone. Tom, how are you this evening?
Great. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course. You got a Mays story for us?
I do. I'm 75 years old, and I feel like I was fortunate enough to watch Willie Mays play at Candlestick 4 or 5 times. And I played a lot of baseball starting at 7 years old all the way through 4 years at Chico State. And when I was in Little League, the Chico West Side Little League sent all 6 teams down to Candlestick Park when it first opened. I'm not sure if it was 1960 or 1961 when we went, but they were playing Philadelphia. Clayton Dalrymple was the catcher, and I believe Robin Roberts was pitching. And Clayton Dalrymple happened to be the brother of my high school coach in Chico.
Oh, wow.
And it was like his first or second year in the bigs. And I feel, he went down there and the way Candlestick were with their expansive parking lot, we were parked way out by the fence where the road was. And I was just standing there watching cars drive in because we couldn't go into the stadium yet. And I see I believe it was a white Cadillac drive by. It was only like 20 feet I was only 20 feet from the roadway. And I saw inside, I said, I think that's Willie Mays. And he turned in one of the gates, and I took off running across the parking lot. And I ran all the way to where he pulled his car up against the fence because there wasn't a player's parking lot. it was wide open. Right field was wide open. It wasn't enclosed like it was in the end. But as I got there, I'm 15 feet from this big white Cadillac as he opens the door, and out steps Willie Mays. Mm-hmm. And he looked right at me, and we all had our uniforms on, and he goes, "How you doing, young man?" Reaches out and shakes my hand. And I just remember how big and soft and just how monstrous his hands were, Mm-hmm. And he says, "Thanks for coming to the game today." And another kid asked him, can we get an autograph? And he goes, "You know what? You guys be right here at the gate after the game, and the players will be coming through here, and you can get your autograph then." And he was there at the end of the game. Yeah. We were all there, and Philippe Alou came out, Andre Rogers, Bobby Bolin, I think Bobby Mockmus, Tony Taylor from the Philadelphia Phillies, and I still have that ball.
Yeah. I'm looking at this right now, and it looks like your story. Sunday, April 16th, 1961, Giants beat the Phillies 5-2 that day, and Willie Mays signed for you after the game. So that's a good way for us to end it there with the calls. Appreciate that one, Tom. Thanks to everyone who's called in so far on Sportsphone tonight. We got some guests to get to. Marty Lurie will join us next from Alabama. Giants with the Rickwood game coming up tomorrow, and Marty's been at Rickwood Field in Alabama. We're going to get his perspective. Then Alex Simon of SF Gate will drop by, and then I'm going to end this evening's show with my thoughts on Willie Mays and just what an honor and a privilege it's been to sit here and take phone calls this evening and to learn and listen from a community of people who clearly showed their love for Willie Mays tonight. You're listening to Sports on KNBR. I'm Kerry Crowley here on KNBR 104.5 680, the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, we are back here on Sportsphone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock this evening. It's my pleasure to welcome in a voice you hear every weekend here on KNBR. You've heard him several times over the last few days. Marty Lurie, live from Alabama. Marty, how are you this evening?
Well, pretty good here in Birmingham. It's really been quite a day with the event yesterday of Willie's passing, and with the game coming up tomorrow night at Rickwood Field. It's going to be a memorial, really, to Willie. And being here in Birmingham and just the outpouring of emotion from people, from fans here in Birmingham, just amazing and so well-deserved for Willie.
Mm-hmm. I was saying earlier today that you can't tell the story of baseball, Marty, without having Willie Mays' name in the first few paragraphs, and you can't tell the story of Willie Mays without having Rickwood Field in the first few paragraphs, because that's where he grew up on the diamond. He played for the Birmingham Black Barons, and I'm sure as you've toured the city and toured all the history over the last day, 48 hours or so, that it's just been a common theme of how much Birmingham and Rickwood shaped Willie.
Well, it's really a good question, and it really is important to understand that. Willie grew up here in the Birmingham area, Fairfield. He went to Fairfield Industrial High School, but his baseball career started off in the Negro Southern League, where his father would take him up to Chattanooga on the weekends, where he played for the Chattanooga Choo-Choos. And he was just a 10th grader at that time, and he had so much ability, and his dad also was playing, and they'd go up to Chattanooga. Well, that's where the Black Barons, where Piper Davis discovered Willie. And Willie came back down to Birmingham, and Piper asked Cat Mays, he said, look, we want your kid to play. And Cat said, well, you can play, but you got to take care of him. And we want him to go to high school. And Willie was a good kid. Willie wanted to go to school, but Willie also wanted to play ball. And he played ball at Rickwood Field, where the Birmingham Black Barons played. But they went on the road. And Willie would go on the road, and his teachers would tell him, well, wherever you go, we want you to write an essay about the city you're going to. And he would do that. And here he comes up to his senior year of high school, and now he's playing in the Negro National League, Negro American League, and playing for the Black Barons. And he's playing with men. And, Kerry, this is the important part to understand Willie. He was just a kid, but he was playing with men like the Oscar Charlestons of the world, the Satchel Pages of the world, Piper Davis, Alonzo Perry, people like that. And they taught him how to play the game correctly. These are men who sharpened their spikes with razor blades. This was not fooling around. And he was just a high school kid playing center field at Rickwood Field, where we will be tomorrow to watch the game between the Giants and the Cardinals. And that's where he played. And he played right up until getting his high school diploma. And he didn't play that night and came back the next day and hit a 3-run homer for the Black Barons. Then another couple of weeks later, Eddie Montague Sr. Signed Willie for the New York Giants, and his professional career began. But your point is well taken. That is, to understand Willie, you have to understand how he learned the game of baseball from men. And when he got to Trenton of the Eastern League in 1950, he may have been only 19 years old, but he was a man at that point in the baseball sense. And he hit 350 at Trenton. They brought him back to the spring training the next year, and Leo DeRocha said, I want him. And Horace Sonnen said, not yet. And they sent him to Minneapolis, and he hit 477. And, of course, you know the story, and they called Willie in Sioux City, Iowa, He was watching a movie and said, Willie Mays, you got to come to the front counter. And he comes there and they said, they need you in New York. And he calls Leo DeRocher up and says, I'm not ready. And Leo says, what are you hitting? He said, 477. He says, you're ready. And 1951, just past his 20th birthday, Willie Mays, the 20-year-old, is now in the major leagues. And he's not in Kansas City, Pittsburgh, or Detroit. He's in New York, in the Big Apple. And he's just a kid, really. But in a baseball sense, he was a man. And he learned how to play the game correctly. And that's the one thing that I feel when I go to Rickwood Field. I'm not looking at a place that a college kid played or something like that, or just a minor leaguer. This is where Willie learned how to play the game at the foot of the very best.
Absolutely. It's so well said. And all the different players that you mentioned, Marty, the Negro Leagues legends who took Willie under their wings and shaped him into the man that he became. I hope that they get their due this week at Rickwood Field, and I hope that they're honored in a way, that's befitting of the impact that they made on Willie's life. But, Birmingham is a place with a very, very complicated history, and you've had the chance to learn about it today. I saw your picture learning about the 1963 bombings, and, we discussed Bull Connor over the weekend and the heinous things that he did as the sheriff there. And I just think it's important that, when we celebrate the star who Willie Mays became and we celebrate all the lives that he touched, we also have to remember, what he overcame to get there as well. And a lot of that traces back to Birmingham and what you're seeing this week.
Well, Birmingham could have been one of the most racist cities in the country. And don't forget, it was created really around 1871 after the Civil War. But still, the word really is we celebrate Juneteenth. The word really didn't get here very much either. It still was a very segregated city. And in 1963, Martin Luther King did marches here. It was the center of change, really, here in Alabama, Birmingham, Selma, Montgomery, and the marches were here. And in 1963, at the 16th Street Baptist Church, this horrendous bombing took place that killed the 4 little girls. And today we heard from one of the survivors of that bombing, and we were at the 16th Street Baptist Church, and it was very moving to be in there. Then we did the civil rights tour in the area of the churches where people would go on Mondays to meet and where all the folks would go to talk about what was happening, and Martin Luther King would be there. We saw the motel where Martin Luther King stayed, and he was just out of there a few hours before that motel was bombed. And remember the movie The Green Book? That was the movie that showed you where African Americans could stay in different cities. And this motel we saw today, the Gadsden Motel, was the one in the Green Book where the African American players got to stay. Duke Ellington and all sorts of different people who would come through there. The stars would stay at this motel. So being here in Birmingham and realizing that this is a place where Bull Connor was a baseball PA announcer and then became the notorious sheriff, and to see the statues of the dogs and the fire hoses and the people who fought for integration here and still fight for it. And this is where Willie grew up. And, Willie was a baseball player. He wasn't a real activist, but for Birmingham in the 60s and the late 50s, this was the center of change in Alabama. And boy, it's still got a long way to go.
Absolutely. I'm so grateful that you're spending time with us on KNBR here and that you've made the trip to Rickwood this week, Marty, because I just, if there was one trip I could make as a baseball fan, this would be the one to go on and to learn all about the history, to learn about Willie's upbringing and, how far Birmingham, as you say, still has to go. I do want to know how Rickwood Field has been preserved through the years and what, you've observed over the last 48 hours landing in Alabama and seeing Rickwood Field for the minor league game yesterday and what we can expect tomorrow as well, because this is it's the oldest ballpark in the country, correct?
Yes, and it looks like it in a way. When you sit in the stands and you look up at these steel girders, those are the same steel girders that were put in 1909 by Rick Woodward, who owned the Iron and Ore Company, and of course he bought the Barons, and he wanted to be in baseball and said, hey, I better get a stadium. So he was in the iron business, and he built a steel fortified stadium, and it's still standing here. Now, if you look at the roof, it's not in the greatest shape, but Major League Baseball has put millions into this field, and the field is immaculate. The batter's eye, you'll see, is just something that's perfect in center field. The old scoreboard has been preserved here. You'll see the handheld scoreboard will work tomorrow. There's a big jumbotron in right field. But when you sit in the stands, you know what it reminds me of? A real minor league park, a spring training park.
Mm-hmm.
I swear, if you've been to Surprise, which you have, which has sort of the overhang, that's what this reminded me of. It reminds me a lot of Surprise, and one of the parks that we see in Arizona. But you can't really get to it very easily. A lot of the streets are blocked off. It's in the middle of a neighborhood. And it's just one of those parks when you look at it and you see the lights. The lights are not Major League lights until you see what Major League Baseball brought in. And the light standards will be perfect for tomorrow night, but they're temporary. It's interesting. Rich Walls did the game last night for MLB TV between the Montgomery team and the Birmingham team of the Southern League, and I went up to visit him. And you had to climb up a set of stairs, and essentially you were sitting on the roof.
Yeah.
And they made a little TV booth on the roof, and thank goodness somehow they piped in some air conditioning into that area, because let me tell you, it's very humid. You know, we come from Arizona, where it's warm, but it's a dry heat, they say. This one is about 90 and 90-degree humidity, and believe me, it's hot. So we got to visit Rich up there to watch him call the game from the roof at Rickwood Field. And the press box is very small for Susan Slusser tomorrow and John Shea, who may be here, and whoever's here from Bob Nightingale. They're going to sit in an old-time press box that, believe me, was created in about 1909. And it's going to be interesting for them to work under those conditions. But that's what it looks like. Baseball's put a lot of money into the food courts. There's it's almost like a carnival midway with all these booths surrounding the stadium as soon as you get inside the gate with all sorts of food. And there's a sound stage with a lot of music. And baseball has really made this a big deal for tomorrow. Now, it's a tribute to the Negro Leagues, and sort of Willie was the guest of honor, so to speak. And now, with his passing, it's going to be a little different tomorrow. It's almost more like a cathartic memorial for everybody. And I'm sure part of the broadcast will be people coming in, giving their John Miller and Dave and people like that, giving their remembrances of Willie and their feelings about his passing. And even the Giants at Oracle tomorrow will have the park open where people can go and watch the game from Rickwood at Oracle, and there'll be some symbolic sort of creation in center field honoring Willie, and there'll be a guest book for people to sign and things like that. So tomorrow is going to be one of the heaviest days, I think, in Giants history, just in the sense of saying goodbye to Willie a little bit and also celebrating his life. This is going to be a very interesting day tomorrow. And Willie was a showman, and he picked the right time to do it because he is a show tomorrow, believe me. This Cardinal game with the Giants may be happening. I'm not sure anyone's going to be watching it. It's going to be more of a tribute, really, to Willie Mays.
Absolutely, and deservedly so. And Marty, we can't thank you enough for joining us. I know that you got to run. It's a busy week for you, but I can't wait for the show this weekend as well. I know that you'll have so much more to say and so many great guests. And I just really thank you for all the years of chronicling Willie Mays, because you brought his story to life.
Well, he was a good friend. And as I say, he trusted me. And we did shows together. And, Willie was challenged with his sight. And here we are up on a stage together, just he and I. And I would ask him questions, and we would tease each other back and forth. And it was great to know him. And really, it's the biggest honor I ever had that he chose me to be that interviewer for the shows that we did. So for me, getting to know Willie and just feeling the presence of what he had at Oracle Park with the statue, with the the name, Willie Mays Plaza and everything else. That's the man. And to boot, he also happened to be the greatest player who ever lived. So, interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Marty, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
All right, have a good night. Thanks, Kerry.
All right, he is the great Marty Lurie, and I do mean that when I say it. We are so privileged here at KNBR to have all the years of footage and tape of Marty interviewing Willie and all the great media members who chronicled Willie's life. Of course, John Shea, who we've mentioned several times throughout tonight's show with the book 24, the greatest book I think I've ever read. And just, thinking about it today, really, really appreciate those who got Willie to open up and tell his story, because it's a story that makes all of us better off, and we're all fortunate to know the life and times of Willie Mays. More coming up next. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
The nighttime is the right time for Sportsphone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, we are back here on Sportsphone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock this evening. It's a pleasure to be joined by our next guest, sports editor at SF Gate, friend of the show here on Sportsphone, Alex Simon. Alex, how are you this evening?
I'm doing as well as can be, Kerry. It's certainly a sad time in the Bay Area right now, but also a time for us kind of to celebrate one of the Bay Area's best.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, Dave Fleming set a little bit of a tone today on the Giants broadcast. I mean, we all heard Dave get choked up and be emotional last night over the passing of Willie Mays, but, the jubilation and joy that Willie brought to people's lives, I mean, Dave kind of channeled that on the broadcast today, and I've kind of thought about that a lot this evening on the show. It's important to celebrate the life of Willie Mays as he would want it to be celebrated, and I think that, with that, there's all the flair, all the excitement, all the childlike joy that he brought to every kind of a situation, and it's just remarkable to me, knowing the life that he led, that he always carried that with him to his last day. The laughter, the sense of humor, it never went away for Willie Mays.
No, and certainly I think you can see things in a way of, look, this is a 93-year-old. This is a life, though, that was incredibly well-lived. And Willie has been somebody who, for as great as he was, it has now been a full half century since he was last on a ball field playing in an official MLB game. And to kind of show you the shock of it, the fact that he is at this age, 93, passing, and people still feel as if they are talking about a guy they haven't seen in 50, 60, some got people even longer, and yet that's the legacy that he left, is that feeling of joy, is that vivacious nature of baseball, is that type of baseball that, frankly, especially, I should say, to be clear, that white America had never seen before in Major League Baseball. And for Willie to come from the Negro Leagues as a 16-year-old making a debut, playing in 1948 in the South, to then immediately be a Rookie of the Year as a 20-year-old in New York City, go serve in the war for 2 years, and then his first full Major League season, he's an MVP at 23 years old. There's truly not really a comparison to him or like him, and maybe you can make one or two cases of a guy since, but the way that he played and kind of the way that changed baseball forever is incomparable.
What do you think about the fact that, as we grow up as kids, we never had the chance to see Willie Mays play. We weren't out at Candlestick Park watching Mays, McCovey, and Marichal all together. What do you think about the fact that, baseball fans who were under the age of about 50, like you said, have never seen him play, and yet we have this clip of Willie making the catch at the Polo Grounds in 1954, and we have these clips of Willie playing stickball in Harlem with his neighborhood kids that are in black and white footage, and we feel like we know Willie more intimately than maybe any professional sports figure from that era, just because of how his life was documented. It's amazing to me that he's able to resonate across generations, in part because we have a window into the life that he lived a little bit.
And to be honest, Kerry, I mean, it is remarkable probably in the fact that Willie wouldn't be as beloved as he was if the move from New York to San Francisco hadn't happened. He is a New York star, and frankly, we shouldn't wash over the history of this. There were several years where Willie was not as welcomed in San Francisco as guys like Orlando Cepeda and Willie McCovey, because San Franciscans at the time, one, had a little bit extra love for a native San Franciscan in Joe DiMaggio, who had been a star with the Seals and then went to the Yankees and was amazing for both teams. But, San Francisco was a Joe D town in that way. But two, they also thought of Willie as New York's guy, and it's hard not to refute him. I mean, he was an all-star from 54 to 57 all 4 years, MVP each time, at least once, top 5 in the MVP most of the years. Like, he was a New York guy, and that's how he was viewed until the Giants got to the World Series. And I think that's truly the year in 62 where everybody fully embraces him. And I think San Francisco realized it needed to right its wrongs, and the city has, ever since then, fully embraced him. But Willie does give us a chance to look at kind of the fact that San Francisco isn't this perfect town, and everything wasn't completely sunshine and rainbow and roses in that way. There are some thorns in here too, and I don't think that's something we should ignore. And if anything, we should embrace that as a significant part of the story, in part because Willie completely overpowered a lot of the things that people maybe could have knocked against him, and something he could have been bitter against. but clearly he embraced this city, and over the long run, the city has more than embraced him back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a wonderful point, and one that absolutely needs to be discussed when we talk about the life and the legacy of Willie Mays, particularly within the context of the city of San Francisco. Alex, I know that you've been going to games at 24 Willie Mays Plaza as long as the ballpark has been open. Are there any moments that you think of when you think of Willie coming out and speaking at Barry Bonds' retirement ceremony, or Willie celebrating a milestone Bonds home run, or Willie just being out there on the field, with the Giants celebrating him and his career, that stand out to you as, hey, this is one that's going to stick with me for a long time?
I think you've already named one of the two that really land with me. The one more recent one being the Bonds ceremony, and especially to watch Willie make the choice to get out of his wheelchair. He wasn't walking very often, as we understood, but to kind of start to walk over there, and then Dusty Baker get up and realize, whoa, hey, now let me make sure that you've got a little bit of help here to get here. But the passion and the voice and kind of that anger, honestly, that you could hear behind Willie's voice in advocating for Barry to get voted into the Hall of Fame is something that was honestly stunning in its own way, because it was a side of Willie that maybe most people hadn't seen for years, if not decades, or maybe didn't even get to see in a public sense, but maybe a lot of his teammates and fellow ball players had seen in between the lines. But to see it so publicly and so forcefully in a way that allowed everybody in is the thing that stands out there. I think the other one, though, when you look about it, to me, the 2011 World Series ring ceremony, and the Giants the entire time were very conscious and very aware of their history, and especially of their heroes and their Hall of Famers, and that group of 5 Hall of Famers who were all together in the 60s, who were constantly great, but in a one team makes the World Series from each league era, were just never great enough beyond 62 to have those 5 get the rings, and to see their joy, but more so to see the fans like my father, like I know of a generation or two of fans who were still with us in 2011, get to cheer on their heroes finally seeing that moment in San Francisco and get to wear what that world title meant, I think is the one that will otherwise stick with me as well. Between those, that and the Bonds ceremony, those are the two that forever kind of last as the best Willie Mays moments in the ballpark in my eyes.
Yeah, very well said. Alex Simon of SF Gate joining us here, talking about the life and times of Willie Mays, particularly in recent years out at Oracle Park. And gosh, I remember the speech to Bonds, or about Bonds, at his retirement ceremony so vividly, in part because it was unplanned. And the Giants were they were like, hey, we don't want anyone taking the mic who does not have pre-approved remarks here. And Willie has that exception. Willie has the ability to speak when he wants to speak, and no one anticipated it that night. And he spoke up. And so, it certainly makes for, quite a celebration of life that will happen tomorrow at Rickwood Field, Alex, when the Giants and the Cardinals go and play at this game that Major League Baseball has been planning for a long time to honor the Negro Leagues and to honor all the players who, like Willie Mays, came through Rickwood Field in the 1940s and far before that, playing at that ballpark. How does Mays' death, do you think, change the tone, or does it change the tone of what we'll see tomorrow?
I think it's not as much of a tone changer as it is a force multiplier. I think it was very obvious, and especially, we had gotten word, and I think a lot of people were expecting that Willie wouldn't be able to make it there himself in that regard. But truly, to have this happen in this week, when so much was already planned around Willie's appearance, around Willie, frankly, with the Rickwood. I mean, the Willie Mays Scholars, the program that he has put so much effort and resources and just passion behind through the Giants Community Fund, they were already there. So many of the media who were kind of covering this specific event from the San Francisco world were already there. I know Marty Lurie called in from Birmingham yesterday after the game to talk to John Dickerson.
He actually just called in a moment ago.
And so, more to the point, look at that. The idea that this was already going to be a celebration of Willie Mays, I don't think it changes anything. But boy, does it kind of, put in a 10 times, 10-fold increase, 100-fold increase, however much you want to say that this is kind of making that moment hit harder. that's kind of the way it feels. And I do think that, frankly, what we saw actually on Tuesday night at the minor league game that took place there, where it became kind of less of a moment of silence, but more of a moment of applause. I feel like that's going to be the thought that comes out of this really strongly. And I hope, at least for the sake of it, we get to applaud Willie in these moments. And Lord knows we'll see that come Monday back in San Francisco when the Giants come home for their first game since as well.
Absolutely. Giants are opening up Oracle Park tomorrow to fans to watch the Rickwood game, and I think it's in part due to celebrate the life of Willie as well. What do you anticipate that atmosphere will be like? Because it can be very different being in a Major League Baseball ballpark as opposed to, say, going to watch an NBA Finals game if you're the Celtics, and you're a fan of their team while they're in Dallas against the Mavs and you're just at the Garden watching that game. What do you think tomorrow will be like at Oracle?
I truly don't know, and I'm fascinated. Yeah. In fact, I'm planning on trying to swing by at some point just to kind of see what it's like, because it's kind of both a moment that's a little bit of a wake while also being a moment that obviously there is a baseball game of pretty big significance for not just the regular season. Look, every game out of 162 is important, but we know it's for all of the other pieces of this. And now, just in the same way, it's a force multiplier. I mean, Kerry, last night I happened to be in downtown and was walking to Caltrain because I live down the peninsula right as we got the news about what had happened. And for me, the Caltrain station's right there by the ballpark. I just went to the ballpark just to see what would happen. And we saw the very first wave of fans start to come to the statue and lay down a bouquet of flowers. Then we saw many more start to do that. There's been more today. I know that the folks at KNBR have documented what that statue has looked like over the course of the day here as well. It's clear that this is a moment of San Francisco significance, and I think I will be fascinated to see who goes over there tomorrow. I think it's certainly going to be a little more jovial while also kind of having a mix of obvious remembrance, but wanting to celebrate. And especially, I don't want to say the Giants weren't already going to try very hard to win that game for Willie before all of this has happened, but I would imagine that this might get managed a little more like a playoff game, even more from Bob Melvin, because this is one that you would have to assume the Giants really want to win.
Yeah, absolutely, and all great points. So, Alex, I'll leave you with this one. Obviously, when the Giants opened the ballpark at China Basin in the year 2000, it's at 24 Willie Mays Plaza. They've got the statue of Willie out front that I think is one of the most iconic statues you can have in American sports. It's your guiding light into a stadium on McCovey Cove, and obviously now they've got the patch of 24 on their jersey. How do you hope to see the Giants honor Mays in the years to come?
I think by playing the way that he played baseball is truly the only way that you honor him more fully than the Giants already have. There's one credit that you can give to this current Giants ownership group that bought the team in 1992 is that they have made every move possible to make these legends, the specific group that was in the 60s, kind of be honored as they were still alive. And that is a remarkable thing that they have done through all of the ways in which they did it. They built statues while all five were still alive. We've unfortunately lost 3 of the 5 now out of their Hall of Famers. But all of them got to see their statues go up at the ballpark. All of them got to get their World Series rings in that regard. So it's tough for me to honestly say, like, what more can you ask for? Because I think the thing that they did is the greatest thing you can do, which is to not do this kind of post-mortem in that way. They gave them the chance to feel the love that this community has had. I don't know if there's anything better to do than to just play like Willie. And if that's what the Giants need to find from their group of players they bring up, is you want people who bring that same effort and energy. And certainly it wouldn't hurt to also have players from the African-American and Black communities be a part of the Giants organization in that way and be on the team on the field to do that. I think that's maybe the best way to continue to honor him, is just play like him.
Yeah, play like Willie Mays. We can all hope that that the Giants will chase that and chase perfection for years to come, because that's what Willie exemplified on the diamond. Alex Simon of SF Gate, thank you so much for joining us here on Sportsphone KNBR.
Appreciate you asking me, Kerry. Absolutely.
All right, he is Alex Simon. Always appreciate his perspective. Does such a great job with the big picture of Bay Area sports and all the instrumental figures. So when we come back, I will close tonight's show talking about Willie Mays and my thoughts on how he is the athlete who, more so than any other, is able to cut through and across generations and build a link through families. And all of us who've been privileged to grow up in the Bay Area and become Giants fans through the years, or become Bay Area sports fans, whether it be the 49ers, the Warriors, the Giants, or any of the other teams in this area, Willie is the athlete who links families together, links generations together, and his career and his life, more so than anything, is what did it. So that's On the Other Side, wrapping up this evening's show. I'm Kerry Crowley. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
want your reaction, so give us a ring or blow up the text line at 415-808-KNBR. This is Sportsphone KNBR, streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
All right, we are back here on Sportsphone KNBR. Kerry Crowley wrapping up this evening's show with you, rolling until 9 o'clock tonight. Of course, we've covered a lot this evening, most of it centered around the greatest baseball player to ever live, Willie Mays. We're about 27, 28 hours from the moment the San Francisco Giants announced that Willie Mays had died. And, last night I was stopped in my tracks with the news because, like many of you out there who are listening right now, I never had the privilege of watching Willie Mays play baseball. I didn't get the experience of going to the Polo Grounds or Seal Stadium or Candlestick Park or many of the different ballparks around the country where Willie Mays made baseball the national pastime. But his story, his life, his legacy in the game still burns bright in me, and I think that's true for many of you as well. Anyone who's out there who fell in love with Giants baseball fell in love with it because it was passed on to you through someone in your life, more likely than not. And, in my case, it's my parents, my mom, who, I grew up from an early age playing baseball, listening to Giants games here on KNBR, watching on, Friday evenings when they be on KTVU. And the stories that she told of Willie Mays were larger than life. And the older I got, the more I realized, no, it was simply life. Willie Mays was that big of a deal. Willie Mays was that great. And Willie Mays was so much to so many people, but to all of us, he represents so many great things about the sport of baseball, sports in general, competition, and about American life. You're talking about someone who, as we discussed with Marty Lurie, earlier in this show, someone who had to fight just to get that recognition when he was a kid, playing for the Chattanooga Choo-Choos, his father taking him up to Tennessee to get him on a team, and then playing for the Birmingham Black Barons, which of course will be honored tomorrow at Rickwood Field when the Giants take on the St. Louis Cardinals in this game that, this week it's about celebrating the Negro Leagues. It's about celebrating all the incredible players who came through Rickwood Field before going on to their distinguished careers and, fighting the different battles that they had to face in life on and off the field, treated separate but equal, and, all of the different things that they had to deal with that weren't equal and that were injustices. And it's just, it's a lot to think about the fact that Willie Mays won't be there tomorrow, because this is a celebration of all of those things, all of the great people who've come through Rickwood Field, but it's a celebration of Willie Mays and the career and the life that he led. And when I reflect on Willie Mays, I think about a player who, more so than any other athlete in American sports, in football and baseball and basketball, a player who bridged generations, a player who could make grandparents relate to their grandchildren, a player whose parents passed along their stories of watching him play to their kids, who could only hope to see an athlete grow up to be the Willie Mays of their generation. In reality, there is no other Willie Mays. There are greats who will come and go. In my childhood, I had the privilege of watching Mays' godson, Barry Bonds, blast home runs in McCovey Cove, and watching Mays celebrate with him on the field at Oracle Park after all of those milestones. And I'm so grateful that the Giants made Mays such a focal point of the organization. When Peter McGowan and the group of investors bought the team in 1993 and opened the ballpark in 2000, it's at 24 Willie Mays Plaza. And we throw that address out a lot on the show. We talk about the decision makers over at 24 Willie Mays Plaza and all that they're contemplating on a daily basis. And, we talk about, hey, if you're headed down to the ballpark this afternoon, 24 Willie Mays Plaza, you just use it interchangeably with Oracle Park, with China Basin, and how few players ever get that distinction. I mean, you have to be larger than life. You have to be an all-time great. And Willie Mays lived up to it. He earned it. He earned more than that. He's the statue, the guiding light out in front of Oracle Park. And of course, the tributes have come flowing in San Francisco over the past 24, 26 hours. And it's amazing to me the outpouring that we've seen, not just from Giants fans who, of course, knew every detail of Willie's career intimately, but of sports fans, of the general public who all have a Willie Mays story. And that's what I think is so important to take away from the 93-year life that Willie Mays lived. I mean, it was full. It was beyond just impactful. It was one of the most impactful that we've seen in the last generation, in the last century. And you're talking about someone who had the ability to, he had the ability to turn families into a generation of fans. He had the ability of people who didn't care about baseball to want to watch it. He had the ability of people who didn't care about sports to respect it. And he had the ability to bring people together. And you think about the way that we consume the sport today. We're so caught up in the minutia, especially those of us who watch the sport on a daily basis and think about it, from the diehard perspective. What would you do from flipping the leadoff hitter into the 2 slot in the order? What if this guy takes some more pitches? What if you could just get into a team's bullpen a little bit earlier in a game? What's the latest StatCast data? We think about all of those little details because we love this sport, we love this game, and if you trace back the roots of that love and you trace back the roots of why you come and focus on the San Francisco Giants or Major League Baseball on a daily basis, it's in large part due to the way that Willie Mays played the game. Because before everything was tracked, before all this data was publicly available, before people were, opening up their newspapers in the morning to check out what each player's batting average and home run total was on the season, you were going out to the ballpark in the 1950s at the Polo Grounds, or the late 1950s at Seal Stadium, the early 1960s at Candlestick Park, and you were watching it for yourself. And the people that we've heard from call up here at KNBR over the last 24 hours and share their thoughts, share their memories, share their reflections. It's been so humbling to listen to everyone and to understand the broad and incredible impact that Willie made on you, your family, our society, our culture. It's hard to fathom. I've had the privilege of sitting in this seat in some really challenging days in recent weeks in the last month, on the day of Bill Walton's death and all that he meant to the basketball community and the joy that he brought to people who love the sport of basketball. And I was here when Jerry West died, and honoring the competitive nature of Jerry West and how many different people in the sport of basketball that he touched. And we lose another American pillar in Willie Mays this week, who I think that we all celebrate with memories in our minds of the joyous nature of which he played the game. Because what's amazing to me about Willie is, you've got all these players. If I'm born in the 1990s, you've got all these players, 1980, 1970, 1960, you keep going back, who I never had the privilege of watching. And only a handful you hear stories about. Only a handful you ever dare to look up their statistics and see what their meaning to the game was. And so few people are in that inner circle of baseball greatness. You learn about the Hall of Famers growing up, and even then it's a smaller, more confined group. But think about the fact that, kids from the 1990s, kids from the 2000s, and, kids born in the last 10 years as well, there's footage available, and we've all seen it, of Willie playing stickball in Harlem, of Willie in the 1950s when he was a member of the New York Giants before games at the Polo Grounds, going out in his neighborhood and playing stickball with the neighborhood children because he couldn't get enough of it, and we have those videos. You think about the iconic plays in baseball history that have shaped the sport in American society and how we know those plays. One of the very first that comes to mind is the catch. And we would have said that before yesterday. We would have said that in any conversation about Major League Baseball. You think about the catch in 1954 at the Polo Grounds. I saw Buster Olney today making a comment that you could make the silhouette of Willie Mays the Major League Baseball logo from that catch, and we would all instantly recognize it. And that happened 70 years ago. I mean, that is an indelible impact on the sport. We all remember those videos. We all have seen the clips of Willie making that catch, turning and firing back to the infield. And it's just amazing to me because There's what, 1, 2, 3 players we've ever seen clips of like that. To have that type of a cultural impact and to have that type of an impact that crosses generations, it's difficult to even fathom. And I think that, the closing note that I want to make this evening is we as San Franciscans, as residents of the Bay Area, as people who grew up in the Bay Area listening from afar this evening, as people who are around the country captivated by the Giants, by the 49ers, by the Warriors, by baseball in general. We're all so fortunate to have had our lives and our fandoms touched by greatness, and that greatness is Willie Mays. And we're also fortunate, really, to have learned the stories of Willie, to understand the hardships that he went through growing up, and playing as a teenager for the Birmingham Black Barons in the Negro Leagues, and facing the racism and injustices that he did, and overcoming that, and the greatness that he was able to display on a daily basis, how that resonated across the country at a time when we didn't have social media, we didn't have highlight shows, you weren't getting websites delivering you the latest bit of news from each ballpark as it happened. You had to be consistently great year over year over year to have that kind of name recognition in the United States of America.
This is the flagship of Giants baseball. Double play! KNBR and KNBR-FS San Francisco, the sports leader.
And, playing as a teenager for the Birmingham Black Barons in the Negro Leagues, and facing the racism and injustices that he did, and overcoming that, and the greatness that he was able to display on a daily basis, how that resonated across the country at a time when we didn't have social media, we didn't have highlight shows, you weren't getting websites delivering you the latest bit of news from each ballpark as it happened. You had to be consistently great year over year over year to have that kind of name recognition in the United States of America in the 1950s and 1960s, at a time when baseball was this country's number one sport. And Willie Mays, from almost the time that he came up, became the face of the sport, and it still is that way today. I think that in basketball and football, there's the ongoing debates, over who's the greatest player of all time, and that's not to say that those debates haven't happened in baseball over the last decade or 2 decades, and it's just remarkable to me to think about how if you polled any sports fan across the United States and asked them who the greatest player to ever play the sport of baseball is, overwhelmingly the choice would be Willie Mays, and he's someone who the vast majority of us did not see play. Someone who the vast majority of us can't understand from a firsthand experience in the stands at the Polo Grounds or at Candlestick Park, but someone who had such significance, who played with such a flair for the dramatic, who achieved feats that no one had ever achieved across the sport, and who commanded universal respect. That player, that person, his legacy will resonate for years, for decades, and for centuries to come. Because, as I mentioned at the top of this, there are other great players who've worn the San Francisco Giants uniform. In fact, it's a franchise that's been blessed by homegrown stars who followed the mold of Mays. McCovey. You think about Marichal and Will Clark and Barry Bonds and Tim Lincecum and Buster Posey of the recent generation, all the different players who've come through and followed the same path to stardom that Willie Mays did. But as we all know, it's a different path, and the way that Willie started will be honored tomorrow at Rickwood Field in what I hope is a celebration of his achievements, his life, and the indelible legacy that he leaves on American culture. Because I think that we are so fortunate as Bay Area sports fans to have him as a part of our community, as someone who we knew on a daily basis. Whenever you would talk about the Giants and records, you would talk about the ones that Willie Mays set. As we watched Barry Bonds and his home run pursuit through the years at China Basin and into McCovey Cove, all of it happened in front of the eyes of Willie Mays, and with the acknowledgement that Willie was the greatest to ever do it. And so as the Giants head to Rickwood Field tomorrow, it's going to be a celebration of life, and I hope it can be a joyous occasion because no one brought more joy to the ballpark than Willie. No one brought more joy to the clubhouse in his later years when he hung around at Oracle Park and in the clubhouse down in Scottsdale during spring training. No one brought more joy and laughter than Willie. No one had more fun being around the sport than Willie, and he taught us how to play the game of baseball, how to watch the game of baseball, how to celebrate the game of baseball, and really beyond that, how to live our lives. Willie Mays was an idol, a hero to so many, and as we wrap up this evening, we're so grateful for all the memories that he gave us and his ability to link generation through generation through his career and, more importantly, his life. I'm Kerry Crowley. This is Sportsphone KNBR. We'll talk to you tomorrow evening.
This is Giants baseball. Nothing like it.
There's a long drive to right. It's headed for the bay.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, a Cumulus
example of
media
watching
station.
how things change over time. Things will change. But